Lights flicker beneath the sea, in places where no sunbeam has ever touched. Ancient pulses woven into silence, blooming in colors language that was never meant to be described. Shapes drift there, slow and weightless, trailing radiance through water thick with memory. Some flash like heartbeat signals from a vanished time. Others float without direction, pulsing softly in a rhythm that feels less like movement and more like thought. Their glow isn't a warning. It isn't warmth. It's something stranger. A presence made visible. A signal left behind by creatures that will never be named, never be mapped, and never reach the surface. Higher still, threads of living light spiral upward and disappear before the mind can follow. But deeper, much deeper, the brightest lights don't move at all. They rest, still and patient, folded inside pressure and cold, waiting for someone to remember they're there. Before we begin, where are you drifting from tonight? And what hour has found you here? Leave it in the comments below. Let's see how far the light travels, from trench to tide pool, from your room to the place where stars are born underwater. Let's begin. Each year, just as winter begins to retreat from the coast of Honshu, the sea off Toyama Bay stirs with a glow not born of moonlight. Entire shoals of firefly squid, Wattersinia scintillans, rise in unison from the ocean's blackest layers, trailing constellations of electric blue light. To an untrained eye, the display is beautiful. To those who have studied it closely, it is something nearer to a code. For decades, researchers believed the glowing ritual was purely instinctual, a lure for mates, a dance for survival. But recent covert dives, funded by institutions that prefer not to be named, have begun recording deviations. The squid's bioluminescence pulses now arrive in repeating sequences, spirals, arcs, whole fields of synchronized rhythm across the seafloor. And then, days later, something always moves beneath them. Tremors, seismic displacements, sometimes minor, other times not. The theory, first proposed and then quietly buried, is that these creatures are not just glowing, they're reacting, possibly even warning. The squid may not understand earthquakes, but they might feel the pressures shifting beneath them, long before the crust snaps. Divers who've returned from these depths report an eerie presence in the water during these displays, a silence that feels watched, pulsing, aware. The further down the lights are traced, the stranger the formations become. Some glow patterns seem to mimic faults, others reflect shapes no current mapping system can explain. And in one chilling dive log, a marine biologist recorded this line before the signal cut out. They're not blinking, they're answering. Night along the shore of Toyama Bay doesn't simply arrive, it descends. The water darkens not with emptiness, but with intent, as though something beneath has drawn a curtain across the surface. Locals have watched this ritual for generations. Clouds of firefly squid ascending in silence, their cerulean pulses glowing like stars, remembered through water. The effect is hypnotic, even comforting. But a research team stationed offshore in the spring of 2017 noted something unusual. Satellite imaging captured vast sheets of pulsing light just below the surface, far larger than previously recorded blooms. The patterns, when viewed from above, formed faint arcs, not random, not scattered, arcs. And moments after the event began, a tremor struck along the Noto Peninsula fault line. Not a major quake, just enough to whisper. But the timing matched, and then it happened again. Another bloom, another quake. The team initiated Project Sango, an unofficial side study with quiet funding, to observe whether the bioluminescent displays were more than reproductive rituals. The hypothesis was simple. Maybe these creatures feel something we don't. Not metaphorically, physically. Perhaps pressure ripples through their nervous systems long before human instruments register the change. And maybe, just maybe, the light isn't the point. Maybe it's a response. Visibility dropped with every meter as the submersible creaked its descent into the trench shelf east of the bay. Firefly squid had been rising for 5 nights in a row, far beyond seasonal expectations. Not a single researcher on board believed it was normal. Among the team, Dr. Kaidi Hoshino was the only one who'd been diving Toyama Bay for over a decade. Her last dive log, never officially archived, contained just 2 words repeated over and over in uneven ink. "It's repeating." The sub descended beyond the shelf and into an area locals called the Blue Tomb, a zone named for its eerie stillness and faint ambient glow. Bioluminescent trails spiraled along the rocks in shapes that suggested direction or organization. Observers aboard the ship above watched from the live feed, noting something unprecedented. The squid weren't scattered. They formed a net, a suspended field of glowing bodies, each pulsing in sequence. 1 pulse, a delay, 2 pulses, then silence. No one could identify the pattern. Hoshino compared the timing against seismograph records. She wasn't guessing, she was matching. The squid's intervals mimicked the P-wave and S-wave arrival times of undersea quakes from weeks earlier. And then the final line of the log feed, next movement, estimated 3 days. Power cut out 10 minutes later. Nothing else was recovered. Tetsuya Arakawa never went to sea. He refused every interview, every formal invite from the Toyama Marine Sciences Institute. But he watched the water every night. His cabin stood alone above the rocks of Kaiwajima Inlet, directly facing the deepest stretch of the bay. For over 20 years, Tetsuya recorded the glow of the Firefly squid from his porch, meticulously marking dates, temperatures, wind currents, and inexplicably, seismic charts printed from local government broadcasts. After the 2017 quake, he sent a package to the institute. Inside was a single photograph of Toyama Bay glowing with light, taken from his cliffside the night before the tremor. But something stood out in the photo's corner. Not a squid, not a wave, but a long, faint outline in the water, like the trail of a massive displacement, moving just beneath the light. When questioned, he spoke only once. They show up when the earth breathes, and they follow something. His notes contained sketches, not of squid, but of the glow patterns, loops, double spirals, vortices marked with timestamps and quake magnitudes. Some spirals were wide, others were closing inward. One spiral was dated for a week in the future, marked last return. No follow-up ever came. His cabin burned down 4 days after the last note was received, cause unknown. Old marine survey logs rarely make headlines, but buried in the back shelves of Kanazawa University's oceanographic archives, a box of film reels, dated between 1968 and 1973, offers a fragmented view into early underwater mapping missions off Toyama Bay. Originally intended to study current shifts, the footage contains something no one catalogued at the time: strings of light appearing in geometric shapes across the ocean floor, recorded long before the Firefly squid became famous. In Reel #17, an ROV captures a sequence of flashes arcing across a flat seabed, forming a curve not unlike a fingerprint. Modern analysts ran the clip through a motion sequencing algorithm and compared it to stress fracture simulations along tectonic ridges. The match was unsettling, almost perfect. Marine historians concluded the squid were unintentionally capturing the geological stress beneath them, like living sonar. But a former geophysicist reviewing the footage offered another view. You're not looking at a reaction, you're looking at an anticipation. These patterns weren't snapshots, they were forecasts, and that implied something else. That the Firefly squid, or something near them, wasn't just responding to shifts in the earth, it was predicting them, maybe even influencing how they happened. April 12, 2021. A private research vessel operating under a cultural tourism license, the Kibo Maru, recorded an incident involving synchronized Firefly squid pulses that echoed into the vessel's own equipment. The squid weren't simply glowing, they were triggering resonance. One of the acoustic mapping instruments began registering false positive signals, as if bouncing off an invisible moving wall. The resonance mimicked low-frequency hum-like structures, familiar to those who study microseismic noise. But these weren't random. The pulses carried spacing, intervals too measured to be accident. The bioluminescence, seen through night optics, was breathtaking. Tens of thousands of organisms flickering like inverted stars, their pulses descending in waves toward the trench. A signal path was traced. The pulses didn't spread outward. They funneled down toward a narrow ravine, with no mapped floor. One technician described it as watching a slow scream falling into silence. On playback, audio spectrograms revealed harmonic undertones previously undocumented in marine biology. Frequencies in the 1-4 Hz range, the same range the human brain uses during dreamless sleep. This was the first time the Squid's light patterns had been directly connected to sound, or something sound adjacent. The ship returned to port the next morning. The tapes were mailed anonymously to 3 marine institutes. Only one responded. Their report was redacted. The only sentence left readable: "This is not acoustic, it's communicative." Pressure makes fools of even experienced divers. Below 300 feet, judgment dissolves slowly, not all at once, but in soft, silent increments. Takuya Minase had made over 90 deep-water dives before his final descent into Toyama Bay. On the night of April 9th, he was tethered, steady, fully suited, tasked with marking changes in squid concentration near the rising shelf. His team logged him descending into one of the known bloom zones, where previous anomalies had been observed. He was expected to surface within 30 minutes. At 45 minutes, his voice returned through the comms, calm, steady, but speaking in non sequitur. "The lines are perfect," he said. "They're breathing together." Then silence. When recovered 12 minutes later, his body was intact. His vitals were stable, but he couldn't speak. Not from trauma, from choice. For 6 months, he remained mute, sketching intricate diagrams of spiral luminescent arrangements on the walls of his rehabilitation room. All the spirals closed inward. All were dated. When asked what they meant, he wrote only, "Markers. The end before the break. Minute for the break." Marine seismologists long assumed that light and pressure had no translatable correlation. After all, one is mechanical force, the other is photonic reaction. But a 2022 study from a disbanded Tokyo research group introduced a radical idea that certain marine organisms, particularly bioluminescent ones, respond to seafloor tension the way others respond to temperature or magnetism. They proposed a model called tension translation, the theory that tectonic strain fields generate subtle ionic gradients in the water, altering calcium ion availability in surrounding ecosystems. For most species, the change is meaningless. For Firefly squid, whose bioluminescent displays rely on luciferin-luciferase chemical exchanges, highly sensitive to ion concentration, the effect becomes visual. In short, when the crust tenses, the squid flash. But this doesn't explain the patterns. Patterns suggest memory, recognition, even feedback. One strange line in the unpublished study stood out. A sufficient tension event in the crust may not cause squid to react. It may allow something else to respond through them. The report ended without a conclusion. The lab shut down 4 weeks later. All equipment was seized by private contractors. Bioluminescence has always been studied for its chemistry, rarely for its rhythm, but a fringe group of signal analysts, ex-military sonar technicians turned marine hobbyists, began collecting high frame rate footage of Firefly squid blooms in 4K resolution. They weren't studying the squid themselves, they were isolating the flash intervals. When run through audio synthesis software, the pulses converted to low-register harmonic waveforms, most inaudible to the human ear, but slowed and corrected for spatial overlap. The patterns became musical, a sound somewhere between a heartbeat and a chant. This wasn't randomness. This was measured emission. One sequence played back through underwater speakers led to a strange result. The surrounding squid adjusted their glow in response, but not in sync. In inversion, a mirror rhythm. The squid weren't reacting passively. They were responding deliberately, as though hearing something in their own language reflected incorrectly. The implication was chilling. The light wasn't just noise, it was a code with rules, and when altered, The code rejected the imitation. On May 3, 2021, Firefly Squid failed to appear. No glow crept across the shallows, no flickers beneath the boats. For the first time in recorded history, the spring migration blinked out. Scientists waited through the tide cycles. Fishermen scanned the beaches, but the ocean stayed black. That same night, seismic activity spiked without warning 50 kilometers off the coast. A 6.1 magnitude quake struck at midnight, rupturing minor shelves. No instruments had flagged. Hours later, scattered squid began surfacing, not in bloom but alone, separated, drifting aimlessly. Their light was still visible, but the rhythms were gone. Sporadic, confused. One research diver filmed a solitary squid near the edge of a rock face. It hovered in place for 37 minutes, pulsing a single loop over and over, 3 short bursts, then 1 long. The same pattern Toyama had written in his final log. When the footage was stabilized and enhanced, faint patterns of microfractures became visible in the seafloor behind it. The squid wasn't drifting, it was marking. High-speed underwater footage isn't perfect. It catches what eyes miss. But it also introduces noise, blur, distortion. That's why no one noticed at first. A marine technician named Akari Fujiwara was scrubbing archival footage, frame by frame, assembling a documentary about bioluminescent ecosystems. In one sequence, filmed during a 2019 bloom, she noticed an anomaly. Every 4th or 5th frame, as the squid pulsed in full bloom, a strange void-like shape appeared. Not solid, not material, just absence. A silhouette that seemed to ripple through the light, occluding it from beneath. She flagged the footage and ran motion mapping. The void moved with purpose, always against the current. More footage was reviewed. In each case, the squid blooms subtly curled around the shape, avoiding it while still forming their patterns. The shape had symmetry, proportions that echoed known cephalopods, but on a scale that shouldn't exist. Its outline was clearer in moments when the pulses slowed, like it could only be seen when the squid were quieting. Fujiwara submitted her findings anonymously to the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science. 2 weeks later, the archive servers were inaccessible. The footage was gone. Along the outer islands of the Noto Peninsula, a few villages still keep shrines to the ocean. Most are simple, salt-stained torii gates, and offerings of kelp or fish bones. But one shrine, hidden in a cliff alcove near Shika, bears an inscription that no linguist has translated completely. Local oral tradition refers to it as the waiting coil. When pressed, elders describe it as a symbol of the sea's breath, a spiral of light that forms when the ones who feel the weight begin to sing. Visitors who arrive during the squid season report strange dreams after watching the glowing tides. Dreams of pulsing light, of deep fractures in the sea, of something enormous coiled just out of sight. Some even report hearing rhythmic thuds beneath the water, like a heartbeat slowed to geological time. Anthropologists believe the shrine's spiral matches diagrams of deep-sea bloom formations recently logged by researchers. But no one can explain why a coastal culture, without diving equipment or seismic technology, would encode a pattern only visible from 300 meters below. The ROV Ekamizu 5 was deployed to 480 meters depth along the far edge of the bloom zone in 2023. Equipped with advanced biometric sensors and micro-hydrophone arrays, its mission was to observe the squid's behavior under completely silent conditions. No sonar, no acoustic feedback, no lights, except those from the squid themselves. The results were unprecedented. On the second night, the squid clustered into a lattice, rows and curves perfectly spaced. As the camera hovered, one section of the formation slowly broke apart, and the squid gathered near the ROV lens. The camera recorded pulsing patterns pointed directly into its sensors. Widget sensors. Frame-by-frame review revealed a sequence that repeated every 27 seconds. It wasn't just light, it was structure. An engineer running diagnostics jokingly referred to it as a signal meant to be watched. But after reviewing the sequence dozens of times, The team began noticing headaches, auditory mirages, and subtle vertigo after prolonged exposure. One technician left the project, claiming something was watching back. We were never the ones observing. 4 hours before the March 2020 Toyama tremor, a team stationed on an anchored seismographic buoy recorded a faint bloom along the southern edge of the bay. Initially dismissed as an early migration event, the footage was later examined by a postdoc marine ecologist, who noted an unusual sequence. The squid gathered into a single spiral formation, its diameter shrinking slowly, almost imperceptibly, over 90 minutes. The final size before dispersion precisely matched the fault line's mapped arc. When overlaid onto a 3D model of the crust, the spiral converged directly over the quake's epicenter. The behavior was not reactive. It was predictive. A breath, one slow, deep inhale from the body of the sea itself, pulled inward through light, before the crust gave way. In a strange twist of biology and information, researchers in Chile studying bioluminescent din of flagellates reported pulse events days before their own coastal quake, identical in rhythm to a Toyama Bay squid bloom from the year prior. The patterns weren't just similar, they were nearly identical in timing and structure. The two regions shared no ecosystem, no species, but the light spoke the same language. Theories emerged. Could light patterns carry meaning across oceans? Could the deep sea itself act as a medium, a vast nervous system connecting tremor to tremor, light to light, message to message? If so, the Firefly squid were not isolated anomalies, they were terminals. One last dive was authorized in early 2024. No press, no logs shared, just a black site research vessel, and a single pilot, unnamed, anonymous, with prior experience in neuroresponse mapping. The submersible was equipped with passive cameras and a neural interface designed to detect emotional shifts in the operator. 37 minutes into the descent, the pilot transmitted a single phrase through the neural relay: "It's awake," then light, not from the squid, from beneath them, white, pale, slow. The squid split apart, not in fear, but in reverence. The glow opened like an eye. Then everything shut down. Only the relay signal remained. It blinked once, then stopped. In the remote depths of the South Pacific, a clandestine research vessel documents massive shoals of lanternfish, performing synchronized bioluminescent displays, so intricate they appear choreographed. Classified notes reveal that the team became convinced the fish were responding intelligently to stimuli humans could neither detect nor replicate. A few hundred miles east of the Kermadec Trench, sonar picked up what first appeared to be a thermal bloom. The ship Aurelia V had been charting plankton movements, not lanternfish, and yet what surfaced in the water column below them wasn't nutrient drift, it was light. Thousands of individual bioluminescent signals clustered together into a smooth descending arc, tracing a curve across the continental slope. It was no casual formation. The pattern held, tightened, and then slowly dissolved, as if dispersing deliberately. Acoustic sensors recorded no vocalizations. The current showed no disturbance, but the light had shape, and shape implied intention. Crew members initially dismissed it as coincidence, perhaps the result of converging food streams, but the footage was too precise. The shape mirrored the curvature of a Fibonacci spiral, the golden ratio's ghost rendered in organic light, and moments after it faded, every onboard fish-finding radar blanked simultaneously. Only the light had remained. In that moment, the sea didn't feel empty, it felt organized. A submersible unit, called Kinura-1, was deployed to capture direct footage of the light formations at depth. Descending past 400 meters, the pilot reported movement, not chaotic, not evasive, but spatially elegant. Lanternfish clustered in vertical ribbons, forming narrow corridors of shimmering blue and green that opened and closed around the vessel. Each movement seemed timed, not as reaction to the craft, but as if following something else, a rhythm or instruction. When viewed from a distance, The fish created mirrored formations, with patterns shifting from radial symmetry into interlocking lines. Marine behaviorists, reviewing the footage, could not classify it as schooling. It was more sophisticated, more segmented, and at times appeared to listen to currents the vessel's instruments could not detect. One sequence showed 3 formations rotating in opposite directions, then aligning like gears in motion. The pilot described the experience in his post-dive log. "It felt like I wasn't watching fish, I was inside something thinking." For days afterward, he reported vivid dreams filled with color and spiral-shaped glyphs he could not explain. One sketch from his notebook would later match a subsea current path the team hadn't discovered yet. Somehow, he'd seen it before they mapped it. Across multiple observation nights, the team noticed something inexplicable. During lanternfish activity peaks, internal ship systems experienced minor disruptions, not electrical faults, but frequency drift. Communication relays picked up harmonic overlaps, creating subtle distortions in transmitted audio. The glitches weren't random. One technician discovered that each time the distortion occurred, the fish outside were flashing in a 3-5 pulse ratio. 3 short bursts, then 5 slow glows, looping every 11 seconds. When the crew began broadcasting their own low-frequency pings underwater, something changed. The fish reorganized, the entire school shifted formation, creating a single glowing column directly beneath the vessel. It held for 12 minutes, unmoving, pulsating in direct response to the artificial signal. When the signal ceased, the column collapsed and scattered. Scientists attempted the experiment again, this time varying the frequency. At 17 Hz, a single glowing spiral formed. At 21 Hz, the fish remained still. Only one frequency-generated structure, 19.8 Hz. And according to oceanic frequency data, that exact tone corresponded with natural microsisms generated by distant earthquakes. The fish weren't just reacting to sound, they were recognizing it. In the vessel's lower deck lab, oceanographer Dr. Ellis Morvan began running high-speed imaging tests to determine the sequencing of lanternfish flashes. His team filtered hours of footage through machine learning software, expecting randomness. What emerged, however, resembled syntax. The flashes were grouped into phrases, consistent clusters that repeated only when certain environmental variables aligned: salinity, temperature, lunar angle, but most surprisingly, time. Every night at 3:11 a.m. ship time, a new sequence began, always different, always within the same timing window. The team tried disrupting the routine with artificial light. The fish did not scatter, they changed. The flash clusters inverted, responded, and then returned to baseline exactly 1 minute later. One of the AI analysts said it looked less like a reaction and more like a turn taken in conversation. What language required silence for 23 hours, only to speak in structured light for 1? Dr. Morvan called the phenomenon listening light, not for what it illuminated, but for how it seemed to wait, absorb, and respond. The team stopped disrupting the sequence after a while. There was growing concern that something might be listening back. After the spiral formation incident, water samples were taken from the illuminated zones. What returned was unexpected: elevated traces of dissolved manganese and lithium, not typical for this region of the South Pacific. These elements are often released through hydrothermal venting or tectonic shifts, but there were no vents nearby, and the nearest fault activity was logged over 900 kilometers away. This wasn't upwelling, it was presence. Something had stirred the sediment at depth, gently, precisely, enough to register only in the chemistry. Then came the sonar image. When scanned at a wide radius, the spiral formation left a residual heat signature beneath the seafloor, forming a tunnel-like indentation. It was subtle, faint, but it hadn't been there before. Lanternfish could not have created it. They lacked the mass. The crew was left with 2 possibilities. Either the fish were following something invisible, or they were marking something not yet known. The spiral had weight, And if light was being used as a marker, then something else was meant to find it. On the 7th night of observation, the team decided to disable all active monitoring equipment and drift silently, recording only passively. Without sonar pulses or acoustic interference, the surrounding water became eerily still. For hours there was nothing, no lights, no movement, not even ambient scatter on thermal optics. Then, without transition, the sea beneath the vessel filled with soft pulses. Not random, radial, expanding rings of light from a central invisible point, as though something had sent out a wave from below. Lanternfish didn't gather this time. They emerged. Slowly, one by one, they rose upward from the depths in near-perfect spacing, equidistant like pixels in a forgotten screen. The deck crew watched in absolute silence as these fish began illuminating in sequence, building a latticework of glowing lines that stretched for nearly a mile in every direction. From above, it looked like circuitry. Beneath, it felt like being suspended over thought. One of the biologists, Una Ferrer, whispered that it looked like the floor plan of a cathedral. When playback was analyzed later, the light grid matched certain patterns found in neural network training visualizations, structures designed to process and distribute information. These weren't schools of fish, they were forming systems. The grid formation persisted for 3 hours before fragmenting into bands that began moving parallel to each other. Each band pulsed in identical rhythm, maintaining spacing as if locked in a synchronized current. The problem was, there was no current. Water remained static, no drifts, no pressure changes. The motion was entirely self-directed. Researchers tried to deploy an ROV to observe the bands from within, but the moment it entered the field, the entire formation darkened. It didn't scatter, it shut off. Lights extinguished in precise order from outer ring to center, like a breathing organism, exhaling light. The silence afterward was disorienting. The vessel's own instruments registered brief magnetic anomalies, flickers in the compass bearings, milliseconds of electronic disorientation. Then, just as suddenly, the lanternfish returned, not randomly, in single file, each one pulsing once as it passed beneath the vessel, like a coded goodbye. No explanation was offered. The files were marked anomalous and handed off to a third-party analytics contractor, unaffiliated with the primary research funders. The final note added to the log read, "This is not migration, this is procession." A former military cryptographer named Louis Kahn, working freelance on contract for the vessel's communications team, became obsessed with the recorded light sequences. He spent days translating the pulses into binary, mapping them frame by frame, convinced they would reveal something missed. At first, the data seemed meaningless, long sequences of 1S and 0S with no clear repetition. But when run through his own custom-built pattern detector, he found something strange. The same 12-bit pattern repeated every 19 minutes, hidden among the longer streams. This signature remained consistent across all major light formations. When overlaid against the time-stamped seismic data collected during those same windows, the match was uncanny. The pattern began exactly 19 minutes before every minor tectonic tremor, as though anticipating a rupture before it occurred. Kahn proposed the idea that the lanternfish were reacting not to tremors themselves, but to precursors, imperceptible wave distortions deep within the Earth's crust. He believed they had a sensing capability that bordered on predictive, but deeper than that, he hinted at communication. The same 12-bit code had once appeared in a military signal, intercepted during the Cold War. No one believed him at first. Then someone found the old declassified files. The code was real. The ship's captain, Ishan Darzi, began to grow wary. His role was logistical, not scientific, but weeks of watching the sea perform with intention began wearing on his nerves. He had spent his career commanding research vessels, but this assignment was different. The ocean wasn't behaving, it was responding. On the 14th day, he noticed something none of the researchers had logged. Every night, as the lanternfish glowed, seabirds circling overhead fell silent. Not just quiet, Absolutely still, no movement, no cause, no flight. As though the signal in the water paralyzed not just fish, but something in the air above it. He brought this up during a morning briefing. Most dismissed it as coincidence. One behavioral ecologist, however, took it seriously and launched thermal imaging drones to monitor avian behavior during the next display. What the footage revealed was chilling. Birds in flight mid-glide would freeze in place for moments, drifting like puppets with the strings cut, wings outstretched, motionless. Every freeze corresponded with deep field flashes from the lanternfish, in perfect sync. No cause could be found. Electromagnetic interference was ruled out. Audio distortions were absent. The only thing present was pattern. And patterns, Captain Darcy reminded the crew, aren't passive. In an isolated onboard lab, a neurobiologist named Lyra Solano began studying the effect of the lanternfish's light pulses on human cognitive response. Using non-invasive EEG headbands, she monitored brainwaves of willing crew members while exposing them to sequences recorded at depth. At first, results were inconclusive, but once she introduced the spiral formation footage, the same pattern observed during the initial encounter, something changed. All subjects exposed to more than 10 minutes of the spiral began entering transient hypnagogic states. Brainwave activity slowed into theta ranges, associated with deep meditation, dream onset, and in some cases, altered states of awareness. One test subject described it as being pulled sideways through memory. Another claimed they saw thoughts that weren't theirs. These responses were consistent, reproducible. Eventually, Lyra placed herself into the test protocol. During exposure to the footage, she described a sense of being underwater, but not drowning, more like observing from within another body. She reported hearing low murmurs, like whispers from distant rooms. After the session, she sketched a diagram on the wall, a double helix made not of DNA, but of light pulses and gaps. She called it a signal spine. The logs were locked the next day. No further tests were authorized. Lanternfish are small, unassuming, no larger than a finger, no more threatening than drifting silt. Yet the formations they created grew stranger as observation continued. One night, the crew witnessed what appeared to be a helix, a coiling tower of light that rose vertically from the ocean floor, layer by layer, like something ascending through the water. It remained stable for 12 minutes, gently rotating. When sonar was activated to measure depth, the structure collapsed, not in chaos, but in deliberate uncoiling. It didn't break apart. It withdrew, spiraling downward, vanishing. Acoustic specialists on board noticed that during the helix's existence, ambient sound levels dropped sharply. Ocean noise, which normally fills the deep with background static, disappeared. Even distant whales fell silent. The helix seemed to silence the water itself. An AI-generated model reconstructed the shape, and to the team's astonishment, it matched ancient symbolic structures, patterns found in Tibetan sand mandalas, in pre-Columbian glyphs, and medieval European cathedral vaults. No rational correlation could be drawn. Yet the match was undeniable. The ocean had drawn something sacred, and it had done so with the tiniest, most overlooked of life forms. The final documented light pattern came not from below, but from around, during a rare moonless night, with cloud cover blotting out even starlight. The sea itself began glowing, faint, flickering patches circling the ship in wide arcs. Unlike previous displays, this one was detached from any obvious biological source. No lanternfish were visible. No clustering, just patches of water lighting up, dimming, and reappearing meters away. The effect resembled an inverted sky, constellations rendered on the surface of the sea. Navigation systems went haywire. Compass needles spun, GPS locked. Even clocks on board began to drift out of sync, some ticking faster, others pausing. The ship was no longer a vessel, but a center point of some unknown map being drawn in real time. Crew members stood on deck, unsure whether they were observing something from above or below. One described the sensation as being seen through. Another reported hearing soft musical tones with no clear source, harmonies weaving through the silence, like the breath of an invisible choir. When the lights stopped, the air felt heavier. Something had passed, not through space, but through awareness. A presence. And once gone, the water became simply water again, for a while. Morning brought no comfort. The ship floated above ordinary waters, but no one on board felt that anything had returned to normal. Crew who had witnessed the previous night's surface phenomenon described strange after effects, vivid dreams that bled into waking moments, brief flashes of light behind closed eyes, a persistent sense of being submerged, even while standing dry on deck. Most troubling were the sketches. 3 members, unprompted, began drawing spirals, loops, and interlocking circles with such precision that one marine physicist joked they looked like molecular blueprints. But one sketch in particular raised alarms. A young intern named Emmy drew a radial diagram composed of 13 concentric rings, each marked with equidistant pulses. When fed into a simulation program used for geospatial modeling, the diagram mapped perfectly over the South Pacific Gyre, an area notorious for its emptiness, its silence. No commercial shipping routes, no deep-sea cable networks, no military presence, nothing. Just a slow spiral of forgotten current. Emmy insisted she didn't know what she had drawn. She claimed she had never even heard of the Gyre. When asked where the image came from, she replied, "I don't think it came from anywhere. I think it wanted to be remembered." In the final week of the mission, the research vessel initiated one last passive scan. No pings, no sonar bursts, no signal broadcasting, just drift. The crew hoped to observe the lanternfish in a natural state, unaffected by human presence. What they recorded instead was a disappearance. All known bloom zones, all previous formations, all expected patterns, gone. The water was empty, not lifeless, but waiting. Lanternfish still existed below, verified by heat and faint movement, but they no longer responded. No lights, no motion toward the ship. The field was dark, but something else had changed. One by one, onboard electronics began to log anomalies, not malfunctions, adjustments, clocks correcting themselves to match ship time exactly, pressure gauges rebalancing without calibration. Even the oxygen mix for the dive suits re-optimized itself, aligning with a preset no one had input. The vessel had become internally synced. A systems engineer joked that the ship was learning. But what was more concerning wasn't what had changed, it was the timing. Each calibration occurred exactly 23 minutes after the hour. Every hour, matching the timestamp of the first recorded spiral formation. The lanternfish had gone quiet, but something had remembered the schedule. Departure came quietly. The Aurelia Verde turned from its grid coordinates and returned to port under cloudless skies. Final logs were encrypted and uploaded to secured offshore servers. No press releases, no briefings, just silence. But on the second to last night at sea, a camera left accidentally running on deck captured one final moment. The sea around the vessel lit up again, not in spirals or columns, but in a wide glowing halo that encircled the entire ship. Not lanternfish, just light, blooming from the depths below without visible origin. The glow pulsed 3 times, paused, then again, then was gone. The footage wasn't logged, it wasn't shared, but those who reviewed it privately agreed on one thing. The light had not moved toward the ship, it had remained stationary. The vessel had drifted into it, and for a brief instant, it had been inside something. Whether a structure, a memory, or a message, no one could say. The camera was turned off soon after. The ocean faded back to black, but one final line was added to the captain's personal log. It read, "We didn't find it. It allowed itself to be seen." Hidden beneath Bermuda's coral reefs, glowing fireworms exhibit mesmerizing nightly rituals, illuminating the ocean floor in spectral green and blue lights. Scientists who secretly recorded the worm's bioluminescent behavior discovered previously undocumented group intelligence and startlingly coordinated behavior, raising unsettling questions about the creature's consciousness. Long after the last tourist boat disappears from Bermuda's surface, the reefs below begin to glow. The change is not sudden, not theatrical, but it is precise. Just minutes after sunset, on the third night after a full moon, hundreds of marine fireworms rise from the shadows between coral towers and emit synchronized flashes of green and blue light. For generations, marine biologists believed these flashes were mating signals, instinctive, reproductive, brief. But in 2021, a group of independent researchers set up a series of low-impact cameras across reef shelves no one had surveyed in over a decade. Their goal was simple: record variations in spawning patterns over multiple lunar cycles. What they found unraveled that assumption entirely. In certain zones, the fireworms did not simply rise and flash. They emerged in interlocking spirals. They paused. They rotated. They pulsed in rhythms that repeated not once or twice, but across entire clusters kilometers apart, separated by reefs' currents and depth. The scientists were forced to consider the unthinkable. The worms were not just reproducing, they were communicating. The patterns were too precise, too globally structured, and what was worse, in some recordings, the patterns altered depending on the diver's heartbeat. One of the divers, a woman named Ines Roca, spent her nights reviewing the footage alone in the lower lab of the reef station. She noticed something the others hadn't: a moment, 5 seconds long, where the fireworms' flashes seemed to hesitate every time a diver's oxygen levels spiked. The delay wasn't long, but it was consistent. Ines cross-referenced the timestamps and discovered an exact correlation: 3.1 seconds between diver stress events and the beginning of the next light sequence. She dismissed it at first, a fluke, a data quirk. But over the course of 4 nights, the delay returned, always matching stress, always resetting when the diver's vitals calmed. One night, she dove alone. Her vitals were monitored from the surface. At the moment her pulse spiked, startled by the sudden approach of a stingray, the worms stopped flashing. Not one, all of them. The pause lasted 7 seconds. Then slowly, they resumed. But this time their pattern had changed. What had once been radial spirals became inward-facing loops, as though the reef itself had turned to listen. Ines surfaced trembling. "They knew I was afraid," she said. No one laughed. For months, the team worked under the assumption that the worms were reacting to physical stimuli: vibrations, pressure, light pollution, even faint electromagnetic shifts. But when all external variables were removed, no noise, no divers, no external lights, the worms still changed their patterns. On the 8th recorded night, with the team monitoring remotely from an insulated lab 2 kilometers away, the worms formed a crescent arc across the edge of the reef and pulsed sequentially, tracing the shape 3 full times before stopping. One of the researchers, who had studied symbolic mathematics, noted something disturbing. The spacing of the pulses matched numerical proportions used in lunar orbital models. Specifically, the Moon's perigee cycle, a biological species, flashing out the rhythm of a satellite's gravitational curve, was not something anyone could easily explain. They ran the experiment again, the following month. Same phase, same pattern. "What are they measuring?" one of the team asked, but no one answered. Further footage analysis revealed another strange behavior. The fireworms only displayed full synchronized formations on reef shelves that were previously damaged. In pristine reef zones, their movements were erratic, biologically expected, but where coral had been bleached, where sea urchins had stripped back life, the worms gathered in tight, geometric lines, as though mapping scars. In one zone known as Fault Cove, where a reef collapse had occurred 5 years earlier, the fireworms gathered in a perfect arc, matching the edge of the break. They flashed inward, not upward, as though scanning the damage. Their light shimmered across dead coral, pausing on certain outcroppings, reviewing the footage frame by frame, revealed that they returned to the same outcrops every night, not randomly, not tentatively, but with purpose. It resembled ritual or memory. A marine neurologist from Lisbon, named Salvador Quinas, joined the team for a 2-week consult. His interest lay in distributed neural patterns among low-order life forms. The idea that consciousness might emerge in colonies or systems, not individuals. He watched the fireworm footage in silence, then requested high-resolution time-coded overlays. His conclusion was unsettling. He believed the worms were not responding to one another individually, but behaving like a single layered field of data. Think less like a swarm, he said, and more like a page of braille, but with light. According to his analysis, the fireworms flashed in what he called structured redundancy, repeating certain subsequences across different sections of the reef, mirroring and inverting them like musical themes. The structure was mathematically similar to call and response patterns in classical symphonies. He left quietly on the 15th day. Before boarding his flight, he told one technician, "If this is a language, we've walked into a library in the middle of a sermon." Not long after Quinas left, an ocean tremor struck just east of the Bermuda platform. Minor, almost unnoticeable on surface equipment. But deep below, something shifted. In the hours after the tremor, the fireworms' patterns changed again. Their lights dimmed, narrowed, and clustered tightly into a sigil-like shape. Not spirals this time, but a series of horizontal pulses that resembled lines of code. One of the researchers, fluent in Morse, laughed nervously and said, "It almost looks like it's spelling something." The rest of the team remained silent. Later, back at the lab, the sequence was analyzed. It contained a repeated structure: 5 pulses, 2 gaps, 3 pulses, 1 long flash. Over and over. A marine geologist, reviewing the tremor logs, noted something strange. The tectonic vibration matched the rhythm almost perfectly. 5 waves, followed by a pause, followed by 3 smaller jolts, then a long subsonic resonance. Somehow, the worms had reflected the geological event in light. Within minutes, they felt it coming, someone whispered. But what remained unclear was whether the worms had reacted or translated. The team installed a new sensor array along the reef shelf, low-frequency hydrophones, designed to capture vibrations too subtle for human detection. Over 5 nights, the array picked up faint oscillations from the reef floor that preceded every fireworm emergence. The vibrations were consistent, but not natural. They didn't resemble tremors or current disturbances. They pulsed in rhythm, almost like a countdown. After the 6th vibration, the worms began their ascent, lighting the water column in synchronized sequences. On the 7th night, the array failed, not mechanically, electrically. All sensors died the moment the 6th vibration ended. When rebooted, their log showed a timestamp 11 minutes ahead of reality. Somehow, every device had been time-shifted. The fireworms emerged regardless. This time, the light spiraled upward in a corkscrew, encircling an empty shaft in the water column. A diver who reviewed the footage said it looked like they were outlining something that wasn't there, or something we weren't allowed to see. The hydrophones were removed the next day. The reef fell silent. The worms didn't return for another week. A bioluminescence expert from Reykjavik joined the project after hearing rumors of what the team had captured. Her name was Dr. Katla Eiríksdóttir, and her specialty was light communication among Arctic jellyfish. Upon viewing the fireworm footage, her first reaction was disbelief. This level of precision, it's premeditated. This isn't instinct. She ran color analysis on the glow and discovered subtle hues beyond the human visible spectrum, near-infrared pulses layered beneath the blue-green light. No previous study had documented worms emitting in those frequencies. Using hyperspectral reconstruction, she isolated a new pattern: 3 sets of flashes that, when visualized, resembled waveform data used in early satellite communications. She sent the signal through a spectrogram filter. The result was a rising harmonic, soft, distant, like the echo of a bell underwater. "This isn't mating," she said. "This is a broadcast." That same week, Ines Rocha returned to the reef, but this time she dove with no camera, no lights, no support team, just a depth monitor and a pulse tracker. She entered the water just before dusk, alone. When she surfaced 43 minutes later, she said nothing. Her oxygen levels were normal, her vitals were stable, but she stood on the deck unmoving, dripping in silence. Later, she would write one sentence in her dive log. "I didn't see the worms, I saw the space between them." When pressed, she explained that during her descent, the worms had remained just out of reach, circling in silence. Their lights never pulsed at her. They pulsed inward, toward a central point on the reef floor, a hollow in the coral, an opening she swore hadn't been there before. And in that hollow, she said, there was a shape, not a creature, a pattern, something living, but not alive, something that didn't glow, but reflected the glow around it, like memory. No dive was approved the following night. In a final attempt to record the worms without human interference, the team placed a stationary camera rig 3 meters above the hollow. Ines described, the rig was left untouched for 3 days. On the 4th, it transmitted footage. The worms had returned, hundreds of them, but they did not rise. They encircled the hollow, spiraling tighter and tighter until they became a solid ring of light. And then, for 21 minutes, they pulsed in perfect unison, each flash aligned with the next, like clockwork. The hollow below them began to glow, but not from within, from reflection, as if something beneath the coral was reacting. One frame, frozen during playback, revealed a faint grid pattern within the hollow, not natural, not stone, something closer to circuitry. The light reached its brightest point, then shut off. The ring dissolved, the worms scattered, and the camera feed cut out seconds later. When the team retrieved the rig, its drive had been wiped. Only the frozen frame remained, untouched in a cache file, like a ghost no one meant to save. In the final week of the project, a visiting anthropologist named Dr. Halim Adamu joined the station to cross-reference the fireworm footage with regional folklore. Bermudian oral traditions are rarely written, passed instead from diver to diver, fisherman to fisherman. One story stood out, an old sailor's tale of the reef choir, a name given to the strange lights sometimes seen below the waves during moonless nights. According to the legend, the lights weren't just reflections or fish, they were the dreams of the sea itself, trying to remember the shape of something long buried. Adamu pointed out that the fireworm's spirals matched ancient West African cosmograms, patterns representing cycles of death, rebirth, and communication between worlds. "This isn't a ritual," he said. "It's a memory. The worms aren't creating something, they're replaying it." The idea unsettled the team. What kind of organism replays a memory that doesn't belong to it? At midnight on the final night of the expedition, a storm rolled in, winds lashed the reef, and visibility dropped to 0. No one planned to dive, but the onboard acoustic sensors, left running by accident, picked up something that should have been drowned out by the storm: pulses. Perfect, rhythmic, persistent. The worms were active, in the worst possible conditions. As lightning struck the water, their lights mirrored it, not randomly, but in synchronization. Every flash of lightning from above was matched by a coordinated response below: 2 flashes, then 3, then 5, a Fibonacci sequence in bioluminescence. The storm ended 2 hours later. When the team checked the reef the next morning, all fireworms were gone, but left behind, carved into the silt of the reef floor, were loops, circles, spirals, as though something had moved through the light and dragged its memory into the sand. An encrypted folder was created after the expedition's conclusion. Its name was simple: Concord. Inside were the anomaly logs, field reports, spectral analysis, and one internal memo stamped with no date and no author. The memo described a theory that the fireworms may be part of a larger network, not a species but a node of a biological information system hidden in the ocean's crust. A distributed intelligence, not sentient in any human sense, but capable of storage, reaction, and pattern recognition. The reef, according to the memo, may have functioned like an interface, a medium through which this intelligence could project, replay, or maybe even record light-based thoughts. The worms then were not performing for us. They were syncing with something older, something deeper. The footage was never published. The expedition was officially labeled inconclusive. But 2 months after its conclusion, one of the technicians, Leila Mendez, received a small envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single USB drive containing one clip, 17 seconds long. It showed the reef during a routine scan. The fireworms had returned, but they didn't form spirals or loops. They hovered, absolutely still, pulsing once every 3 seconds. In the center of the reef stood a diver, unmoving, face obscured. But when the image was enhanced, the dive suit number matched one assigned to a researcher who had never returned from a test dive 6 years earlier. No air bubbles, no motion, just presence. The light pulsed again, the footage cut out. There are lights beneath the coral that don't reflect the sun, shapes that flash without instinct, that move without hunger. Fireworms, simple, delicate, ordinary, may not be what they seem, not the messengers, not the signal, perhaps not even alive in the way we understand. Maybe they are filaments, threads in a network, organisms that remember not just how to live, but how to echo, how to reflect pulses from something the ocean hasn't seen in millennia. Maybe when they rise, what we're watching is not biology, it's playback, a record. And maybe when we disturb them, they don't scatter in fear, they simply pause, because something else has begun to listen. In the deep trenches of the Atlantic, a covert scientific mission captures disturbing footage of dragonfish emitting highly coordinated bioluminescent signals. Detailed mission logs suggest the fish were reacting aggressively to the intrusion, utilizing complex luminous patterns as a form of warning or territorial marking far more advanced than ever theorized. Over 6 miles beneath the Atlantic's surface, far beyond where ordinary light dares to reach, a research submersible, labeled Unit Seraph 7, descended along a shelf bordering the Puerto Rico Trench. This mission, officially sanctioned by no one and funded through a network of shell foundations, had a singular objective: capture direct, close-range footage of deep bioluminescent vertebrates in unmonitored territory. At a depth of 10,000 meters, the sub's external cameras began to pick up flashes, sharp, cold blue arcs cutting through the water in rhythmic bursts. The operators initially believed it to be equipment glitch, a feedback loop triggered by pressure or temperature variance. But as the sub adjusted position, the lights reappeared, closer this time, not random, not scattered. They flickered in tight formations, each pulse echoing from a different direction. What emerged moments later defied even the vessel's hardened protocols. A group of abyssal dragonfish, species Idiocanthus atlanticus, drifting slowly in a semicircle around the sub. They hovered at equidistant points, jaws ajar, barbels glowing, but they didn't attack. Instead, they began to flash, bursts of light across their ventral photophores, short, long, short, repeated with near-perfect symmetry across the circle. When footage was reviewed later, it became clear the sequence matched a signal from a maritime communication pattern used in early sonar deterrence protocols. Somehow, the dragonfish were repeating it, not once, but in a loop, and only when the sub's engines powered up. One mission specialist wrote in his log, "It's as if they're not trying to scare us off. They're saying, we remember this." The sub remained stationary for 22 minutes, held in place by vertical thrusters and cautious nerves. All propulsion was shut down, power rerouted to cameras and sensors alone. The dragonfish did not disperse. They orbited, slowly, patiently, never breaching 10 meters. The pattern of their light became more erratic. The longer the vessel held still, short bursts gave way to long glows, shimmering over their flanks, like language too fast to interpret. Occasionally, 2 or 3 would drift close together and flash in mirrored patterns, mimicking and refracting each other's light. It wasn't aggression, it was theatre, a strange formal dance in the dark. Mission operator Elias Dow wrote a note on a physical clipboard rather than log it digitally. They want us to see it. This isn't behavior, it's broadcast. One marine linguist embedded in the control center back at the surface lab later noted that several of the sequences mirrored visual syntax used by cephalopods, patterns denoting territorial defense, yes, but also mating displays and conflict arbitration. These fish were not just repelling the sub, they were performing a ritual response. What unsettled the team most wasn't the dragonfish themselves, it was the fact that their patterns changed depending on where the cameras pointed. When zoomed to wide view, the fish scattered and formed wider arcs. When focused tight, they clustered closer. Someone suggested they were reacting to the lens itself, or worse, recognizing it. Most reports about deep-sea bioluminescence suggest beauty first, then survival second. But dragonfish don't dazzle. They don't dance in spirals or pulse with elegant spirals. They don't illuminate the trench to enchant. They glare. The footage from dive sequence 22A was never aired, but stills from the encounter circulate inside dark folders of organizations that don't admit to studying fear. The frame opens with nothing, just a smear of inked, cold, silent as carbon. Then a flicker, red, sharp, directed straight into the camera lens, like a trigger pulled without sound. 2 glints, side by side, photophores, yes, but not in passive scatter. These flashed in sync with the camera's frame rate, twice per second, then 4, then 8, tracking with the visual system itself, as if attempting to overtake the sensor's ability to record. Behind them, nothing moves, but closer inspection reveals a line of pinpricks, small lights appearing along the length of a body previously hidden in plain black. A second dragonfish, then a third, each one with different timing sequences, not random, calibrated. One with vertical bars, another in chevrons, each emitting distinct geometries, light as warning, light as boundary. The drone responds by adjusting focal length, initiating a soft zoom. What happens next shouldn't be possible. All visible photophores blink off simultaneously, and then, new shapes. Not from the same fish, from the others. Lights reappear, but now on the body of the first, transferred, projected, mapped. It's not camouflage. The body of one is now displaying the pulse geometry of its neighbor. The second's photophores are off, but its patterns persist, on another fish. Lateral communication. Optical mimicry. Or worse, a distributed display system across multiple bodies, operating in harmony. The researchers aboard the primary sub argue briefly about what's being seen, a defensive strategy, collective mimicry. But another theory emerges from a technician monitoring low-frequency electromagnetic interference. She notices a ripple, faint but consistent, every time the light pattern changes, an EM pulse timed exactly with the display transitions. Not enough to trigger alarms, but enough to show transmission. These dragonfish aren't mimicking each other, they're communicating, passing patterns, choosing who displays them, cycling roles. A final pass shows what seems like a ritual, one dragonfish aligning its jaw downward, tail arched like a sine wave, releasing a single downward-facing flash into the sediment. No motion, no movement, just a bloom of red disappearing into the seafloor, like a fuse vanishing into deep glass. Moments later, all lights go out, total blackout. No retreat, no scatter, just gone. For 13 full seconds the screen captures only ambient murk, then without warning, a new flash explodes behind the drone. Not from a dragonfish, from terrain, from the sediment itself, not glowing, echoing, as if the signal had passed through one body, into the ground, and emerged behind the observer, chasing the camera. The feed stutters, a vertical band of red bleeds across the center frame. The final telemetry logs a drop in external water temperature by 0.5 degrees, not from loss of heat, but from absence of motion. No dragonfish remain in frame, but the light keeps pulsing for 3 more cycles. No visible source, just a pattern with no body, a message continuing itself. Final logs retrieved from the sondel contain no spoken words. Audio feed flatlines an hour before system failure, and the last textual input in the ship's interface reads simply, "No response required." What follows is 29 minutes of raw camera feed, initially silent, then gradually overtaken by a slow cascade of light. Not a flare, not a burst. Just a sequence, pulses moving through hundreds of Siphonophore strands, each one arcing through the water like a suspended nerve, faint blue at first, then glowing white, and finally dimming to a soft yellow before blinking out. One by one, these lights perform an almost religious choreography, reciting some internal command with absolute consistency. The scene resembles a Runda ritual more than a survival act. The trench does not flicker, it breathes. Light from the farthest Siphonophore doesn't arrive for several seconds, its signal crawling the vast seafloor distance with an intentional slowness. Once it reaches the central zone, every strand glows in time. Camera timestamp data begins to drift again, an irregularity first dismissed as compression artifact. But when recompiled with reference to satellite time beacons, the footage reveals a staggered frame drop exactly every 15.92 seconds. Each drop coincides with the arrival of a light pulse, not just on one camera. Across all sensors, an analyst reviewing this data writes a single sentence into the incident summary. "We weren't watching a creature, we were watching memory passing between its hemispheres." More data emerges from the signal patterns. Flash intervals follow an 11/8 time signature, a structure present in polyrhythmic systems used for interference-resistant transmission. Siphonophores are not only encoding packets, they are reducing latency. Light pulses slow when redundancy increases. At low density, pulses accelerate. When signals meet, they merge in ways impossible for human-made light, flowing through each other without distortion, like notes harmonizing in water. This is not symbolic communication, this is load balancing. Each zooid functions as both node and rotor, adjusting output to optimize signal clarity. One strand dies mid-transmission, its filament damaged by pressure shear. The signal detours, not instantly, but within seconds, neighboring strands shift geometry, forming a new bridge. The message continues. This is not instinct, this is networked persistence. At timestamp 3 hours 2 minutes and 40 seconds, all pulses stop, not fade, stop. A void opens in the water, not acoustic, just a sensation of emptiness, like the space between two thoughts. No particles move, no currents drift. The sea for a moment becomes a shell, and inside it something listens. One final pulse flashes. Unlike all others, it moves vertically, from a point near the seabed up through the water column. Every camera captures it. A single column of green light, thin as a thread, accelerating upward. At first it seems meaningless, just light escaping into the black. But sensors pick up something far stranger. Pressure changes above, not down current, not weather. A field shift, light continues upward, out of range, and then something echoes downward, not in light, but in gravity. A mass displacement of imperceptible scale, like the water itself flexing. And then without warning, the entire Siphonophore array begins to retract. Thousands of meters of living tissue curl inward, zooid by zooid, light fading, limbs folding, data threads vanishing into their origin. No panic, no speed, just reversal, a withdrawal of signal, as though transmission has ended, as though confirmation has been received. Footage blurs, pressure spikes, telemetry collapses, and then silence. Post-incident review from the only recovered data drive describes the event as the severing of a connection too large to measure. Every pulse, every flicker, every silent glow across the sea floor had not been intended for human eyes. Those lights were not stories, they were instructions, and the moment passed when no more were required. At the deepest floor of the Indian Ocean, where no map reaches and no data buoy remains, pulses still ripple through the dark, too faint to trigger alarms, too wide to trace. Something has learned how to think in light, and how to send thought across ocean floor like a language formed from silence and structure alone. Not a signal for us, not even meant to be seen. Just a network blinking in the dark, remembering the shape of itself. With each passing hour, the team grew less convinced that the dragonfish were simply animals reacting to an anomaly. As Unit Seraph 7 continued transmitting, a previously unrecorded phenomenon emerged. The seabed beneath the sub, flat, featureless, a wasteland of silt, began to flicker faintly. The glow was not light but reflection. Photophores from the dragonfish were bouncing off something just beneath the sediment, a mineral layer, perhaps, or something smoother. The sub adjusted its floodlights slightly, and for one brief moment, the crew saw the outline of what looked like channels, long shallow ridges etched into the floor in parallel lines. The glow of the fish traced over them like fingers across a forgotten script. The lights pulsed again. This time the intensity surged, overwhelming the sub's exterior cameras, causing visual interference and system lag. The dragonfish had tightened their perimeter, now just 6 meters out, all lights off. Then one by one they began to blink on, pulsing not in synchronized rows but in shifting clusters, forming what analysts later called binary bloom patterns. High-speed frame captures showed the bursts forming a sequence, 2 long, 1 short pause. Then the pattern shifted again. Engineers attempted to triangulate the source of the reaction, assuming it was responding to sonar or magnetic emissions from the sub. But nothing lined up. The fish weren't just responding to hardware, they were following behavior, tracking when the crew moved, when they whispered, when their heart rates spiked. The dragonfish pulsed faster when fear was present, as if learning from it. Secret expedition logs from a deep-sea Arctic station document encounters with massive jellyfish-like entities that pulse with an unsettling pale glow. Researchers describe feeling watched by these immense silent creatures, whose rhythmic bioluminescent patterns mirrored their movements in an unexplainable, almost sentient manner. Beneath the vast stillness of the Arctic ice shelf, where no sunlight ever penetrates, and no vessel moves without hesitation, there is a region the naval cartographers call Grid Echo 4, a swath of seafloor charted decades ago, and left untouched ever since. Not because it was unreachable, not because it was unremarkable, but because those who mapped it the first time chose not to return. On modern satellite readouts, it appears as a vague blur, a series of erroneous bathymetric curves smoothed over by topographic software, as though something beneath had bent the data, smudged its own outline from the record. The only reason anyone returned at all was a weather anomaly. A seismic wave passed beneath the ice shelf in February 2022. A pulse with no epicenter, no tectonic precursor, no collapse or landslide to account for it. Just a single soft undulation of pressure, like the ocean taking one long breath inward and exhaling through glacial lungs. The echo from that pulse rattled through an array of abandoned sonar buoys installed in the late 90s. One of them, left dormant near the edge of Grid Echo 4, registered an anomaly, a frequency not belonging to ice, water or rock. A low rising resonance, not vocal, not mechanical, just slow, pacing, waiting. Weeks later, a vessel deployed quietly from a research outpost in Svalbard. It was not a military ship, at least not in name. It bore no flags, no identifiers, just a name painted in weather-worn black across its side, Asphodel North. The crew was sparse, 6 researchers, 2 technicians, and 1 operations commander, whose background was not listed in any civilian database. They were instructed to investigate the signal, log any anomalies, and return without engaging with anything they could not classify. But beneath that cold professionalism ran a much older instinct, curiosity in the face of the unknowable. And when they arrived at the coordinates, silence met them like a wall. Nothing moved. No current drifted beneath the ice. No seabirds followed them. Even the water, when scooped into glass cylinders for analysis, seemed unusually dense, not in salinity or temperature, but in stillness, as though suspended in time. They launched a deep-diving autonomous camera probe, Model TIV, reinforced for polar descent, and rated for 10,000 meters. The probe dropped slowly, coiling cable through the moon-pale surface of the sea, vanishing into ink. For the first 100 meters, the descent was uneventful, just darkness, particulates, a few shy Arctic cod glimmering past. Then at 312 meters, the camera caught something impossible, light, not reflected light, not from the sub, not from the probe, a pulse, soft, blue-white, faint as frost, curling like a fogged breath through the water. It came once, disappeared, then returned. The pulses were evenly spaced, 11 seconds apart, each one blooming for half a second, before vanishing like heat in vacuum. And then just beyond the edge of the camera's range, movement, something massive shifted in the dark. No fins, no flukes, no scales, just folds, translucent veils of tissue drifting in slow motion, undulating with almost mechanical smoothness. It had no shape the eye could immediately pass. It looked like a jellyfish, but wrong, too wide, too slow. Each movement sent small distortions through the water, rippling backward in waves too symmetrical to be accidental. The team watched in stunned silence as the entity emerged into full view, not swimming, not floating, but suspended, hanging like a cathedral lantern in blackness, its bell-shaped body faintly glowing from within. What struck the lead biologist first wasn't its size, though the creature spanned nearly 20 meters across. It wasn't its silence, or its light, or its ghost-like motion. It was its stillness. Every time the camera held steady, the jellyfish matched it. When the probe adjusted, so did the creature, not in reaction, in reflection. As if mimicking the sub's curiosity, the bioluminescence continued. But now it had structure. Thin vertical pulses traced down the inside of its bell, curling slightly at the edges, then vanishing. The same pattern repeated, left side, then right, then both. When charted as waveforms, the pulses formed a repeating sequence, not unlike sonar pings, but silent, non-vibrational. One technician, skeptical of everything except what could be quantified, muttered that the creature was not glowing randomly. He was right. The pulses began to sync with the probe's depth. Every 10 meters, a change in the pattern. At 320 meters, 2 flashes. At 330, 3. The deeper the probe fell, the more complex the sequence became, until finally, at 351 meters, the pulses stopped. The creature remained still, so still in fact, that the team assumed it had departed. But as the probe rotated slightly, sweeping its camera to the left, the view shifted, and revealed a second jellyfish, identical, motionless, hovering at the same depth, but facing the other, and behind it, a third, then a fourth. 7 in total, equidistant, arranged in a circular formation around the probe, not clustered, not schooling, positioned. One of the researchers described it in the log as standing in a cathedral with the walls breathing. The creatures emitted no noise, no physical contact was made, and yet, every crew member described the same sensation in their reports, that they were being watched, not with malice, not with hunger, but with observation, the sense of being measured, weighed, compared against something the jellyfish already knew. The mission commander ordered the probe to hold position. Data continued to stream, slow rotations, microcurrent readings, faint pulses of light echoing through the silt. But then something changed. The camera began to drift upward, ever so slightly, and the jellyfish began to follow, all of them, in perfect sync. The same pulse pattern, the same distance. But now the light was brighter. The bell shapes seemed to glow from within, exposing faint vein-like structures that pulsed slowly, like hearts held in translucent suspension. One researcher noticed that the pulse rate was nearly identical to the average resting heart rate of a human, 72 pulses per minute. A coincidence, maybe. But no one laughed. After 6 minutes of sustained proximity, the camera reached a depth of 295 meters, and the jellyfish stopped, every single one. They retracted slightly, lifted, and vanished upward into the gloom. Gone in less than a minute. The probe continued drifting. Nothing more was seen, not for hours. But when the footage was reviewed frame by frame, something emerged. A faint light ripple, moving through the center of the formation, traveling from jellyfish to jellyfish, like a slow blink, not outward, inward, as though the probe had triggered something, as though the lights had spoken, only once, and then closed. 12 hours after the last contact with the jellyfish cluster, the crew of the Asphodel North remained in a state of suspended decision. No one wanted to say what they were all thinking, that what they had witnessed, what they had recorded, wasn't just a new species or undocumented behavior, it was something else entirely. Some aboard whispered phrases like artificial selection or long-term memory architecture, but even those words felt too clinical, too terrestrial. The data didn't align with any known patterns of swarm behavior, nor did the photophore's glow resemble reproductive cues or neural impulses. The pulse sequences weren't instinctual, they were structured, and structure suggested something no one on board wanted to name: intention. The operations commander, Halverson, issued a directive to remain in the vicinity for another 12 hours. No propulsion, no scans, no interference. The ship would simply drift, watch, wait, record. The ocean accepted their presence with indifference. Hours passed. No light returned. No shadow moved. The abyss beneath the ship remained cold and still. But then at precisely 3:17 a.m., the internal temperature of the subdural lab dropped by 4 degrees, not outside, inside. All environmental seals remained unbroken. The air vents were closed, and yet frost began to form around the rim of the observation glass. On the monitors, the deep sea feed remained blank, until a faint glow reappeared just at the edge of frame. Not a full body, just a curve of light, a thin trailing filament, like the end of a veil. It curled once across the camera, then vanished. Sensors detected no movement, no pressure change, but the spectral reading on the camera jumped, registering wavelengths in the near-infrared, previously undetectable in the water column. A spectrum the human eye cannot see, but which can penetrate tissue and reflect around solid mass. The light returned a second time, closer now, illuminating a small pocket of the seafloor, and then it began again. Pulses. Single, then double, then one long flash, then again reversed. Each pulse cast strange shadows across the trench wall, revealing not rock, but indentations, lines, carvings. Only they weren't carved, they pulsed, barely. Just enough to suggest that the wall was not stone at all, but something else, something living, not in motion, but in memory. The pulses of the jellyfish matched the rhythm of these impressions, as if the creatures weren't producing light at all, but reading it, tracing signals out of the trench itself. The idea spread slowly across the ship, that these jellyfish, these vast silent forms weren't broadcasting, they were listening, responding not to the vessel, not to the humans inside it, but to something embedded in the trench long before either arrived. And then something even more unsettling occurred. At exactly 3:34 a.m., the pulse pattern shifted from triplets to quartets. Short, short, long, long. Short, short, long, long. Over and over. The crew's biometrics, every one of them, began to synchronize heartbeats with the pulses. One after another, their rhythms fell into lockstep with the jellyfish's glow. Fitbit logs, medical sensors, even the ship's synthetic monitoring algorithms noted the overlap. A technician murmured, "It's syncing with us." Nobody responded. The onboard AI, dormant during most of the mission, flagged an anomaly. Pattern detected. Descriptive tag. Entrainment. Not between jellyfish and environment. Between jellyfish and observers. That's when the dreams began. Each member of the team, all 7 on board, reported the same dream upon waking hours later. A light descending through water, an impossible silence. A single pulse that split the world open, and then a presence, never seen, never named, but felt in the bones behind the eyes, just beyond the edges of breath. A presence that did not speak in words or thoughts, but in pressure, in memory, like something older than communication, older than language, and watching through something that wasn't sight. That morning, the pulse pattern stopped. The glow vanished. No movement followed. The trench returned to darkness, and yet the sense remained that the watchers were still near, not curious, not malevolent, but waiting. The researchers reviewed their logs. Timestamps matched perfectly. Each pulse, each movement, each dream phase occurred with precise coordination. They could not determine what had triggered the encounter, only that it had not ended. The last entry in the secondary log was not made by hand. It appeared on the system during routine backup, a single line of text, written in a system shell not programmed for language output. The message read, "Echo received." From the moment the phrase "echo received" appeared on the system shell, everything changed aboard the Asphodel North. Not in dramatic ways, not in the kind of cinematic chaos that sends alarms blaring and lights flickering. The changes were quieter than that, more suffocating for their subtlety. They began with the ship's atmosphere, not the measured readings of temperature or oxygen saturation, but the feeling of air itself. The crew described it. Later, in fragments, the air felt heavier, like breathing through cloth, or like standing in the middle of a room someone else had just left, still saturated with a presence that hadn't fully dissipated. No mechanical error was ever logged. The ship remained fully functional, but the stillness thickened. The second change came in the sound. Beneath the expected creaks and distant murmurs of glacial tension, a new tone emerged, so low it drifted below conscious awareness. The onboard sensors didn't detect it, but the crew began to hear it anyway, or rather feel it, like a low vibration beneath the jaw, a hum behind the teeth. No two people agreed on what it resembled. One likened it to a cello string dragging through ice. Another described it as the rush of wind over metal that no wind could cause. A third simply called it a heartbeat buried in stone. Regardless, the feeling grew stronger over time, cycling in and out like tides. With it came an emotional texture no one could fully explain, a sense of being reviewed. Some among the crew began to dream again. These weren't like the first waves of collective imagery, the descending light, the silence, the unseen presence. These new dreams were spatial, architectural. Crew members reported vivid visions of impossible structures, cathedrals made of liquid glass suspended in blackness, domes that pulsed with color, tunnels that bent at unnatural angles, glowing runes that flickered like breath across walls with no stone. The dreams had no sound, no narrative, but always there was the same presence, not approaching, not retreating, just observing, existing behind a membrane of perception, as if the jellyfish weren't entities, but conduits for something else, something watching through them. On the 6th day after the reappearance of the glow, the ocean itself responded, not with a quake, not with a breach, but with a pressure ripple unlike anything recorded before. The instruments didn't register it as a vibration. They registered absence, a momentary null zone where hydrostatic readings flatlined. Pressure, normally omnipresent in the deep, dropped to 0 for 0.83 seconds. Water didn't vanish. It just forgot itself. And in that pause something passed through the trench. Not a body, not a shape, but a shadow of effect, a consequence with no origin. The jellyfish returned immediately afterward. This time they did not surround the probe. They rose above it. All of them, 11 in total, hovering in a slow spiraling column that stretched upward into the gloom. Their bodies glowed faintly, but the bioluminescent pulses had ceased. Instead they emitted long unbroken beams of pale green light, each one angled inward, as if illuminating a shared central axis. The effect resembled a spotlight formation, but in reverse. The lights focused not on something below, but on something unseen between them. The camera caught the distortion at 410 meters, a ripple in the water, faint, vertical, oscillating without mass. No creature was visible. But the jellyfish held position, their lights trained precisely on that central ripple, like guardians watching a veil parting in space. The researchers had no precedent for this. In all previous documentation of jellyfish behavior, in shallow waters, deep trenches, tropical zones, never had there been a coordinated, still non-reactive formation of this complexity. It violated every established understanding of invertebrate behavior. No communication, no predation, no mating, just presence, coordination, and something even more unnerving: response delay. Every time the ship adjusted its depth, its drift, or its camera position, the jellyfish would respond not instantly, but after a consistent pause of 12 seconds. The delay was perfect, reproducible, measured to the millisecond, as if the creatures weren't acting on reflex, but awaiting confirmation. Confirmation from what? The question rose quietly. Who or what was interpreting their behavior before they acted? When a decision was made to retract the probe and surface, the water reacted again, this time with a pulse. A literal wave of energy moved horizontally through the water column, not in any frequency previously recorded in marine studies, but in a slow push that physically nudged the probe 2 meters west. No turbulence, no surge, just a redirection, a gentle one, a suggestion. The operations commander, Halverson, interpreted it for what it was: a boundary, a polite refusal. The ship would not leave, not yet, and so they stayed. Over the next 2 days, more signals emerged, some visual, some vibrational, all tied to the jellyfish's formation. At one point, the creatures began to rotate slowly in place, each moving counterclockwise while maintaining their position in the spiral. This continued for hours, uninterrupted, unchanging. When plotted using movement software, the paths created spiraling tendrils that, when viewed in time-lapse, resembled petroglyph patterns found in pre-Neolithic cave systems from northern Scandinavia. A coincidence? Likely. But then again, the Arctic shelf had never been considered in terms of cultural inheritance, until now. The final anomaly came not from the jellyfish, but from the ship's timekeeping systems. On the evening of the 9th day, all internal clocks jumped forward exactly 23 minutes and 12 seconds. No explanation was found. No system errors, no solar flare interference. The clocks simply changed. External satellite references corrected the time, but within the ship, the jump remained. Backups showed the logs recorded events that had never happened, camera feeds that had never run, dialogue between crew members that had never been spoken, and yet, there it was, archived in the hard drives, data from a timeline no one remembered living through. The jellyfish dispersed the following morning. No signal, no warning. They vanished in a slow cascade of upward drift, one by one, until the trench was empty again. The probe was retracted, the equipment sealed, the mission declared concluded. But even in the silence that followed, nothing returned to normal. One crew member would later be hospitalized after exhibiting symptoms of intense dissociation, her only verbal expression in the clinic. The light doesn't go off when I close my eyes. Another disappeared entirely from public record 2 months after the mission, his name and files wiped from the Institute's servers. No explanation was provided, no obituary published, and on the research vessel Asphodel North, a new folder appeared on the server drive 3 days after the team returned to port. The folder contained no files, no text, just a symbol, a slow pulsing spiral, blue-green, faint, looping endlessly. When played as an animation, the spiral widened, slowed, then reversed, looping endlessly, awaiting response. The vessel Asphodel North never received its decommissioning order. That detail, though minor on paper, lingered in the margins of the story longer than any of the classified data or unreleased logs. The ship was marked for return, catalogued, and silently omitted from rotation, not reassigned, not scrapped. Just held, docked indefinitely in a frozen harbor beneath a cloudless sky, surrounded by silence and snowdrifts that never seemed to settle on its hull. In the weeks following the crew's return, the data collected from the trench was scrubbed, restructured, and split between multiple institutions: marine institutes, deep learning labs, neural mapping centers, none of them officially connected to one another. Each group received partial footage, without context, without chronology. The data couldn't be used to recreate the full encounter, but fragments leaked, patterns lingered, and across 3 separate labs, the same sentence began to appear, not in emails or memos, but in system error messages and auto-generated log files. Echo not sent. The phrase "when first noticed" was dismissed as a software glitch, a misfiring timestamp, a leftover string from corrupted code. But it didn't stop. In systems completely disconnected from the research expedition, the error appeared again and again, in lab simulations, in raw telemetry, in files that hadn't been accessed in months. Always the same 4 words, always in lowercase, no period, just drift, like a breath stuck between sentences. The implications disturbed the researchers more than they admitted, that something had been expecting a reply, not demanding one, just expecting, and that silence, on its own, may have been a kind of answer. Meanwhile, the surviving crew of the Asphodel North dispersed without ceremony. Some vanished into private contracts, others returned to civilian life with a reluctance that bordered on denial. Commander Halvorsen never released a formal statement, but a technician working at a port in Tromsø claimed she saw him sitting on a bench one morning near the docks, staring at the sea. When approached, he only asked one question: "Do you know the sound light makes when it doesn't leave?" The technician thought it was poetry, but in the mission's black box logs, encoded in a segment labeled Event Response #97, the same question appeared, time-coded 12 minutes before the ship's descent into Grid Echo 4. That entry had been sealed before the dive ever took place. When the last encrypted segment of footage was finally decrypted, months after the initial return, what it showed was not movement, not creatures, not even light. It was static, or at least it seemed to be. A long undulating grey screen, pulsing with barely perceptible waves, like frost breathing across glass. But frame-by-frame analysis revealed micro-adjustments in tone, shifts that, when mapped spatially, formed a shape, a 3-dimensional shape too complex to hold in memory. Analysts compared it to tesseracts, quantum folds, recursive code, but none of it aligned. The shape resisted understanding. Looking at it felt like forgetting a word you had just learned, like remembering a place you had never been. Within that shape, at the heart of the video, was a pulse, not visual, temporal, a delay, 1.4 seconds, repeating every 47 frames. On a subconscious level, most viewers blinked at exactly that interval, not once, repeatedly. The footage seemed to set a rhythm, to impose a breath, as if it wasn't meant to be seen, but worn, like a metronome resting behind the eyes. The final report written about the expedition was brief. It didn't name the creatures. It didn't refer to them as jellyfish. It didn't classify the trench as geologically significant or biologically unique. The entire event was labeled Null Encounter, Deep Event Code, PX Silent. Its conclusion, unsigned, offered only this: the intelligence, if such it is, does not observe in the way we understand. It reflects. It measures our presence in the gaps between movements, the silence between sonar sweeps, the hesitations in our thought before speech. It does not seek contact. It waits for alignment. Neither threat nor invitation, only rhythm. And in that rhythm, a question. The message folder on the Asphodel North was left untouched after the final pulse. The looping spiral was never deleted. The animation continued to run, unnoticed, on an offline machine stored in a warehouse in Kirkenes. The screen stayed on, no keyboard connected, no mouse moved, just a faint, pulsing glow, slowing, spiraling, waiting, not for discovery, not for worship, but for resonance. Because somewhere beneath the Arctic shelf, beyond the range of sonar and memory, something still waits in silence, a creature, or a consciousness, or a memory that never finished forming, casting light into the dark in perfect intervals, and wondering whether this time, something will finally pulse back. In the unlit plains beyond the mid-Atlantic ridge, where the seafloor stretches into plateaus of fine dust and forgotten tectonics, researchers have recently begun observing an inexplicable seasonal phenomenon involving members of the Pelagothuriidae family, deep-sea swimming sea cucumbers, long thought to be slow, passive scavengers. Yet once each decade, across an arc of seafloor spanning nearly 70 kilometers, these gelatinous translucent creatures rise from their sediment hollows and begin to emit a synchronized blue-lavender bioluminescence. The glow is soft, barely registering on standard deep-sea cameras, but when viewed in hyperspectral layers, it forms a vast drifting canopy of living light. Early expedition footage reveals that these creatures do not glow randomly. Their light follows patterns, ribbons, grids, arcs, that mirror magnetic anomalies mapped far beneath the crust. As they drift, their gelatinous bodies pulse in harmony with invisible forces, responding not to current or sound, but to something else entirely. The light isn't just beautiful, it's strategic. A marine telemetry analyst, who reviewed the footage off record, described the bloom as an ancient broadcast, repeating a signal to something we haven't met yet. And in one strange case, an autonomous rover left stationary near a bloom site, returned corrupted footage, with repeating sequences of binary-like pulses, embedded in visual static, matching, almost exactly, early Cold War sonar codes. No predator has ever been seen approaching during the bloom, no scavenger follows. It is as if the entire trench becomes untouchable, holy, or watched. South of the Azores, and west of the mid-Atlantic ridge, there lies a stretch of seabed that cartographers labelled long ago with a name no one uses now, Lumen Field. The name appears only on archived dive maps from the 1970s, etched in hand on pressure-stained mylar. To modern bathymetric databases, the area is just a shapeless band of flat terrain, unbroken by vents or cliffs, a blank plateau smeared in sediment. But for those who have seen it with their own eyes, those few biologists, sonar technicians, and deep current engineers, lucky enough or unlucky enough to witness what it holds, the name has not been forgotten. Because once every decade, sometimes longer, the field lights up. No calendar marks the event, no satellite detects it beforehand. But for reasons that defy predictive modeling, thousands of Pelagothuriidae, elongated, almost translucent sea cucumbers, emerge from the deep sediment, where they typically lie dormant, scattered and solitary, and begin to drift. The movement is not fast, it is not coordinated, not at first. But once the creatures reach 2 meters above the seafloor, they begin to glow, not brightly, not enough to scatter predators or illuminate terrain, just faint pulses, blue, violet, occasionally pale green. The light passes through their gelatinous forms, like the shimmer of moonlight under glass. Most of the creatures are blind. Those that aren't behave the same. They do not rise to feed or mate. They simply ascend pulse and hover. The earliest recorded sighting of the bloom dates to 1969, when a French submarine, conducting deep current flow measurements, captured footage of what it believed was a mass migration of bioluminescent larvae. The footage was grainy. The report classified it as bioactive debris, but the pilot's handwritten notes painted a different picture. Shapes pulsing in rhythm, he wrote. The trench has patterns that don't belong to current or stone. I think I saw the ground answering them. The phenomenon went largely ignored for decades, until a private oceanographic team, operating out of Reykjavik, returned from a 6-week silent mission in 2002, with 4 terabytes of low-light footage. The video, when corrected for color drift and frame delay, revealed something impossible. Pelagothuriidae, gliding in massive concentric spirals, each ring blinking in delayed succession from its neighboring circle. The full field, over 60 kilometers wide, acted like a single mechanism, a living, breathing, radiant system. The lights weren't constant. They followed patterns, 4 short pulses, 1 pause, 2 slow glows, 1 long flash, then dark, over and over. Observers assumed instinct was at play. Perhaps lunar cues filtered through geomagnetic fields, triggering a synchronized response. But the field's depth, 4,200 meters, rendered such explanations unlikely. No lunar cycle reached here. No known predator could be deterred by such delicate signals, and no reproductive behavior had ever been recorded in the species at these depths. By 2011, researchers began to refer to the phenomenon as the bloom. It happened only once in a generation, and never in the same pattern. In some years, the light spiraled inward, in others outward. One year, the entire formation aligned diagonally across the ridge, light pulses bouncing in a line that, when tracked against geological data, matched an underlying subduction boundary 6 kilometers below the crust. When viewed from above in fast forward, the bloom resembled nothing so much as a slow, immense neural discharge, a thought not spoken but rendered in motion. In 2019, an unmanned autonomous rover, Halcyon 3, was lowered into the trench and left stationary for 7 days to record the event. At first, nothing. Then on day 3, the lights began, and for nearly 48 hours, the sea around the rover pulsed gently in widening ellipses. No sea life approached. No scavengers passed through. The creatures pulsed and drifted, forming arching paths that looped and folded back on themselves like cursive letters drawn in slow water. But the strange part wasn't the light, it was the response. On day 5, the rover's onboard signal transmitter began emitting a low-frequency beacon, unprompted. No command had been issued. No algorithm permitted it. The beacon repeated a simple code: 1 long tone, 1 short, pause, 1 long, 2 short, pause. Binary patterns indistinguishable from sonar pings used during NATO naval training exercises in the 1960s. The rover was not equipped with historical playback capacity. The signal had no source file. It simply began. And when it did, the bloom changed. The sea cucumbers, passive, floating, eyeless, reoriented. They turned, not all at once, but in sequence. First those closest to the rover, then the next ring, then the next, until every creature in the visible field was facing the machine, glowing in precise matching intervals. Some pulses reflected off the rover's shell, others refracted through the water in patterns that looked, to analysts, like interference, waves colliding with echoes of themselves. At one point, the creatures formed a ring of alternating dark and light. The ring rotated clockwise, paused, then reversed. The sequence repeated 4 times, and then everything went dark. No creature fled, no signal cut, just darkness. The rover's logs continued to record, but the cameras picked up only black. When the rover was retrieved, and its hard drives analyzed, the last file contained no visual data, just a corrupt stream of binary code. But when decoded using Cold War-era encryption keys, the file opened as a waveform. The waveform, when translated to audio, produced a low sustained tone, followed by what could only be described as harmonic fluctuations, soft, distant sounds like breath caught between choral notes. No words, no voice, but something unmistakably structured, something that gave the sound its own gravity. A linguist who reviewed the file noted that the wave intervals resembled early phoneme structures in proto-human vocalizations, breath lengths used in language before formal syntax. When asked to speculate, she said only, "It's not trying to say something, it's remembering how." The bloom did not return the following year, nor the year after. Most of the Pelagothuriidae, documented near the mid-Atlantic ridge, simply vanished. Not a single confirmed sighting occurred in the region for over 18 months, despite continuous camera sweeps and autonomous glider scans that combed the benthic plain. Some believed the species had migrated. Others quietly suggested something older, dormancy, not of the species, but of the signal. The bloom, they hypothesized, was not an instinct, but an act of recall, not a biological rhythm, but an echo of contact. And the absence that followed wasn't silence. It was waiting. In 2022, a long-range towed sonar array, operated by a commercial mining exploratory team, passed within 6 kilometers of Lumen Field, and recorded something that froze every data analyst who reviewed it. A soft rolling depression, perfectly circular, 30 meters across, etched into the seafloor where the bloom had last been seen. There was no geological explanation, no collapse, no vent activity, just a shallow bowl, ringed by faint bioluminescent residue, and a central channel less than a meter wide that spiraled inward and terminated in a point. To divers, it looked like an impact crater, but the sediment had not been displaced outward. It had been drawn inward, as if something had pulled light and matter into itself, and left a memory behind. More remarkable was the audio log that accompanied the survey. The array had picked up an acoustic anomaly, at 4:32 GMT, lasting 7 seconds and registering just under 20 Hz, barely audible to human ears. When run through a visual spectrogram, the waveform showed what analysts labeled spatial entanglement, not echo, not reverb, but a signal bouncing back on itself in ways that defied underwater acoustics. A closed loop of pressure. Within that loop, smaller oscillations could be seen, soft rhythmic spikes at 0.8-second intervals. When plotted on a temporal map, the spikes aligned perfectly with the creature's previous pulse patterns during the bloom. Whatever had left the depression, whatever had triggered the acoustic loop, had echoed the same rhythm the Pelagothuriidae had shown years prior. At this point, the mystery attracted attention from outside the biological sciences. Cryptographic researchers, quantum communications theorists, even fringe semioticians, who argued the creatures were performing semiotic discharges, using their own forms to convey shape, memory, or language. One linguist proposed that the glowing bodies themselves were the message, that their configuration in space and time was a sentence, or a key, or a question waiting for a match. By the time a joint international research crew returned to the area in mid-2023, the field was still lifeless. But the sediment layers around the depression were unusually warm, layered in fine ridges of silt, as if something large had once shifted through it slowly, then retreated. Camera footage from the new dive showed nothing for the first 72 hours, but on the fourth day, just before midnight, a glow returned, not in a wave, not in clusters, just one. A single Pelagothuriidae, no longer translucent, hovered 2 meters above the central spiral. Its body glowed a dim lavender hue, unlike the blue-green pulses of the earlier bloom. It did not drift, it did not feed, it simply rotated slowly in place, spinning on its vertical axis like a compass needle responding to a field no instrument could detect. Over 22 minutes, the glow intensified. Every 7 seconds, a sharp beam of violet light pulsed downward into the spiral at its base. Each time, the sediment responded, not by shifting, but by illuminating, reflecting the beam in faint echoes that expanded outward like rings in still water. The pulses were not strong enough to stir sand, but the light moved anyway, across the trench in lines, geometric, angular, too clean to be chance. And then, for exactly 4 seconds, everything froze. The creature, the light, even the water itself seemed to still, not drift, not sway, but stop. One researcher watching the feed whispered, "We're inside the pattern now." Then the camera blinked, just once, a brief distortion in the feed, like static underwater. When the image returned, the Pelagothuriidae was gone. But in its place, where the spiral terminated, a new object had appeared. At first it looked like a stone, round, smooth, partially embedded in the trench. But when a submersible arm reached down to retrieve it, the object pulsed once, bright white, then went dark. The manipulator froze. All ship instruments lost calibration. Compass readings spiraled. Internal clocks reset by 42 seconds. The object was never recovered. It was logged as organic anomaly. No one argued, because the moment after contact, the ship's environmental monitoring system issued a warning. Biomimetic inconsistency detected in onboard oxygen supply. It made no sense. There was no contamination, but the phrase repeated 3 times. And then, without input, the system corrected itself. Warning cleared, and the lights returned. Not in the trench, but on the ship's diagnostic display. A pulse, then another. Blue, lavender, green, mimicking the bloom. Slowly from the bottom of the monitor upward, the log recorded the emissions as optical artifacts, glitches. But one technician took a screenshot, and later analyzed the timing. The pulses matched the waveform recorded from the depression 16 months prior, inverted, like a message played backward. And when he mirrored the pattern, and placed it against the original bloom layout, the shapes aligned, perfectly, as if the bloom hadn't just drifted in patterns, but drawn a map, and that map had been activated, by recognition, by memory, or by contact. There are mysteries that arrive like storms, loud, immediate, inescapable, and then there are those that move beneath perception, whispering just beyond the thresholds of attention, building meaning in slow tides. The bloom in the mid-Atlantic trench was one of the latter. Long after the last light faded from the seafloor, and the ship's systems returned to a state of fragile normalcy, the deeper disturbance had only just begun to surface. The researchers aboard the Auger's Lens, a multidisciplinary expedition vessel orbiting the trench since the retrieval attempt, began to report subtle disruptions in their work that at first seemed unrelated. Memory lapses, inverted data logs, power fluctuations that traced no obvious technical cause. But beneath these anomalies pulsed a quieter unease, a suspicion that the bloom had not simply happened once and ended, but had set something in motion, something recursive, something that did not live in time the way they did. It was the geophysicist who noticed the first real pattern. Her name was Eva Santorini, and she'd been studying microseismic rumblings along the fault lines beneath the bloom zone for over 4 years. She wasn't particularly interested in bioluminescence. Her focus was stress modeling, reading the crust like Braille, hunting for early signals of tectonic slippage. But after the encounter with the spiraling depression and the object that refused retrieval, she cross-referenced old sonar sweep data with the bloom intervals. She expected noise, maybe faint resonance. What she found instead chilled her so deeply that she stayed awake for 48 consecutive hours parsing old data by hand. Every recorded bloom going back to the 1970s had been preceded, exactly 17 days earlier, by a specific repeating microquake, identical in signature, always at the same depth, always below the same coordinates. The quake was minor, too small to be felt, even by sensitive instruments, unless one knew where to look. It was not tectonic, not structural, but it was real, and it was timed like a call. The implications tore through the research team. The bloom wasn't merely reacting to environmental changes. It wasn't instinct, or temperature, or breeding. It was a response, a reply to something that preceded it, something unseen. And the fact that the sea cucumbers, the Pelagothuriidae, were the ones carrying that reply made it stranger. These were gelatinous, eyeless scavengers, capable of nothing more, supposedly, than feeding on marine snow and excreting waste as they drifted with deep currents. And yet somehow they were mimicking light patterns, patterns that mirrored seismic pulses, patterns that knew how to return messages. One of the onboard AI neural analysts began feeding old bloom recordings through linguistic emulation models, not in an effort to translate them, but to ask whether their structure could exist within the bounds of something like syntax. At first nothing meaningful emerged. The pulses resembled repeating numeric keys, like Morse code without consonants. But as the AI slowed the playback down to 1/20th speed, and adjusted for variable glow strength as a component of tonal inflection, a new dimension surfaced. The light no longer looked like a blur of pulses. It looked like spacing, intervals forming fields. When visualized in a 3-dimensional plot, the pulses described a grid that was spatially consistent across all known bloom events, even those years apart. The positioning, the gaps, even the color variations, all aligned as though locked into an ancient invisible infrastructure, as if the bloom was not an expression but an activation, an organism taking its place inside a pre-existing architecture, like blood returning to capillaries. And if this grid extended beyond the bloom zone, if it existed at a scale larger than the trench itself, what did that imply? The AI rendered a model of what the bloom would look like if every Pelagothuriid drifted upward by 10 meters while holding position. The shape that emerged in the simulation was not an organic spiral, it was a helix. Not DNA-like, but something closer to a coil, a wave folded around itself. When animated in time, the coil didn't stay in place, it traveled, not laterally, not vertically, but folded inward, like a radio wave descending into a cavity in space. The biologist aboard the vessel refused to accept this. He argued that any appearance of structure was a projection, pattern-seeking behavior in the face of randomness. But even he couldn't explain why. During the bloom, the Pelagothuriidae never collided. Not once. Thousands of drifting bodies, blind, unsteered, never touched, never interrupted one another's paths, and more than that, never strayed from their spacing. At 4:11 on the third week of observation, the trench sent back a message. Not light, not movement, but heat. Sensors embedded in the trench's lower rift zone recorded a spike in ambient temperature localized to a column of sediment 800 meters deep. The temperature increase was minor, only 0.12 degrees Celsius, but it occurred within a sealed mineral pocket that had no exposure to hydrothermal activity. The rise lasted 13 minutes, and then ceased. When researchers overlaid the location of the spike onto old bloom maps, it fell directly beneath the exact midpoint of the spiral left in the sediment. The question no longer was, are the sea cucumbers responding to something? The question became, are they vessels? The next few days blurred. Equipment began to fail, not catastrophically, quietly. Lights flickered in pattern. Pressure valves cycled twice instead of once. Systems reset without warning. But each reset, when examined, bore a commonality. The timing of the failure aligned precisely with the harmonic oscillations recorded during the rover's unauthorized transmission. Those long, slow pulses of what some now called light language. One final incident cemented the fear no one had wanted to voice. A junior technician, new to deep-sea work, unfamiliar with the protocols, walked into the main lab during off hours and triggered a dormant sensor array. The system sprang to life, searching for input. It wasn't connected to the trench anymore, but within seconds the monitor began to display a sequence of pulses, not from the trench, from within the ship. Every electrical system in the room synchronized. Lab lights dimmed and brightened. Laptop power indicators blinked. Even the technician's smartwatch began flashing in cadence. The pulses formed 3 rings of signals, identical to the last recorded configuration of the Pelagothuriid bloom. The lights pulsed once more, then all systems shut off. The technician fled. When the power returned hours later, the ship's internal clock had reset again, not backward, not forward, but to the exact date and time of the original bloom in 1969. No data loss, no corruption, just a displacement, as if something inside the ship had reached back, not to change anything, but to align, to resynchronize, to remember. There are questions in science that do not end with answers. They end with thresholds, not with the closing of a case, but with the crossing of a line, often invisible, beyond which familiar frameworks begin to dissolve. The researchers aboard the Augur's lens did not know exactly when they had passed that line. Perhaps it was when the bloom formed spirals around the crater in perfect silence. Perhaps it was when the retrieved object pulsed once, set the clocks wrong, and refused to be touched again. Or perhaps it was when the data, the pulse sequences, the inverted signals, the synchronized system failures, began to imitate something they could no longer categorize as random or naturally reactive. It was something else now, not just alive, not just intelligent, something designed to reflect understanding without form, a pattern without origin, a question that taught you how to answer it while you watched it unfold. By the time the vessel's rotation brought it back over the trench on its 6th and final pass, the scientific focus had all but fractured. Biologists wanted more samples. Theorists wanted full environmental isolation protocols. Engineers began arguing that the ship should not descend again at all. But the decision was made, not unanimously, but firmly. One last descent, a final low-altitude pass over the spiral depression, cameras active, data collecting. The ship would not touch the seafloor, it would simply observe. This time the bloom did not wait. Before the tethered drone had passed 100 meters, the lights emerged not from the Pelagothuriidae, but from the seafloor itself. Not a glow, not a radiant shimmer, but soft, thin lines of lavender blue arcing across the sediment in overlapping rings. Not random, not flaring, measured, precise, as if something below the seabed was drawing with light through the dust. The sea cucumbers followed moments later, but not in random formation. They did not drift. They rose in coordinated paths, tracing the arcs already sketched across the floor. Each creature hovered above a line of light that matched its body length, as if the script had already been written, and they had only come to read it aloud. The pulses came slower this time, not the sharp flashes from earlier blooms, but long, steady emissions that grew in strength with each repetition. The colors began to shift, pale purples bleeding into faint pinks, then fading again to translucent blue. The scientists had never seen this wavelength pattern before. It did not match any known bioluminescent profile. No known marine chemical compound could produce it, and yet, somehow, the ship's exterior panels began to reflect it, not as light, but as heat. Readings spiked. The ship's lower hull warmed by nearly 2 degrees Celsius in under 30 seconds, and then the sequence stopped. Not faded, stopped. Every light extinguished. Every sea cucumber froze in place. Mid-drift, mid-pulse, mid-motion. A moment of oceanic suspension, as if the water had turned to glass. Then beneath the ship, a shape began to rise, not mechanical, not alive in any biological sense, not composed of anything the instruments could track, just distortion, a shimmer, a warping of the water column, like a heat mirage rising off black asphalt, but underwater and impossibly slow. The shimmer pulsed once, and in that pulse every recording device on the ship blinked offline. For 3.1 seconds, the auger's lens was technologically blind. When the systems returned, the shimmer was gone, so were the Pelagothuriidae. Not a trace remained, no glow, no movement, no sediment disturbance, only the depression remained, and the slowly fading lines of light still etched across the trench floor like afterimages. The ship remained in silent drift for an hour. Then a new anomaly emerged, not outside, but within. One of the internal lab monitors flickered to life. It had not been activated. It had no connected power source, but across its screen, in the low green monochrome of outdated user interface code, a phrase typed itself into the center. This pattern is not yours. And beneath it, a symbol, a spiral, encased in a circle, encased in another spiral. No one touched the screen. No one moved. The symbol pulsed once, then the monitor died. No internal systems recorded the event. No logs stored it. But the researchers, all of them, wrote the same thing in their logs, without comparing notes. It wasn't a warning. It was a statement. Back on land, the data was separated. Every department analyzed fragments. Biologists focused on the creature's physical signatures. Engineers dissected the heat exchange anomalies. Quantum theorists, brought in last, were given the pulsed light footage and asked one question: could this constitute a form of communication? They studied the intervals, the repetitions, the loops, the harmonic interference. They reviewed the spirals and the spectral distortions. Their answer came slowly: not yes, not no, but this. The signal is pre-linguistic. It's not transmitting meaning. It's transmitting structure. It's a framework, not a sentence, an architecture, possibly incomplete, possibly recursive. One analyst put it another way: it's not that they're speaking to us, it's that we were never the intended recipient. Months later, long after the ship was recalled, one of the original mission technicians began experiencing vivid recurring dreams. He described standing on the seafloor, surrounded by drifting bodies of light, not hostile, not even aware of him, just moving, organizing, tracing lines across the dark. But in every dream, a single creature would stop and turn, not physically, but conceptually, its pattern freezing, as though redirecting its entire rhythm toward him. And then a question would emerge, not in voice, not in symbol, but in the spaces between the pulses. Can you hold this? He would wake with that question still echoing, not as words, but as resonance. And each time he tried to write it down, the paper would remain blank. He stopped sleeping. Eventually, he stopped writing altogether. He spoke less, ate less, wandered from town to town, never giving interviews, never mentioning the trench. But in his final email, sent to a colleague just days before his disappearance, he wrote one last line: they weren't answering our questions, they were remembering us. Marine biologists, at a secret station off the coast of Hawaii, record deep-sea comb jellies exhibiting unprecedented synchronized light shows. Logs reveal researchers' growing unease, as these creatures seemingly anticipated equipment placement and timing of observations, hinting at collective awareness previously unknown. The waters off the southern slope of Mauna Loa drop off into the abyss with unsettling immediacy. Less than 4 kilometers from shore, the ocean floor plunges into a black cathedral of pressure and silence, a descent known by local fishermen simply as the Deep Fold. It is one of the least understood underwater regions in the Central Pacific, rarely mapped, frequently avoided. Not because of depth alone, but because of what comes with it: anomalies. Instruments behave strangely here: signal drift, visual distortion, echo returns where no objects should be. Yet for a small, privately funded marine biology station, designated Project Sohana, the fold offered an irresistible temptation. A place unburdened by oversight, a pit of clean slate data, an unknown to almost all, an emerging light phenomenon that was rewriting the assumptions of how life communicates at the bottom of the world. The focus of Project Sohana was the study of deep-sea ctenophores, comb jellies, gelatinous creatures that predate vertebrates, that evolved before true nervous systems, and yet move with exquisite symmetry. Their ciliary rows refract ambient light, like prisms in motion, a constant flowing cascade of iridescent color. Most species emit light passively when disturbed, but in 2021, during a late-night drift camera test at a depth of 4,600 meters, the team captured something different, something deliberate. Initially dismissed as a glitch, the video showed a field of comb jellies, dozens floating at uniform distances from each other in a hemispheric arc. Their bodies pulsed, not at random, but in sequence. One flashed, then the next, tracing an invisible curve through the darkness. When the researchers slowed the footage to 1/10 of real speed, the lights revealed a ripple, a rolling wave of bioluminescence timed down to fractions of a second, and then silence, no movement, no twitching cilia. The display ended the moment the camera shifted focus. Project lead Dr. Hiroka Tenabe reviewed the footage over 200 times. She had never seen such behavior, not in lab specimens, not in wild dives, not in literature. Comb jellies were primitive, unnetworked. They lacked ganglia, much less brains. Their light was mechanical, passive, but this was different. This was coordinated. On the next dive, the team deployed a static recording array, multiple low-light cameras positioned to capture overlapping angles of a suspected aggregation site. The jellies returned within hours. Only this time, they did more than flash. The creatures formed a loose column, rising vertically from the seafloor like ascending spores. At precise intervals, pairs of jellies emitted horizontal pulses toward one another, thin sheets of blue-green light that moved not like glows, but like signals. Some of these pulses overlapped and changed color, others reversed direction halfway. A technician watching the feed in real time whispered that the lights looked like code. Everyone else remained quiet. They had seen it too. Not light by accident, light by intention. For the next 4 hours, the comb jellies pulsed, shifted, repositioned, and glowed in patterns too organized to ignore. By dawn, Dr. Tenabe had flagged the footage as Class Theta, an internal designation for anomalous biological events requiring immediate replication attempts. But the replications failed. For nearly a week, the jellies did not return. Then, without warning, a single specimen appeared, hovering directly in front of the primary camera at 4,200 meters. It drifted in silence. Its rows of cilia shimmered faintly. It glowed once, bright violet, then again slightly longer, then a third time, matching the rhythm of a sound pulse used by the team's sonar mapping routine during the previous dive. The creature was repeating back the signal. A jellyfish with no brain, no ears, no vocal structures, was mimicking sonar. Dr. Tenabe shut off the sonar immediately. The creature blinked twice, then vanished. That same day, a strange error emerged in the lab's internal scheduling software. Camera start times, normally preset to GMT, had all shifted, precisely 5 minutes forward, not in the logs, not in the interface, but in the raw metadata of the recordings, a temporal drift. The change was first assumed to be a malfunction, but when the researchers overlaid the shifted timestamps onto the original ctenophore light displays, something remarkable appeared. The bioluminescent pulses now aligned with equipment deployment intervals, not vaguely, precisely. The jellies had flashed in rhythm with events they should have had no way of knowing were coming, repeatedly, and with uncanny accuracy. It was impossible, or it should have been. The working theory, penned privately in a locked journal by Dr. Tenaby, was that the creatures weren't reacting to the events, they were anticipating them. How? That question haunted the station like a whisper in the steel. On the next dive, a new protocol was introduced: no light. The team disabled all artificial illumination and used passive acoustics only. A camera was lowered into the fold and left for 48 hours. When they recovered the footage, what they saw defied anything previously recorded in biological research. At hour 13, a formation of comb jellies appeared, not in loose clusters, but in a geometric lattice, a hexagonal grid. Each organism, equidistant from the next. They glowed softly, each holding their position. At the center of the lattice, one jelly began to rotate slowly. Its cilia scattered light like clockwork, flickering out a loop of blue-violet bands that, when frame-mapped, resembled waveforms. The waveform matched a known pattern, the internal diagnostics ping used by the recording equipment. The jelly was emitting the machine's own internal rhythm. This was no longer mimicry. This was reflection, recognition. And as the researchers leaned into this idea, the fear began to settle. Because the grid of jellies shifted subtly every time the equipment was turned on or off, their glow adjusted when audio sensors were activated. Their spacing changed based on the depth of the recording cable, before it fully extended. At some point, no one could say exactly when, the researchers stopped asking how the jellies knew. They began asking what they were waiting for. The station received an unmarked inquiry soon after: no return address, no departmental signature, just a single request: send us footage from day 13, hour 16, frame 22794. That frame showed nothing unusual, just a ripple in the water, no creature, no signal, just distortion. But when the image was enhanced, faint lines emerged in the background, not organic, not fluid, lines, like writing, or coordinates, or instructions. After that, the requests became more frequent. Frames, timestamps, not full clips, just fractions. Every single one corresponded to a moment when the jellies had paused, pulsed once, and disappeared. Each was marked a response interval known. The logs began to show their own kind of pulse, a pattern, something beyond research, something echoing back. The deeper the team dove into the mystery of the jellies, the less the phenomena resembled biology, and the more it began to mirror memory, not human memory, but something spatial, cellular, an intelligence that didn't emerge from centralized thinking, but from coordinated light. The station's logbooks, usually dry with procedural language, began to reflect the shift. Entries were no longer written as observations. They read like attempts to narrate a presence, something that wasn't merely seen or recorded, but felt. It crept into the quiet hours, into the way the researchers moved, into the way they spoke of the jellies, not as specimens, but as participants. Hiroka Tenabe walked the lower deck at night. She often paused outside the data relay screen and stared at the signal maps, her lips moving silently. The others began to do the same. Not because they believed they were decoding anything, but because the patterns demanded attention, not by force, but by gravity. You didn't look because you were told to, you looked because something in you had already begun to respond. One of the most troubling shifts came not from the ocean, but from the lab's internal telemetry. Several systems began logging activity before actual inputs were made. Equipment boot logs, time-stamped activation 3 to 5 seconds ahead of the operator's recorded keystrokes. Cameras engaged on their own, but not randomly. Always at the exact moment when comb jellies began their light displays in the trench. As if the system had preemptively captured events not yet triggered, a systems engineer brought in to audit the network configuration found no fault. But he noted something odd. The internal timestamp drift only occurred after proximity to what he called sustained harmonic cycling. In simpler terms, When the jellies performed their longest synchronized pulses, time began to shift, not measurably on clocks, but in the software, in the logs, as if perception was bending, not externally, but within the data itself. The strangest encounter occurred on Dive 24B, a manually piloted excursion, operated by a team diver named Kanoa Mele. Kanoa was no stranger to deep work. He had clocked over 2,000 hours in compression suits across the Indo-Pacific, but something about the fold always made him quiet. The water here didn't feel right. It felt aware, not hostile, not curious, just too silent, as though it were holding something in reserve. During Dive 24B, his task was simple: verify a hydrophone anchor that had transmitted faulty waveforms. He descended without incident. Visibility was low, but within parameters. The trench was calm. Silt drifted slowly past his helmet light, and then he saw them. 3 jellies, hovering less than 5 meters from the hydrophone. They weren't drifting. They weren't reacting. They were facing the anchor. If such things could face, each one emitted a pale greenish-white glow that shimmered across their glassy forms like slow electrical current. Then one by one, they blinked off and back on in perfect sequence. First one, then the second, then the third, then all 3 at once. Kanoa stared. The pattern repeated. Then again, and then impossibly, the anchor light pulsed in the same rhythm. No internal command, no power fluctuation. It simply answered. He called in the anomaly. Control confirmed no output had been issued. The light should have remained steady, but there it was, pulsing gently back at the creatures. The sequence continued for another 90 seconds before all 3 jellies turned and drifted slowly upward, disappearing into the gloom. The hydrophone shut off, permanently, not broken, not damaged, but silent. When retrieved, its logs showed 0 errors, no explanation for the behavior, just a gap, exactly 91 seconds long, where data ceased, and then resumed, mid-sequence, without missing a beat. It was as if the hydrophone had kept recording, but not for them. Kanoa never dove again. He didn't report trauma. He didn't resign. He just stopped responding to requests. He continued to work at the station, but spent most of his time watching archived dive footage, pausing often on frames where no life forms were visible. When asked what he was looking for, he replied, "Not looking, just waiting." I think they said something. The team began to split along belief. Some insisted the jellies were reacting to subtle environmental cues, magnetic resonance, tidal harmonics, perhaps even electromagnetic bleeding from the instruments themselves. But others, particularly those who had spent nights in the observation chamber, argued something deeper. They began to refer to the light events not as displays or sequences, but as alignments. That the jellies were syncing with more than machinery. That they were behaving like living receivers, tuning forks, antennae. On Dive 26, the team launched a probe designed to emit randomized pulses of bioluminescent light, blue, green, red and ultraviolet, across the visible and near-visible spectrum. They expected either avoidance or chaos. Instead, the jellies responded immediately. They surrounded the probe in a loose orbiting chain. Each time the probe emitted a red pulse, one jelly flashed violet. On blue pulses, the jellies dimmed. Green pulses triggered no reaction, and UV, pulses invisible to the human eye, produced the strongest effect. Each jelly emitted a cascade of white-pink light across their entire bodies in response, forming a spiraling wave that cycled outward in a tightening helix. The pattern repeated until the probe shut down. The lead data analyst, a mathematician named Silvio, isolated the helix's geometry, and overlaid it onto a polar graph. The waveform did not align with natural harmonic structures. It matched a beacon signal from a decommissioned Russian undersea array, located 9,000 kilometers away, one thought lost in 1987. When confronted with the implausibility of the match, Silvio simply said, "I don't think it's a response, I think it's retrieval." That word stuck. Retrieval. The jellies weren't reacting, they were recognizing, replaying, remembering. The next few dives were inconclusive. The jellies vanished. The light shows ceased. Only darkness remained. Then in the early hours of the 29th day, something occurred that no one could explain, not even those most committed to skepticism. Every data monitor in the station powered on simultaneously. No command, no user input, just activation. Across the screens, one by one, single-frame sequences of archived Jelly footage played in silence. No sound, no transitions, just bursts of light, cycling rapidly, too fast to process. Then all the screens froze, and for exactly 4 minutes and 13 seconds, the same frame held, one jelly, centered, facing the camera, pulsing white, once, every 2.6 seconds. And when technicians checked the diagnostic logs, they found something buried in the system cache, a cluster of time-stamped anomalies, not in the video files, in the system's own operating parameters. The machine had adjusted itself to match the pulse interval, as if syncing. One final log appeared, written into a blank field that should not have allowed user input. Just 4 words: "We see your lens." The log entries, after the screen event took on a different tone. Gone were the clipped scientific notations and procedural observations. In their place were half-poetic fragments, emotional notations, almost devotional in voice, as if the people documenting the phenomenon had begun to orbit it, like the jellies themselves, circling something they could not name. Dr. Hiroka Tenabe, the one who had first recognized the possibility of intention behind the lights, began referring to the displays as sequences of reverence, not out of awe, but out of obligation. She wrote, "They are not here to display, they are here to echo, to hold space where something used to be, or still is." That phrase unnerved the others, where something used to be, or still is. It lingered on whiteboards long after it was erased, reappeared in conversation, re-emerged as a placeholder during unexplained signal returns. The jellies, when they finally returned on Dive 31, no longer arrived in clusters. They came in mirrored pairs, 2 bodies, facing each other in absolute stillness, drifting like binary stars locked in tidal exchange. No ciliary motion, no drift.
Just presence.
Each pair emitted a slow pulse every 2.6 seconds. The same rhythm. Across the entire field, over 24 such pairs hovered in silence, their glow low and unwavering, as though maintaining something rather than expressing it. When one pair shifted slightly, the others adjusted, not by copying, but by recalibrating, a quiet correction of orientation, like satellites adjusting for gravitational drag. The alignment was too perfect to be biological. It felt architectural. And then came the tremor. Not a quake, not a tectonic event, a resonance. It came not from the seafloor, but from above, somewhere between 400 and 600 meters above the observation point. A vertical pressure wave passed downward through the column, subtle but clear. The jellies didn't react at first, but when the wave crossed the pairs, their lights extinguished, momentarily, as though something had passed between them and broken their cohesion. When they re-illuminated, their positions had changed. The pairs were gone. Each jelly now hovered alone, slowly rotating. Their pulses now came in groups of 4. When plotted, the rhythm no longer matched sonar signals, or camera lens diagnostics, or internal system pings. It matched human breathing. 4 pulses, inhale, exhale, inhale, hold. Then the cycle repeated. The team, stunned, sat in silence. The motion of the jellies, when overlaid against standard human respiratory rhythms in sleep, matched precisely. The tempo, the spacing, the pauses, every detail. The ship's environmental system responded as if synced. Room temperature lowered slightly. The lighting dimmed. One of the cameras in the observation chamber flickered and shut down, despite being disconnected from the external sensor network. What followed was worse. A voice transmission, 4 seconds long, emerging not from the hydrophones, but from within the internal ship comms system, a channel that was sealed, not even connected to the deep-sea gear. The voice was quiet, genderless, like wind through glass, and it spoke 5 words: "You are breathing with us." The message logged itself, time-stamped, but the audio file, when recovered, was empty, not corrupted, Just blank. The waveform recorded a signal. The content recorded nothing. Only the transcript remained, burned into the onboard diagnostics as a test string. It made no sense. No one had sent it, and yet everyone on board remembered hearing it. The next day, all camera equipment failed, not due to mechanical error, but light saturation. The Jellies, now forming a loose spiral that reached 50 meters across, began to pulse faster, brighter. Their ciliary waves broke into a constant cascade of white-blue flashes, too complex to decode, too hypnotic to ignore. When viewed in high speed, the pulses created a kind of strobe, one that formed patterns across the spiral, like shifting glass tiles catching fire. A few researchers could watch no more than 30 seconds before complaining of nausea, of disorientation, of vertigo without movement. One collapsed. Another wept silently, unable to explain why. When the playback was slowed further and color shifted into infrared, the spiral revealed a shape beneath the flicker, not formed by the Jellies, but by absence. A void in the middle of the spiral, circular, silent, impossibly dark. It was not a shadow. It did not move, but the light bent around it, and within that shape, an even fainter glow, something else, almost hidden, pulsing at a different interval, slower than the Jellies, deeper than sonar, humming through the data in such a low tone, it was almost not a tone at all. The AI system flagged it as interference. The human team flagged it as a presence. When the dive log was archived that night, a final anomaly emerged. The software which stored time-stamped footage began saving the files under a new protocol, one that no one had programmed. The naming convention no longer referenced date, dive number or depth. Instead, each file saved under a single name. Hold. No numbers, no metadata, just that word. Dozens of files, each one a slightly different pulse, a slightly different flicker of color or spin, all saved under the same name. And each one contained the same moment, the Jellies turning inward, pulses quieting, bodies dimming, as if preparing, as if gathering themselves for something the station would never be allowed to see. One by one, the Jellies faded, not upward, not downward, just out. No drift, no collapse. Their bodies blinked white, then violet, then nothing, and the water, so full of silent conversation just moments before, fell into an even deeper silence, as if the ocean had taken a breath and decided not to exhale. There are kinds of silence that are louder than collapse, the kind that enters after a pattern is broken, after a rhythm is interrupted, after something that had been building, slow and certain, simply stops. That was the silence left behind after the Jellies vanished. It filled the halls of the Sohana station like water pressing against glass. The team did not speak for nearly an hour, not out of fear, and not from awe, but because every person in the chamber felt, without explanation, that they had interrupted something, that their presence had crossed a line that was not drawn in science or territory, but in time. A moment had arrived, extended an invitation, and been met with an absence of reply. And now, whatever had risen, whatever had watched them, whatever had reached through the Jellies' light into the ship's machines and the researchers' dreams, had decided to retreat. The equipment returned to normal. Systems stabilized, temperatures flattened. The network that had started to self-synchronize with the Jellies' rhythm fell dormant. The operating logs, once flooded with anomalies and strange file names, returned to conventional sequences. All AI-driven behavioral models ceased generating hypotheses. It was as if the entire station exhaled, and yet, in that release, no one felt comfort. The normalcy was too clean, too neat, as though it had been restored on their behalf. Dr. Hiroka Tenabe did not accept this. Over the next 48 hours, she ran full-scale audits across every frame of footage, digging into compressed timestamps, looking for artifacts buried in the intervals between recorded pulses. She examined not the Jellies themselves, but the darkness between them, the spaces where light had almost, but not quite, appeared. In several of the final dives, she isolated a strange distortion, not visual, not acoustic, a kind of compression artifact that didn't behave like anything she'd seen. In the gaps between synchronized flashes, faint geometric patterns flickered into view for less than a millisecond, barely perceptible, unless the footage was slowed to thousands of frames per second. When extracted and composited, the fragments formed a helix-like mesh, not DNA, but something spatial, recursive, a feedback structure, something that only existed while being observed. And that, she realized, was the true center of the phenomenon. The jellies weren't just responding to the equipment. They weren't reacting to sonar or light. They were reacting to attention. In every instance where the lights grew more complex, when the patterns sharpened, when the pulses lengthened, when the lattices formed, the trigger had not been sound or movement, but human awareness. Every escalation occurred when multiple eyes were watching, when the team's attention narrowed into singular focus. The more the researchers watched, the more structured the light became. It was not communication in any traditional sense. It was something older, something primal, recognition. At some point, the creatures had realized they were being seen, and they had begun to perform in reply. But what kind of organism adapts not just to stimulus, but to intent? Not many. But perhaps these weren't organisms in the traditional sense. Perhaps they were mediums, conduits of attention, mirrors that reflect not just light, but the act of perception itself. Jellies have no brain, no centralized neural system, yet in that simplicity may lie their strength. No filter, no ego, just a direct crystalline relay of whatever passes through them. The ocean's oldest transparent tape, and if something else, something not made of flesh, not bound to gravity, wanted to express itself through light, wouldn't a lattice of bioluminescent lenses drifting in synchronicity be the perfect instrument? The idea was never published. Dr. Tenabe never submitted it, but she wrote it in her personal journal, the last entry before she resigned from deep work entirely. They were not the message, they were the screen, and we may have seen only what it let us see. After that, the logs became erratic. Dive records showed brief flickers of light at odd hours, times when no one was observing. Short loops of color caught in peripheral camera feeds. Nothing long enough to confirm, just hints, teasers, as if something were testing the edge of visibility again, searching for attention, waiting to feel eyes on it once more. Then came the final system anomaly. On the 49th day of deployment, every depth sensor connected to the fold recorded the same drop, a vertical displacement of 33 meters, lasting just under a second. Not a current, not an animal, just displacement, like a great shape passing downward too fast to track. No visual feed caught it. But in the moment following that drop, a single jelly was spotted. It hovered near a sensor node, glowing not in blue or green or violet, but in gold, a color never before recorded in any Siphonophore. Its cilia didn't ripple. They flared. Once, then again, then dark. The sensor recorded an audio anomaly in that instant. Not a word, not a phrase, just a frequency barely within the range of hearing. When run through a sonograph, it formed 3 tones, 3 distinct peaks, and when mapped against harmonic intervals, they formed a triad, a major third, a musical chord, the simplest unit of harmony, a building block of song. The jelly vanished, and the fold went silent. No lights returned. No pulses, only the ocean's breath, measured, still, and in the final frame of the last dive, before the station was packed, and the data scrubbed, and the findings buried under layers of scientific indifference, a single flicker appeared, barely a glimmer, a point of gold in the bottom right corner, just bright enough to be noticed, just long enough to be remembered, just enough to remind those who watched it frame by frame that silence does not mean absence. It only means waiting. Confidential research off Australia's coast discovers a previously unknown deep-sea species related to the deadly blue-ringed octopus, capable of mesmerizing luminescent pulses. Scientists studying their behavior report strange neurological effects, raising questions about defensive bioluminescence as a means of hypnotic predation. On the western edge of the Dampier submarine canyon, just past the known migration routes of benthic cephalopods, and beyond the reach of coral reef acoustics, a reef shelf drops abruptly into a trench that few modern vessels have charted. Officially, It is listed in marine archives as depth profile C72b, a silt-heavy region of minor geological activity, largely dismissed by commercial and ecological interests. But within the classified logs of the Tethys Glass expedition, that region bears another name entirely. It is called the Gallery. The name does not come from any visible structure. The seafloor in this part of the world is visually unremarkable: fractured basalt, collapsed sand domes, and an eerie quietness that does not match the aggressive dynamism of other deep marine ecosystems. There is no volcanic activity, no vent spires, but within this silence, something pulses, not constantly, not regularly, but with a kind of memory, light, brief, patterned and strange, has been documented emanating from that canyon floor at irregular intervals over the last 7 years. Always the same spectrum, deep ultramarine with faint violet halos. Always the same location, a tight radius of 2 kilometers, where visibility drops sharply once the lights begin, and always the same shape, a spiral of rotating rings, never more than 8 at a time. The source of the light remained elusive, until a mission dispatched under the guise of a deep sediment coring operation detected movement within the spiral. It was not mechanical, it was alive. The footage, once declassified for internal review, showed what at first appeared to be a species of Hapaloclaina, the blue-ringed octopus, long feared for its paralytic venom, and its sudden dazzling warnings of electric blue flare across the flesh. But this specimen was different, larger, over 30 centimeters across, with elongated arms and a skin texture unlike anything catalogued before, more translucent, almost membranous, like stained glass in motion. And its rings glowed not just in agitation, but in response to proximity. The discovery was met with fascination and deep caution. The original blue-ringed octopus, though minuscule, carries enough venom to kill a human in minutes. Yet this deep-water relative, gliding with unsettling elegance across the sandbanks, showed no signs of aggression, only rhythm. Its rings did not pulse sporadically, or as a singular warning. They moved in sequences, glowing in series from arm to mantle to arm again, like lights rippling across circuitry, not chaotic, not random, timed. The team, which included 2 neurobehavioral specialists, began to notice an effect during video review. Those who watched the octopus footage for extended periods, more than 15 minutes, exhibited measurable neurological changes. Heart rate slowed, peripheral vision narrowed, reaction time decreased. One technician, asked to describe what she saw during a light cycle, could only reply, "It felt like I was being asked a question I couldn't hear." This response was not isolated. 3 others described sensations of floating despite sitting still, of a presence leaning forward just out of frame, of something passing behind their thoughts like a shadow. The footage itself contained no anomalies, no distortions, no subliminal messaging, but the effect persisted. In a controlled environment, the research team projected a 5-minute loop of the octopus's ring patterns onto the walls of a lab module. They invited a sample group of observers, volunteers with no history of epilepsy, neurological disorders, or sensory processing conditions. After 7 minutes, one participant entered a fugue state, unresponsive to stimuli, but maintaining vital signs. Another began to hum, not a melody, just a single tone, E-flat, measured, sustained. He could not explain why. Subsequent neural scans showed unusual patterns of frontal lobe activity, specifically in regions associated with temporal memory and sensory disassociation. It was as if the brain had recognized something in the light, something that didn't belong in language, but lived elsewhere in breath, in silence, in pulse. That's when the recordings began to change. The octopus, once drifting with simple grace, began to respond directly to the submersible's cameras, not to the sound, not to the motion, to the lens itself. In one now classified frame, the creature moved toward the camera and held position, front and center, arms floating symmetrically outward. Then the rings began to flash. 3 sets of 8, rotating in opposing spirals, then one pulse, then none. The light stayed on, solid, blazing. It held for exactly 23 seconds, and in that time, the camera feed distorted, not with static, with shape. The image did not pixelate, it folded, Edges curved inward, corners bulged outward. For a moment the octopus appeared to be not on screen, but behind it, projected through the glass, as though using the monitor itself as a mask. Then the light cut out, the image normalized. But from that point on, all captured footage of the octopus became unstable, not visibly, algorithmically. The data structures began to show recursive strings. Segments of the light pattern were written into the metadata of the files, looping endlessly. Code that could not run, but refused to be deleted. Some called it a glitch. Others whispered the word encoding. As if the light hadn't just affected perception, it had written itself into memory, into file systems, into architecture. By week 3, the team no longer referred to the octopus as a specimen. They called it the mirror, and it was beginning to appear in other places. On the 34th day of observation, a secondary dive module, located several kilometers from the main site, reported a brief encounter with a similar organism, smaller, fewer rings, but identical structure, identical motion, identical behavior. It hovered in front of the observation port, flashing slowly. A researcher stared back. The lights formed a loop, then a break, then a return. The same sequence the original octopus had projected onto the wall of light. Only now, it wasn't on a screen. It was happening in real water, real time. The observer described it in his final log as an invitation. That was the word that showed up again and again in the written accounts. Invitation. But invitation to what? The behavior didn't suggest aggression. It didn't even suggest threat. The creatures never attacked, never startled, never fled. They simply existed, with a confidence and presence that implied ownership of the space, as if the trench belonged not to the ocean, but to the ring, and everything else, including the team, was only passing through. That night, the station received a single error across every internal display, a flicker, one line of text, no source. You've seen it now. Then all systems rebooted. No logs captured the message, but it lived in the eyes of everyone who saw it. There is a limit to how long the human mind can dwell in ambiguity before it starts to fill the silence with story. But at Sable Point Marine Research Station, off the isolated northwest coast of Australia, it wasn't myth that began to creep in. It was familiarity. The blue-ringed octopus variant they had come to call the mirror no longer behaved as an isolated organism. It moved with awareness, with pattern, and most disturbingly, with an escalating precision in its interactions with technology. 3 weeks into the observation phase, the lead systems analyst, Rajbir Rao, began noticing abnormalities in the base's network diagnostic logs. Lines of code with no discernible purpose began appearing in the low-level firmware of their submersible equipment. Lines that contained non-functional strings, mimicking the timestamp signatures of the octopus light patterns. They weren't executable, they weren't malicious, but they were there. They were appearing without prompt, and they were identical to the pulse sequences the octopus had displayed during its longest observed illumination event, right down to the interval spacing and looping structures. It was as if the light patterns had not only imprinted themselves onto the observer's neurology, but had begun migrating into the systems themselves, through recording, playback, digital encoding, as though the octopus's bioluminescence, when viewed, wasn't just seen, it was processed, absorbed, replicated. Tenabe, increasingly disturbed by the implications, made a decision. She shut down the main recording loops and instituted an analog-only protocol, paper logs, manual dive telemetry, redacted data entries. For 72 hours, they went dark, and that's when the octopus returned, not alone. 3 smaller specimens emerged from the reef trench and hovered in tight orbit around the original. Their ring displays glowed in staggered unison, not like separate organisms, but like limbs of a single network. The patterns no longer followed symmetrical pulses. They began showing interference, waves that bounced off one another, collapsing and combining to form new geometries in the water. The team observed spiral loops converging into fractal-like designs, arcs bending into slow-turning hexagons, pulses that accelerated until the eye could no longer distinguish ring from glow. Observers reported dizziness, nausea, and in 2 cases, a complete loss of short-term memory lasting nearly 40 minutes. One diver, before collapsing in the lab hallway, spoke a single sentence: "It's not the light that's hypnotizing, it's the rhythm underneath it." That night, the station's emergency beacon activated, not from inside. From the observation sub, a beacon code repeated itself 12 times across emergency frequencies, one not used since 1989, originating from a Cold War maritime listening post decommissioned decades earlier. The code wasn't an SOS, it wasn't even a distress alert, it was a request. 3 words, translated crudely from the original encryption scheme: confirm sentience threshold. No one on the team sent it. No one could explain how the signal was generated using a protocol that had been stripped from modern firmware generations ago. The octopuses did not flee when the beacon sounded. They pulsed brighter, longer. Their rings lit the canyon like circuitry activating on a wet motherboard, pulsing outward, until even the sand began to shimmer, not from reflection, but as if the seabed itself had begun to glow in sympathy. Tenabe ordered all equipment powered down. They complied, but the glow did not stop. It continued, intermittently, softly, forming loops not just in space but in time. Observers began noticing identical light sequences appearing at exactly the same timestamp each night, 3:07 a.m. local time, without variation. The team did not need to watch the footage to know the pattern. They began dreaming it. Multiple crew members began waking at the same moment each night, clutching notebooks, recording identical descriptions of a single recurring vision, a circular chamber, not man-made, not natural, lit only by pulses that moved across curved walls like fingerprints. In the center, a shape, always shifting, always glowing, always ringed. These were not mere dreams. One neurologist on the team, Dr. Lena Owusu, performed sleep state EEG readings on herself and 2 other affected researchers. The results revealed a strange synchronization, brainwave harmonics aligning to an external frequency that could not be traced to any known infrasound, magnetic source or device malfunction, and each alignment coincided with the onset of REM, despite no known outside triggers. When Tenabe cross-referenced this data with divelog light patterns, a symmetry emerged. The glow sequences from the octopuses were not just embedded in human attention, they were mapping themselves into biological rhythms: sleep, memory, pulse, like something learning how to speak back, not through language, but through alignment. After nearly 40 days of contact, the original octopus, the mirror, returned to the observation window for the final time. It hovered for nearly 10 minutes, then began a new sequence, not pulsing this time, flaring. Each ring flashed not in rotation, but in simultaneous ignition, full-body blazes of electric blue and lavender. The light wasn't beautiful, it was overwhelming. Even through filtered feeds, it bent perception. One camera glitched, another overheated, the third captured the sequence in its entirety. Frame by frame, a pattern emerged. The flares weren't random, they were forming a symbol, not drawn, but conjured. Each ring flare defined an edge, a line, a bend. Over 200 separate pulses later, the shape resolved, a single eye, formed of negative space between the rings, perfectly symmetrical, and then it vanished, not faded, gone. The octopus, the smaller forms, the lights all vanished in less than 1 second. A blink, the reef trench went dark, the instruments steadied, the temperature dropped by 2 degrees, and the crew sat in silence. No further anomalies were recorded, no footage corrupted, no dreams returned. But Tenabe, in her final transmission to the offshore headquarters, wrote a closing note not included in the official report. She wrote, "The creature was not just warning, it was remembering. It showed us its eye, not because it wanted to see us, but because it had already seen something else, and we reminded it of what it lost." After the disappearance of the octopuses, the trench fell into a state of eerie clarity. Not darkness exactly, but a sterile absence of anomaly. No pulses, no flares, no return visits. The water resumed its quiet drift. Sensors that had once buckled under the weight of recursive feedback loops now behaved normally. The data stream settled into conventional rhythms, But those who remained at Sable Point did not feel relief. They felt surveillance. There is a kind of stillness that only arrives when something is watching, but chooses not to move. Tenebi delayed the team's departure. She claimed it was for archival reasons, decontamination of equipment, closure of long-range communications, calibration of backups. But in her private notebook, she admitted the truth. She was waiting for the signal to return, not out of hope, not out of fear, but because some part of her was certain that the octopuses had not concluded anything. They had simply paused. On the 54th day, the signal returned, but not in light. It came through sound, low bandwidth, nearly imperceptible, recorded only by a passive hydrophone left running on low gain. The frequency was just above infrasonic, a rolling 5-second hum followed by silence, then 3 rising tones spaced 2.6 seconds apart. The same rhythm from the visual pulses, but now audible. Tenebi played it in the control room on a loop. The team grew uneasy. Several left the room, not because of what they heard, but because of how it made them feel. As the loop played, people reported feeling phantom movement in their peripheral vision, a flutter of motion that never quite resolved. It wasn't the sound that disturbed them. It was the implication that the octopuses had changed medium, not disappeared, evolved. What had begun as light was now waveform. What had begun as a signal was now memory. And then came the dreams, different from before. These were not visions of alien spaces or incomprehensible symbols. They were of the octopus itself. But in the dream, it was never whole. Each person reported seeing only fragments, an arm curling through an impossible crevice, a single glowing ring suspended in void, a pulsing line of bioluminescent dots sliding across what felt like skin, though too large to belong to any one creature. And in each case, the subject awoke with a lingering impression, not of fear, but of recognition, as though the creature had once been known to them, as though it was not new, just remembered. Dr. Owuzu ran neuro-linguistic memory association tests on each affected individual. The results were not only consistent, they were predictive. Each subject, when presented with abstract visual stimuli, unconsciously recreated the ring structure of the octopus, not intentionally, not even consciously, just through associative sketching. One even drew it in the dirt with their finger, without realizing it. Owuzu's conclusion was chilling. The bioluminescence of the creature had entered mnemonic encoding pathways. Its patterns had not only mimicked communication, they had taken residence in the brain as structural memory, like a dream you didn't have, but could still recall. And then, without warning, the final anomaly occurred. All the station's internal clocks, synced to the world time server and unaffected by earlier glitches, froze for 2.6 seconds. No logs recorded the pause. No error appeared. But every crew member's watch, every wall clock, every digital readout stalled at the exact same moment. 3:07 a.m., the same hour as the original visual bloom, the same timestamp in every looping footage file. Tenebi made a decision. She ordered the dive cameras activated for one final descent. They would go dark, no sonar, no light, just a silent drop into the trench at the coordinates where the octopus had last appeared. The submersible descended. No response, no light, no creatures. But at 4,221 meters, the cameras picked up something unexpected. Carvings, not actual etchings but depressions in the sediment. Rings, 18 of them, arranged in 2 columns of 9, spaced evenly, and each aligned with magnetic north. The team could not explain it. The patterns were too perfect to be natural, yet the seafloor had not been disturbed. No drag marks, no sign of construction, just the impressions. And then the sub picked up motion. One ring, on the far edge, began to glow faintly. Not bioluminescence, thermal. The sediment itself had begun to warm. The temperature rose by exactly 2.6 degrees Celsius, then fell. No organism appeared. But the message was clear. The creature was not gone. It had left its pattern behind, a kind of key, and something had just turned it. The feed cut out seconds later. The sub returned. The station's systems reset, and all logs for the previous 10 minutes were overwritten with null data. Tenebi knew the investigation was over. The incident would be buried. The tapes would be redacted. The data sealed. But the memory, that would remain. Not just in minds, in machines, in light. Because the creature, whatever it truly was, had no interest in being discovered, only in being remembered. By the time the last descent was completed, and the trench fell into darkness once more, there were no longer debates on board the Sable Point research station, no theories, no cross-discipline arguments, no divisions between the skeptics and the believers. There was only the quiet acknowledgement of something that could not be catalogued or contained, something that had arrived in full clarity, lingered long enough to be felt in memory, and then retreated, not because it feared exposure, but because it had completed what it came to do. The decision to decommission the project came swiftly. It did not come from the researchers themselves, but from higher authorities, whose interest in the anomaly extended only so far as it remained observable. Once the octopuses disappeared, and the equipment stabilized, the phenomenon was considered neutralized. But those who had seen it, really seen it, knew that nothing about what had transpired could be measured by presence or absence. The light had gone, yes, but something had been left behind in its wake, something that did not dim when the cameras powered down, or vanish when the cables were reeled in. It lived in the drift of thought between sleep and wakefulness. It moved in the rhythm of breath at the edge of dream, and it nested, uninvited but persistent, in the strange new silence of the equipment, an echo of alignment too perfect to be accidental. Dr. Tenebi remained long after the others departed. She claimed it was to finalize the logs and ensure that sensitive drives were destroyed in accordance with ethical protocol. But what she was really doing, as her handwritten notes later revealed, was listening. Every night, just after 3 a.m, she would return to the observation bay alone and sit in the dark, headphones resting beside the hydrophone feed, screens powered down, eyes closed. She no longer expected the creature to return, not in body, not in light, but she believed, with a certainty she refused to explain, that the rhythm remained active in the water, not a signal, not a call, but a structure of attention, a presence whose method of communication had never been about visibility or sound, but about pattern, about resonance, about holding presence in a space just wide enough to be noticed, and just faint enough to be misclassified as a dream. On the final night, the hydrophone recorded a single sequence that would later be erased during the drive wipe. But before that happened, Tenebi transcribed it by hand. It was not a voice, not even a true sound, just a pulse, repeating every 2.6 seconds, for nearly 14 minutes. No frequency variation, no amplitude shift, just an unwavering interval. But in the space between each pulse, she wrote a word, not one she heard, exactly, but one she felt rise in her mind at the exact moment of each gap. Wait, 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 remember, wait, align, remember, breathe, wait, wait, align. When the final pulse faded, she closed the notebook, packed it into a vacuum-sealed archive pouch, and left it inside the storage bay of the decompression chamber, an area not scanned or searched by departing personnel. She walked out of the station before dawn, and never returned. The rest of the team was scattered, some reassigned, some discharged, some moved quietly into projects that didn't require explanation, but none of them spoke publicly, not one. Even those who had little memory of the incident still hesitated when asked about their time near the trench. They would grow quiet, their gaze would drift, and when the subject turned to other matters, they would return, but never fully, as though something remained suspended behind their thoughts. A waiting signal, a pattern unclosed. Years later, when a routine geological mapping satellite passed over the same coordinates, an anomaly was recorded, not in light or heat, but in reflection. At 4,200 meters, an invisible distortion skewed the sonar ping, bending the signal not outward, but inward. It folded, once, then reversed. The report classified it as a thermal layer disruption, a mirage. But one technician isolated the distortion curve, mapped it against legacy data, and found a match. The sonar echo mimicked the octopus ring pattern from the 34th day of the expedition, down to the spacing between pulses. The likelihood of coincidence was calculated at less than 1 in 10 million. The anomaly was not investigated further. The sea was silent. The files were marked dormant, and yet something remains in that trench. Not a creature, perhaps, not a species, but a memory structure, a lightless archive, a rhythm preserved in the geometry of ocean current and pressure folds, a record that does not exist to be seen, but to be responded to, a ring pattern that no longer shines, but still holds the shape of what once passed through it, not hostile, not divine, not alive, in any way we understand, but present, waiting, and in the deep where sight and sound are luxuries and memory lives in current, that is more than enough. In the deep Mediterranean, elusive creatures, known as sea sapphires, vanish, and reappear by manipulating their bioluminescent properties. Secretive experiments aiming to understand their disappearing acts suggest disturbing possibilities. These creatures may use their light to alter perception itself, potentially for purposes beyond simple camouflage. The Sapphirina genus, known colloquially as sea sapphires, has long been a biological anomaly. Most copepods, small crustaceans, common in both freshwater and marine ecosystems, are noted for their abundance, not for their mystery. But sea sapphires are different. They exist in only scattered parts of the world's oceans, most commonly in temperate to warm currents, and have been catalogued across the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic basins. Yet it is the deep Mediterranean populations, found at depths between 400 and 1,100 meters, that have drawn unusual attention from private marine research consortia in the past decade, not because of their rarity, but because of their ability to disappear. Disappearance in the biological world is not new. Cephalopods use chromatophores to mimic their surroundings. Fish species bend light using oil-layered skin and scale orientation. But sea sapphires exhibit a different mechanism altogether. They do not vanish by blending into background light. They do not fade gradually. They appear, shimmer with iridescence, then vanish completely from view, instantly and completely. There is no shimmer trail, no blur, just absence. The mechanism behind this vanishing act is not biological pigmentation. Sea sapphires owe their phenomenon to a lattice of microscopic crystal plates embedded in their exoskeleton, arranged in hexagonal layers spaced by tens of nanometers. These layers reflect specific wavelengths of light via constructive interference. Depending on the angle of the observer and the creature's own body orientation, these plates can amplify or cancel specific wavelengths. When aligned optimally, the reflected light creates a brilliant iridescent sheen, usually sapphire blue or violet. When misaligned, or rather tuned to destructive interference, they reflect nothing. To the human eye, the copod is simply gone. This phenomenon is referred to as angular structural coloration. In basic terms, the creature's body acts as a microscopic diffraction engine. The reflected light is not pigment-based, but physically structured. What makes the Mediterranean specimens remarkable is that they seem to control the structure in real time. While most copods operate passively, changing reflection through body angle or movement, the specimens recorded by the clandestine Aegean program appear to adjust internal spacing actively, suggesting a form of cytoskeletal control over the interference geometry. The implications are substantial. If true, this would make sea sapphires one of the only known organisms to use real-time dynamic photonic cloaking, not for surface camouflage, but for total directional occlusion. In other words, they are not blending in. They are redirecting light away from observers altogether. The first detailed recordings were obtained using modified side-scatter lidar at 890 meters depth near the Matapan Trench. A specimen cluster approximately 6-10 individuals in size was observed for 12 minutes, during which each copod exhibited synchronous disappearance events. The pattern was not random. Each disappearance lasted between 2.2 and 2.7 seconds, followed by a simultaneous reappearance and coordinated swim pulse. The lidar signature showed light being diffracted not backward into the water column, but laterally. suggesting that the creatures were actively controlling where their absence was being projected. In effect, the sea sapphires weren't becoming invisible, they were shifting their visibility to a direction not aligned with the observer. This form of directed occlusion had never been observed before in naturally occurring optics. Attempts to capture the animals failed. All trawled specimens lost their structural alignment upon death. The crystal layers collapse, moisture content redistributes, and the characteristic iridescence vanishes. The structure, not the substance, is responsible for the effect. It cannot be preserved. Subsequent live tank observations proved equally problematic. Mediterranean sea sapphires did not reproduce well in captivity. They showed signs of acute stress when exposed to overhead lighting, and often clustered near darkened corners of observation tanks, refusing to swim or eat when in line of sight with human observers. One experiment attempted to simulate deep-sea pressure and ambient bioluminescent conditions, using layered diffusion filters. Under these conditions, the copepods resumed active behavior, and once again exhibited disappearance patterns. But an anomaly was recorded during this phase. 2 researchers reported missing seconds of time. Data logs showed continuous footage. Environmental controls were stable. The tank did not change, but a 3-second interval during which the copepods vanished was experienced differently by each researcher. One described seeing a ripple that bent the tank glass. The other had no memory of that time at all, recalling only the moment before and after. These observations were dismissed as stress responses, but EEG readings taken during the session revealed low-frequency brainwave entrainment in both subjects during the interval. Their neural rhythms temporarily synchronized at 4.88, the theta range typically associated with deep meditation or early REM sleep. The readings were logged, flagged, and eventually redacted. A hypothesis began to circulate quietly that the sea sapphire's disappearance event was not only optical, that at specific wavelengths and durations, the interference pattern they created did not just mask their body, but altered the light entering the observer's eye. Or further, that it altered the way the brain processed that light. Not invisibility, not cloaking, but perceptual interference. This is not entirely speculative. In 2017, a team at Tsukuba University demonstrated that rapid oscillations of certain fractal light patterns could induce temporary blind spots in peripheral vision by oversaturating visual cortex response cycles. The Mediterranean sea sapphires, with their angular chromatic pulses, may operate on a similar principle. Their synchronized disappearances are not simply physical reorientations, but carefully timed interruptions of sensory integration. This would explain the EEG entrainment. It would explain the delay in reaction among observers, and it would explain why, despite multiple angles and multispectral scans, there has never been a confirmed image of a sea sapphire during disappearance that shows where the body goes. Because it doesn't go anywhere, the information simply stops being processed. A more disturbing possibility, recorded in one restricted Aegean program file, suggests the copepods may not only interfere with vision, but with attention itself. That their ring lattice bursts create a field effect, not electrical, but perceptual, that shifts cognitive prioritization away from the visual stream altogether. Not a physical disappearance, a neurological omission. If true, this would mean the sea sapphire possesses the first known naturally occurring optical metacognitive camouflage. An evolutionary adaptation not to hide from predators, but to remove itself from possibility. It wouldn't just not be seen. It would not be considered, not included, not known, and within that omission, between the act of looking and the experience of seeing lies something no database or lens can track, a living absence, and no record of how long it's been doing this. The recordings from the Matapan Trench were not the first time marine researchers encountered unexplained gaps in data surrounding sea sapphire activity, but they were the first time those gaps were statistically unignorable. Over a 6-week observational cycle, instruments aboard the privately funded vessel, Ionius Delta, consistently failed to log complete telemetry during the exact periods that field notes recorded visual contact with large sapphire blooms. Most logs showed intact beginnings and endings, time and date, stamps aligned. but across dozens of digital entries, the visual, acoustic, and electromagnetic data fields from the core moments of Sapphire activity were blank, not corrupted, not dropped, blank, as if those seconds had not occurred. The most compelling incident took place on Dive 44A, where a deep capture drone passed within 15 meters of an active Sapphire cluster. Visual identification confirmed roughly 23 specimens in a loose spherical distribution. The drone initiated standard triangulation and deployed microscanner sweeps designed to measure fine-scale exoskeletal reflectance spectra. All functions executed normally, but when the drone was recovered, its memory contained only 2 frames of footage, one from 10 seconds before the cluster approached, and one from just after it disappeared. In between, a clean gap. Metadata showed uninterrupted recording, battery logs were consistent, and yet the time-coded interval was absent of light, sound, or signal. Technicians initially assumed an equipment malfunction, until the same event occurred again, under different conditions, using a second drone from an entirely different manufacturer. After cross-referencing with crew sensor logs, the anomaly became clearer. Human observers aboard Ionius Delta reported no blackouts, no interference, and no visual disturbance. In fact, most reported feeling an unusual sense of calm during the missing periods. A junior technician wrote in her field journal, "Everything went smooth and silver. It was like the water stopped thinking." Another described looking at something beautiful, and then forgetting I had ever seen it. At this point, project analysts developed a working term for the phenomenon, active nulling. Unlike traditional camouflage, which blocks light or bends it around a surface, nulling refers to a theoretical mechanism where light reaches the observer but is excluded from conscious processing. It is a concept borrowed from cognitive neurobiology, often used to describe the brain's suppression of predictable or non-prioritized stimuli. A ticking clock fades from perception, a repetitive sound becomes background. The idea now proposed was that sea sapphires might have evolved not just the capacity to refract light, but to exploit the thresholds of attention. According to preliminary models, this would be achieved through oscillatory interference entrainment. The body of the sea sapphire, lined with its nanoscale crystal arrays, emits flashes of structured light at precise angles and intervals. These sequences, when aligned with certain brainwave frequencies, particularly in the low theta or high alpha ranges, could theoretically induce brief periods of cortical downregulation in the visual system. During these intervals, incoming visual data would technically be received by the retina, but excluded from higher-order processing. The viewer would not be blind, they would simply not notice. To test the theory, the project team developed a playback module that could replicate the recorded interference pulse patterns from earlier encounters, using controlled video loops in a lab setting. Subjects were shown 10-second clips alternating between high-contrast underwater footage and deep-sea sapphire sequences. Despite there being no subliminal content, a statistically significant number of test subjects failed to recall seeing the sapphire sequences at all, even after multiple viewings. More concerning was the discovery that when looped too many times, the playback module began interfering with the lab's own system logs. Metadata from unrelated files began mirroring the pulse intervals. Even after the video software was closed, timestamps and file names began organizing themselves in repeating structures, not corrupted, not randomized, structured. This led to an internal moratorium. All digital replication of sea sapphire interference loops was prohibited. A print-only documentation strategy was adopted, and observational dives returned to analog-only visual records, direct line-of-sight observation through deep-rated acrylic portholes, no cameras. What followed during the first analog dive surprised even the skeptics. Observers recorded the sea sapphires appearing in columns rather than clusters, a vertical spiral of flashing points stretching nearly 30 meters high. The spacing was precise. Each sapphire maintained equidistant formation from the one above and below it, and again, the pulsing wasn't random. It followed what appeared to be a slow vertical phase shift, like a wave climbing upward against gravity. Over a 7-minute observation period, The formation rotated as one. Multiple observers independently described the movement as structured, not organic, and compared it to a signal tower scanning a horizon. No predator or competitor species approached the sapphires during this time. In fact, local echolocation activity from known deep-sea dolphin populations ceased entirely for the duration of the formation. Passive sonar logs revealed a distinct acoustic vacuum, no chirps, no pings, no ambient clicking, an absence, as though the trench had been temporarily excluded from the wider ecosystem. This lent strength to the growing suspicion that the sapphire's luminous behavior was not defensive, not merely for camouflage, and not for mating, as earlier theories had proposed. The pulses, sequences, and orientation patterns were not behaving like evolutionary adaptations. They followed repeatable structures that responded to observation. One example came from Dive 47C, in which the lead observer documented a ring of 10 sapphires orbiting a point of darkness, an empty space, not filled by water turbulence or silt, just blank. The copepods formed an equidistant loop around the point and pulsed outward, then inward, as if mapping a boundary, a radial scan. This behavior repeated 6 times, then all 10 disappeared simultaneously. When mapped onto a Cartesian grid, the pulses formed overlapping arcs consistent with interference calibration arrays, the kind used in sonar null steering or multi-beam wave cancellation. The creatures weren't just reacting to observation, they were adjusting the perceptual environment. Sea sapphires, in this deeper Mediterranean population, may not just manipulate visibility, they may control perceptual availability itself, not by emitting light, but by constructing intervals where observation itself is briefly suspended, not from the eye, but from the mind. Further research was halted following a temporary data lockout during the attempted digitization of new analog dive reports. The logs were recovered, but the server rebooted with a final system message, new objects detected during visual window. The observers, however, disagreed. They had seen the sapphires, clearly, they just couldn't prove it anymore. Following the analog-only observation phase, the Aegean program's focus narrowed from classification to interpretation. There was no longer any doubt within the team that the Mediterranean sea sapphires were engaging in behavior not explainable by standard evolutionary frameworks. The question shifted from what the copepods were doing to why. Why was a microscopic marine organism exhibiting optical rhythms that affected equipment, synchronized with observer perception, and generated blank intervals across unrelated sensor arrays? A new hypothesis emerged, one that did not invoke intelligence in the traditional sense, but hinted at something structurally similar. The concept, borrowed from systems neuroscience, was distributed predictive inhibition. In complex biological systems, perception is not merely passive reception of data, but an active suppression of predicted information. The brain filters the world, not to remove distractions, but to reduce redundancy. You don't notice you're blinking, you don't hear your own heartbeat, and in certain states, fatigue, sensory overstimulation, or neurological trauma, this filtering can misfire, rendering you unaware of things in plain view. The copepods, it was proposed, were exploiting this filter, not by chance, but by rhythm. If the pulse frequency of their ring lattice structures aligned with a brain's predictive cadence, then the observer's visual systems might preemptively suppress the signal before conscious recognition could occur. In other words, the creatures didn't vanish. The mind learned, within milliseconds, to not see them. A review of earlier dives confirmed that visual suppression occurred more often in subjects with higher cognitive workloads, divers managing sonar readouts, scientists monitoring telemetry, anyone whose attention was already overtaxed. In contrast, low-stimulus observers, those engaged only with direct visual tracking, experienced the least data loss. This wasn't a mechanical flaw, it was a feature of the brain, hijacked by biological geometry. In one particularly telling dive, an external biologist, unfamiliar with the working theory, and brought in to review tank footage, reported seeing nothing but a flicker of chromatic haze, and then a static void. When the same footage was shown to her inverted negative light format, she gasped. Embedded in the absence was a spiral of pulse signatures she hadn't noticed the first time. The pulses were not just reflections, they were constructs, each gap, each blink, each quiet shimmer, creating the illusion of stillness, while actually encoding timing. This changed everything. If the sea sapphire's patterns were constructs, they could contain meaning, not language, but structure, like the rhythm of a signal, or the spacing of radar pulses. The kind of structure that, when repeated at the right intervals, could train the brain to ignore or accept anything that fit the pattern. Which raised a deeper concern. How long had the creatures been doing this? Were the Mediterranean specimens unique, or had they been present, unnoticed, in other parts of the world, always disappearing just before recognition? Archived footage from 1998, taken during a plankton survey off the coast of Algeria, was reanalyzed using modern edge detection software. In 3 frames previously thought empty, pulse signatures matching the Matapan bloom were discovered. More startlingly, the exact same formation, a double spiral with overlapping lobes, was found in footage from 2003 in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Same depth, same duration, same disappearance. That consistency pointed to something more than survival. It pointed to memory. No migration path could explain such repetition across decades, unless the formation itself was a retained behavioral pattern, an expression not of instinct, but of a kind of embedded design. Whether it was ancestral, environmental, or something else, no one could say. What became unavoidable, however, was the conclusion that the copods were not simply interacting with light, but modulating visibility as a dynamic variable, and not only biological visibility, cognitive salience. They were managing attention. During the final set of dives, this theory was tested more aggressively. Observers were instructed to monitor the sapphire formations, while subjected to varied background noise, white noise, pink noise, low-frequency oscillation. The idea was to disrupt predictive filtering and create attentional dissonance. The results were astonishing. Under pink noise conditions, the copods failed to disappear entirely. Their pulse sequence was visible, barely, but continuously, for over 18 seconds, a record duration. The observers described the experience as painfully bright, cognitively wrong, and like seeing something too symmetrical to exist. The shimmering light bent at angles the brain could not reconcile, giving rise to a perceptual artifact, often referred to in optical theory as non-Euclidean blink inversion, where the mind generates multiple plausible interpretations for a visual field, and flips between them too quickly to stabilize. The brain, in essence, refused to commit to having seen the creature at all, yet when the footage was later analyzed, the pulses were clear. The ring spacing matched prior dive patterns, and beneath the visible interference field, a pattern emerged that had never been detected before. Each time the copods vanished, the background signal gain, across all sensor bands, rose by 0.001 decibels. That value is imperceptible, insignificant in isolation, but when stacked across 183 consecutive pulses, it formed a ramp, a gain pattern, as if each disappearance was not static, but cumulative. The implication was deeply unsettling. The creatures were not just hiding, they were accumulating something in the process. Not mass, not energy, but signal. Researchers speculated whether the light was part of a loop, a closed circuit where disappearance functioned as signal storage, and synchronized reappearance was release. A kind of rhythmic cache, like data queued for processing. If true, then each bloom wasn't just an event, it was an execution, a completion of a previously built process. But for what? That question remained unanswered. The final observation, made by a technician during decommissioning, was never entered into the official logs. She claimed that as she looked down through the glass at the water far below the vessel, she saw a single sapphire flash, not from the side, from directly beneath, a vertical pulse. Pure blue, fixed, non-rotating, a targeting alignment, a gaze, or simply a memory returning its echo. She turned to alert a colleague. When she looked back, the light was gone, and her digital watch had reset to 0. When the Aegean program's final Mediterranean survey was quietly closed, most of its personnel reassigned, and the observation modules mothballed and sealed in secure coastal warehouses, there was a tacit understanding that the sea sapphire phenomenon was not to be pursued further. Not because it lacked scientific value, on the contrary, its implications were more profound than anything the team had previously encountered, but because what was being observed did not yield to control, and more disturbingly, did not remain confined to observational space. The last logged data from Dive 51, conducted during twilight hours, under cloud-filtered surface light, revealed a final deviation in copepod behavior. This was not an increase in light intensity or pulse frequency, it was structural. The sapphires no longer clustered in spirals or columns. They no longer hovered or scattered in reaction to light. Instead, they gathered into planes, flat sheets of light, less than 2 centimeters thick, but extending across visible distances of several meters. These formations pulsed not individually but collectively, emitting what appeared to be a continuous ripple of refracted interference patterns. These weren't static, they rippled diagonally, slow enough to be tracked frame by frame, but too complex to be translated into simple mathematical ratios. Attempts to graph the phase angles produced no consistent formula. They appeared to oscillate between coherent signal and spatial noise, like encrypted data halfway through a transmission. One analyst noted that the ripple pattern, when slowed and overlaid onto the previous year's sonar anomalies, formed near-perfect inverses, peaks where troughs had been, null zones where signals had once spiked. It was as if the sapphires weren't emitting light anymore, they were cancelling it. Like silencing an echo that had not yet occurred. In closed-door meetings following the dive, it was suggested that the copepods were no longer simply modulating visibility for camouflage. They were constructing visual gates, zones where the normal continuity of perception, time and measurement could be rewritten. That word, gates, was never formally published, but it remained in the handwritten logs of the 3 researchers, who refused to erase their notes when ordered to wipe all personal data. The most telling of these notes came from Dr. Elena Madarik, a quantum photonics specialist, who had joined the project only weeks before its suspension. Her background was not in biology, but in waveform convergence and optical stability in chaotic systems. She was brought in to analyze the mathematical behavior of the light cascades. Her assessment was concise. The system isn't random, it's recursive. It corrects itself in real time. The creature doesn't just bend visibility, it stabilizes the instability created by the act of looking. In other words, the more you tried to see it, the more it adjusted to ensure what was seen remained incomplete. Her final experiment, run without institutional approval, was simple in design and catastrophic in interpretation. She synchronized 3 analog signal processors with slow-scan photomultiplier tubes, and pointed them at the sapphire field using a narrow aperture spectrometer. Her intention was to capture the phase discontinuities during a known disappearance interval. Instead, what she recorded was a recursive flash, 3 overlapping light loops forming a continuous feedback arc that had no temporal signature. Each frame contained light from the previous and the next. No start, no end. When she reversed the footage, the signal remained unchanged. When she scrambled the sequence, it self-corrected. The pulse was time invariant. The only comparable structure was a mathematical object known as a strange attractor, a looped path through a multi-dimensional system that never intersects itself but never diverges either. A stable orbit around an unstable center. She wrote in her notebook, "I don't think the sapphires vanish. I think they fall out of sequence with us. Not out of space, but out of now." That notebook was confiscated the next morning. The project was dissolved 2 days later, and the trench, once monitored around the clock, was abandoned. But traces remained. In the weeks following the shutdown, unrelated vessels reported sonar distortions in the region, short-lived, too brief for triangulation. On one occasion, an underwater drone operated by an Italian research group lost its navigation lock for exactly 2.6 seconds while passing over the original Bloom coordinates. No environmental anomaly was recorded, but when its internal logs were recovered, Every coordinate log during that interval formed a perfect circle. This was dismissed as a software bug, but the engineers could not replicate it, nor could they explain the secondary effect. One camera captured a brief shimmer in the upper right corner of the visual feed, a geometric wave of faint blue-green ripple, moving against current direction. It was later described as looking like sunlight through a window underwater, except there was no sun and no surface. Then, all equipment reset, and the shimmer never appeared again. The incident was filed under optical interference, but it matched the previous year's pattern from the Sapphire field. Since then, no further observations have been sanctioned. Publicly, the sea sapphires remain an enigmatic but understood class of copod, beautiful in motion, structurally complex but biologically mundane. A footnote in deep marine biodiversity textbooks. Privately, among those who still remember the Matapan anomalies, they remain something else. A memory of light that does not decay with time. A signal that does not require confirmation. A mechanism that does not transmit data, but removes the need for it. And in the depths of the Mediterranean, in a trench that appears unremarkable to every scan, there are still moments, perhaps only seconds, perhaps less, when instruments lose sync, when cameras blink, and when divers look down into the blue and come back unable to explain what they didn't see, not because they were blind, but because something had already adjusted them. A classified series of dives in the Pacific's midnight zone captures footage of vampire squids emitting bioluminescent pulses in deliberate patterns. Notes from marine cryptologists suggest these cephalopods use their intricate displays to communicate complex messages, possibly in response to environmental disturbances or threats. The first recorded pulse came during a routine descent along the eastern slope of the Tonga Trench, where pressure readings were being gathered for a benthic sediment displacement study. The submersible, unmanned and outfitted with dual-spectrum optical sensors, had not been calibrated to detect bioluminescent emissions in structured patterns. It was designed for geology, not biology. Yet 3,200 meters beneath the surface, in a region of the midnight zone that had not been surveyed in over a decade, the feed began picking up low-frequency light pulses, brief, symmetrical, and isolated from background scatter. At first, analysts attributed the flicker to a feedback loop from the internal stabilizer relays, a common glitch caused by deep-sea thermocline fluctuation. But when the footage was reviewed in real time back at the monitoring center in Nuku'alofa, a silhouette emerged from the darkness, just beyond the light scatter. Vampiroteuthis infernalis, the vampire squid. Not unusual in itself, these elusive creatures are common in low oxygen zones and known for occasional bioluminescent flourishes as a means of passive deterrence. But what followed was not defense, it was structure. The squid hovered, tentacles curled in its signature umbrella formation, and began emitting light from its photophores in rotating pairs, each flash traveling from the tips of its arms up through the veil of its body, in symmetrical loops. The display wasn't chaotic, it was sequenced. 5 pulses, pause, then 3. A deliberate division of signal blocks, recorded at 2.38-second intervals. The precision was unmistakable. Each pulse held identical duration and luminance, despite minor fluctuations in ambient water conditions. The source of the light was its lateral arm-tip photophores, organs long known to mimic strobe flashes when threatened. But the sequence did not resemble the erratic flickering of a fleeing animal. It resembled something closer to an echo test, a scan, a prelude. Researchers on the encryption analysis team, a small division originally tasked with identifying signal overlap from deep-sea cables, cross-referenced the pulsing interval with digital communication protocols, and flagged a near match to chirped frequency sweeps used in short-range encryption handshakes. In essence, the squid was emitting a biological rhythm that mirrored signal negotiation pulses used in human technology. The idea was initially dismissed as convergence, an evolutionary coincidence, but then a second pattern emerged in the same footage, several minutes after the first display. The squid, having vanished from the frame for a short interval, returned with a variation, a short triad of pulses followed by a single long-duration flare, then a spiral rotation of dim flashes forming a tight clockwise loop. When isolated and slowed, The spiral matched the visual signature of phase-modulated binary encoding, specifically, a 2-bit acknowledgement cycle. This could no longer be interpreted as reflex. The creature was adjusting the format of its light in response to something. Whether internal or environmental, the shift was too significant to ignore. But who was it signaling? In subsequent dives across 3 weeks, new patterns were recorded by deep-roaming tetherless drones deployed in regions with known Vampiroteuthis populations. The footage was clear. These were not isolated displays. Each instance followed the same general arc: initial pulse sequences, modulation, and then full-body flashes in geometrically consistent fields. The squid adjusted its orientation relative to terrain and current, always flashing sideways, never upward. The light never traveled toward the surface. It was being aimed. In one instance, 2 vampire squids appeared simultaneously on opposite ends of the frame, neither within range of the other's visual line of sight, yet their flashes were timed to mirror one another, alternately pulsing at staggered intervals before vanishing in tandem. Cryptographers, brought in to study the sequences, identified 3 repeating structures in over half the recordings: ascending triads, binary doubles, and harmonic arcs. These matched the foundational structures of classical error correction codes, the simplest versions of self-validating signal loops, designed to allow a transmission to confirm its own integrity. None of this was conclusive, of course. Squid have complex neural patterns. Cephalopods are known for unorthodox behavior, and bioluminescent signaling in shallow species is widespread. But vampire squid are detritivores. They do not hunt. They do not engage in complex mating displays. They are solitary and conservative in energy use. A pattern this exact, repeated across distance and time, could not be dismissed as spontaneous. It bore the characteristics not just of intent, but of protocol. Things grew stranger with Dive 23, a manned mission launched during a rare low-current window in the Buffer Pelagic Zone, southeast of the Marshall Islands. During a 20-minute observation period, a specimen was tracked gliding along a canyon ledge at 3,800 meters. The submersible maintained distance, capturing high-resolution footage with passive optics. Without provocation, the squid turned toward the vessel and began emitting a double-ring flash pattern, encircling its mantle with slow-moving pulses. 4 rings, pause, then 3, then 4 again. The display looped exactly 6 times before stopping. Audio logs from the cabin recorded no movement, no system errors, no unexpected interactions, yet both crew members reported a physical sensation they described as heaviness, an internal compression similar to descending too quickly in unpressurized flight. The sensation faded after 20 seconds. The footage remained unremarkable to the casual observer, but upon frame mapping, analysts discovered that the light pulses formed overlapping concentric bands that, when traced spatially rather than temporally, resolved into symmetrical node clusters, hexagons nested within hexagons. Optical analysts recognized the pattern instantly. It was a structure often generated in radar bounce modeling, known as a phase mask. The squid had not just been emitting light, it had been shaping it in 3-dimensional alignment, using motionless water as its canvas, a kind of beacon that only resolved when the pulses were viewed as a spatial set. When adjusted for distortion, the spatial node map pointed west, not randomly, directly toward the site of a previous sonar burst logged 5 hours earlier by a passing research vessel. The squid had aligned its output in perfect geometric response to that disturbance, 5 hours later, 20 nautical miles away. The event at the Marshall Slope changed the tone of the investigation entirely. Until that point, the light sequences had been interpreted as defensive, territorial, or perhaps intraspecies signaling, at most a byproduct of environmental pressure or biological reflex. But this was the first time the spatial geometry of the pulses had been mapped with terrestrial echoes. The alignment wasn't suggestive, it was intentional. The phase mask reconstructed from the squid's pulses did not merely point in the general direction of prior human acoustic interference. It matched the known radiation cone of the sonar burst, used by the passing vessel, angle for angle, duration for duration, as if the squid had seen the pattern in the water, preserved it internally, and then projected it back out, not upward, not as warning, but laterally, directed into the open dark, a reflection aimed at something unseen. A third vampire squid joined the registry 2 nights later, captured by a wide-angle trawler drone, working under low-light passive surveillance near the Palau Basin. This squid exhibited behavior never before seen. It curled one of its longest trailing filaments around itself in a loose spiral, while its body remained motionless, emitting no light at all. Then slowly, a soft pulse began to build from the tip of the filament inward, spiraling up through the coil like an electric current, following a copper wire. The movement was too smooth for a reflex arc, too consistent for environmental disturbance. When the pulse reached the squid's body, it did not flare outward, it stopped. Then the sequence reversed, like a recorded signal played backwards, collapsing itself, unspooling its own memory. Frame-by-frame decomposition of the video showed each segment of the filament's pulse train formed perfect Fibonacci intervals in both timing and spacing. That structure was not new to marine biology. It appears in growth patterns of shells, distribution of petals, spacing of spiral galaxies. But this was not form, this was function. The creature was emitting the spiral, in motion, in time. The only analogous phenomenon, documented anywhere in natural optics, had been found in high-coherence lasers, structured by programmable diffractive mirrors, technology decades beyond anything biological. And yet the squid had built the sequence internally, executed it with no assistance, and then absorbed it again. A pulse emitted, archived, retracted. When the footage was slowed to 1/10 of its original speed, an even more perplexing detail emerged. At the moment the pulse reversed, a separate, barely detectable shimmer passed across the lower right quadrant of the screen. Not a squid, not light, just distortion, like heat over asphalt, bending reality by a fraction. The instruments recorded no change in water temperature, no seismic activity. The shimmer had not come from the squid, but it had appeared at the exact moment the squid's pulse train reversed course. A coincidence, possibly, but in cryptographic models, reverse pulse signatures are typically used to establish termination flags, the end of a valid message. That shimmer, some theorized, was the message being received. Subsequent dives attempted to provoke the behavior using sonar pulses of varying intensity, temperature changes, and timed bursts of synthetic light, structured to mimic the observed pulse sequences. None of them worked. The vampire squid did not respond to the mimicry. It did not recognize what was being shown. But when one dive team introduced an interrupted light loop, mimicking the Fibonacci spiral, but terminating the final pulse prematurely, the squid turned and emitted its own sequence. This one was different from all others. It began with a dim violet flare, moved quickly into 7 short green bursts, then faded into darkness for 12 seconds before a final white spiral erupted from the mantle outward, this time extending past the arm tips, casting light directly into the camera lens. The display was dazzling, not for its intensity, but for its architecture. The spiral mapped mathematically as a logarithmic curve, precise, expanding, but bounded by limit values on both ends. It was a growth curve, a model of feedback, and within that spiral, encoded in the spacing of pulses, was a temporal anomaly. The light pulses were speeding up at an exponential rate, but only within the visual field. The actual timestamps of the video remained linear. The light wasn't moving faster, it was bending time perception by altering pulse spacing without changing physical intervals. It created the illusion of acceleration while obeying the laws of physics. The message was clear. The squid wasn't just responding to incomplete signal, it was correcting for misunderstanding. That spiral became the basis of a closed classified briefing distributed across 5 marine cryptology teams. It was labeled not biological behavior, but acoustic light interpretation anomaly. From that point on, the vampire squid's light displays were no longer referred to as signals. They were called packets, and what began as observational biology evolved into a low-profile exploratory protocol across several trench systems in the Pacific. Dive 37 was the most disturbing. The camera drone descended into the Mariana Forearc, a slope known for geochemical seeps an unusually quiet biological activity. The squid appeared near the 3,900-meter mark, alone, almost as if waiting. It approached the drone slowly, hovered in the lens field, and emitted no light. Then the camera feed cut, just for a second. On return, the squid was gone, but the internal sensor logs showed an 8-digit code, written into the frame headers of the video, 07061945. The code was not generated by any onboard software. It was not inserted by operators. The string format matched none of the normal diagnostic tags, but it was unmistakably a date, July 6, 1945. No one in the room said anything, but one technician, fluent in naval history, quietly pulled up the chart of U.S. submarine movements in the Pacific during the last days of World War II. A sonar test had been run by a deep-diving recon submarine in that exact zone. A full bandwidth sweep, deployed from a classified prototype, meant to map trench topology under the cover of combat silence. The signal had not been used again, not once, not since that day, but the vampire squid had stored it, mirrored it, recalled it, and used it as a timestamp. What else, then, had they been holding on to? The final transmission from the Mariana deployment was not a signal, but a silence so complete it generated debate. Following the coded frame, 07061945, no more squid were seen for 8 consecutive dives. Lights were operational, bait levels remained consistent, water temperatures fell within tolerance, and yet, the water itself felt different. Sensors didn't report errors, but they did report absence, a lack of biological scatter, a narrowing of ambient planktonic motion, and most tellingly, the acoustic environment flatlined. No creaks of tectonic movement, no bubble seepage, just null data. Some scientists blamed the gear, but the logs showed everything functioning at peak fidelity. The problem wasn't that sound couldn't be heard, it was that nothing was making any. The ocean, by every measurement, had stopped speaking. Then on dive 45, the final light sequence appeared. It happened slowly, just a glimmer in the right side of the viewing field. At first it resembled the flares that had been dismissed weeks earlier as geological faults, photonic scatter bouncing off particulate clouds. But then it resolved, a circular band, not of one squid, but many, 17, if the count holds. A perfect ring of vampire squids, suspended in the water column at near identical depth, arms inward, photophores unlit. For nearly 5 minutes, they simply drifted, forming a wheel in the dark. Then, without cue, the light began, not flashing, not pulsing, rolling. Each squid initiated a light stream from its leftmost arm, spiraling counterclockwise around its own mantle before passing the stream to the next squid. A relay of light, continuous, uninterrupted, like electricity arcing across a living circuit. The pattern repeated 6 times, and then stopped. One by one, each squid turned outward, away from the circle, and extinguished all light. That moment, to those who watched it live, felt like closure. But the data was still recording, and that's when the deeper anomaly began. The sensors did not go dark, they began logging a frequency, the faintest signal, one that would normally be drowned out by environmental noise. Except there was no noise. This was not a vibration, not a hum, it was a subacoustic pattern, a mathematical curve in the phase delay of the returning sonar. A wobble, subtle, too symmetrical to be tectonic. It repeated every 33.9 seconds. When overlaid with the light relay's internal timing from the 17 squids, the intervals matched. Not the pulses, but the gap. Each light transition had created a minor disruption in return signature, not visible to the naked eye, but measurable in sonar data. That curve, plotted over time, formed a glyph. The glyph was untranslatable. It bore no resemblance to human writing, but its geometric balance was undeniable. 7 loops, 1 break, 4 mirrored arms. It looked like a keyhole seen through rotating glass. Cryptographers from naval intelligence, brought in without official designation, compared the symbol to encryption sigils, markers used to denote decryption frames in analog cryptographic systems. If the squid were mimicking such forms, they were doing so with intelligence that accorded on communication, or something altogether older, But what came next shattered the internal debate entirely. An hour after the relay ended, the dive vessel itself recorded a transmission, not from the Squid, not from the trench, from its own systems, a signal burst embedded inside a power stabilization log. No external antenna no internal code was meant to generate or store that format. But there it was, a 34 kilobyte data fragment, with no source attribution. Inside it, rows of repeating characters, separated by precise gaps, and one header line in plain text, replied. At first, the data was treated as malware, an infiltration, but upon inspection, it carried no execution thread, no destructive payload, no external call. The file, when broken into hexadecimal structure, formed a rhythmic binary string, more light than code, more pattern than message. Someone, or something, had received the light, had seen the relay, and had used the ship's own systems to say yes. None of this was shared outside the project. A report was written, yes, but not for publication, not for conference. It was sealed, and the Mariana Zone was quietly withdrawn from research grants for the following year, under the pretense of geopolitical interference and equipment fatigue. But those who had seen the footage, those who had watched the circle of squids light themselves into a mechanism, never forgot what they'd seen, nor what the data had quietly replied. Replied to what, exactly, was never confirmed. Some believed the squids were reaching for something across the trench, others believed they were echoing something from long before modern sensors were capable of listening. But the most persistent theory came from a researcher who had remained silent throughout the investigation, only speaking once at the final debriefing. She simply said, "We didn't trigger the message, we just happened to arrive when it was due to be delivered." The final deployment into the Midnight Zone was not planned. The window had closed, the project had been marked complete, the vessel redirected, the submersibles docked, and the final tapes scrubbed of identifiers. But the data kept pulling, not by force, but by the quiet shape of a question left half answered. The vampire squid did not require interpretation anymore. It had shown what it was capable of: structured light, recursive signaling, mirror relay geometry, and pattern retention measured in decades. What remained now was not to ask what it was doing, but to follow where the signals led. And so, after silence held for 22 days, a final, unofficial descent was authorized. One submersible, no announcements, no full crew, just a small rig dropped into the Kermadec Trench, programmed to sit motionless at 4,100 meters and record for 30 hours without emitting a single artificial pulse. No lights, no sonar, only passive lens. If the squid responded, it would be on their terms. Nothing happened for the first 17 hours. Then, without motion or warning, one appeared. Center frame, not approaching, not retreating, just there. A single vampire squid, mantle curled, arms spread wide, but still, drifting slightly against the imperceptible current. No light at first, no signal. It hovered like punctuation, marking the center of the field, anchoring the nothingness. Then its body flashed, not with intensity, but with order. 13 distinct pulses, emitted in a triangular sequence, with 3 photophores illuminated simultaneously at each corner of the triangle, rotating counterclockwise. This continued for exactly 1 minute, 33 seconds. The triangle then collapsed, folding the light inward, as if drawing something in, rather than sending something out. The camera lens did not record sound, but the internal pressure sensors noted a deviation in resonance, not vibration, resonance. A standing wave, held briefly, then gone. At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. The image feed distorted, not with static or camera blur, but with recursive folding. A region of the water behind the squid compressed visually, like a looped space. Not a second squid, not a reflection. A mirrored pulse, the light the squid had emitted, began to reflect back at it, in reverse sequence, as though something in the darkness had not only received the message, but was sending it back, exact, delayed, and modulated. What emerged from the distortion was not a body, not a creature, just light, bent in impossible ways, reflecting angles that the lens couldn't reconcile. The feedback didn't scatter, it synchronized. Two sequences, one emitted, one returned, began to overlay one another with increasing precision, and as they merged, the squid did something no one had recorded before. It closed its photophores completely. Total darkness, no flight response, no ink, no burst. It simply held its position and let the light from elsewhere complete the circuit. That was the last image recorded, not because the feed failed, but because the frame locked, not froze, locked. The timestamp stopped advancing, no corruption, no overload. Every system kept running, but the frame itself did not change. Just a single still, the vampire squid suspended mid-frame, surrounded by a lattice of echoing light that no longer matched biological behavior, no longer followed terrain or current. The image remained frozen for exactly 7 minutes, 0.6 seconds. Then the feed resumed. When it did, the squid was gone. No wake, no motion trail. The light field had collapsed, and something impossible had happened to the metadata of the file. The frame rate had adjusted itself during the frozen interval, not preset, not edited. The rate shifted to accommodate the incoming signal, extending the data container, as if the video had been momentarily aware it needed to hold something larger than its normal limit. And yet no one could say what that something was. The recovered footage, when isolated and converted to black and white high contrast, revealed embedded shadows within the stationary frame, not visible during real-time playback, but hidden within pixel values, in the low contrast regions between pulses, tiny geometric artifacts that appeared only under specific angle shifts, triangles, arcs, one spiral, one grid, not organized clearly, but scattered like reflections caught in still water. The symbols matched nothing in known languages or telemetry code, but their proportions were exact. Euclidean balance, mathematical symmetry. They had not been emitted, they had arrived inside the frame. When cross-referenced against previous data packets from the vampire squid encounters, analysts discovered a match between the positional ratio of the triangular photophore display and one of the hidden frame symbols. Not approximate, identical. The final conclusion was reached quietly. The squid had not been sending information, it had been receiving it, and translating it into visible patterns. It was not the transmitter, it was the interface. The grid of light was not an origin, it was a surface, a membrane, and something on the other side had answered. The research was never published. The data, locked behind closed archives, was classified under a designation normally reserved for unknown atmospheric anomalies. But the footage exists, a still frame, a squid, and a message that did not begin, and will not end, in the language of human technology. Not a warning, not an invitation, just a mirror held open long enough for the light to pass through, and long enough to suggest that beneath the crushing weight of 1,000 atmospheres, there are intelligences that do not speak, do not signal, do not wait for recognition. They simply respond when something familiar returns. Secret research beneath the North Atlantic trenches documents Gulper eels using intense bioluminescent flashes to disorient prey. Reports from divers describe instances where these eels responded aggressively to human presence, their lights becoming brighter and more rapid, as though consciously warding off intruders. Beneath the hydrothermal plains of the mid-Atlantic ridge, in waters where sunlight has never touched and current pressure could crush a submarine's hull in seconds, Gulper eels drift in the shadows like forgotten thoughts. Their presence is known primarily through brief, grainy captures, elongated forms with rubbery jaws and impossibly distended stomachs, lurking near the edge of camera sweeps like curious phantoms. But a different kind of encounter was documented in the classified logs of Operation Lanyard, a multinational marine biology initiative, quietly deployed after a pattern of drone malfunctions and sensory anomalies were recorded during seismic mapping dives at depths exceeding 3,000 meters. The official explanation cited instrument fatigue, but privately, teams began reporting something more deliberate. Lights, not scattered like plankton, not passive like thermal vent shimmer, focused, aggressive, intermittent, One of the first divers to record a direct visual described it in simple terms: "It blinked me out of my own vision." He was not speaking metaphorically. The eel had not simply flashed its lure or triggered a distraction burst. It had emitted a pulse so rapid and so intense that the diver's eyes, through a 9-inch triple glass viewport, registered a visual reset. Pupil reflex stuttered, the retina briefly oversaturated, and perception itself scrambled. The diver likened it to looking into a strobe through a magnifying lens, but underwater, and with the sensation that the light was being aimed, not emitted at random, aimed, pointed like a weapon. Subsequent dives took this further. One drone, nicknamed Merope, was modified with bidirectional sensors, designed to track both visible and infrared light sources simultaneously. On its 6th pass near a particularly unstable trench rift, northeast of the Azores, Merope recorded a direct interaction, an eel, nearly 2 meters long, rising from the substrate with no prior motion trail, just appearing, as if from behind a fold in space. Its mouth gaped wide, not in feeding, but as if drawing water in reverse. Then it flared, first the tip of the tail, which glowed red, then the body, which shimmered in violet streaks, and finally the mouth, which detonated with an interior blue-white brilliance like arc welding. This wasn't a flash for hunting, it was a structured burst, lasting 1.4 seconds, then repeating 3 times, each slightly faster than the last. The footage, when slowed, revealed something buried inside the burst sequence. Not static, not light diffusion, a shadow, not cast by the eel, but created within the light itself, a flicker of dark shape interrupting the beam from within. The only way this could happen, photometrically speaking, is if the light was passing around or through an object internal to the eel's body, some anatomical structure, capable of modulating beam intensity by intentional occlusion. In simpler terms, the eel wasn't just flashing light, it was encoding shadow inside it. That's not a warning signal, that's a delivery mechanism. Bioluminescence has long been assumed to serve basic functions in deep-sea species: mating, luring, threat display. But the Gulper eel in this footage showed none of those contexts. There was no prey, no rival, no distress, only the drone, stationary, silent, its signal muted. And still the eel's light increased in response to proximity. When the drone adjusted its altitude, the eel's pulses narrowed their duration and rose in frequency. When it retreated, the light calmed. The eel was tracking it, not through touch or sound, but through some unseen mechanism of attention. Researchers theorized the eel may be sensitive, not just to movement, but to cognitive focus, reacting to the awareness of an observer, as if threatened by the act of observation itself. In one instance, a diver who turned off his headlamp, but kept his eyes fixed on a nearby eel, reported feeling a sudden onset of vertigo, followed by a sharp internal vibration in his eardrums. Moments later, the eel flared, its light igniting like a star from within. No one else saw it, only the one who had watched in silence. Later scans of the diver's neuroimaging logs showed a temporary disruption in optic nerve signal. The light had physically confused the brain's capacity to process contrast. For nearly 1.3 seconds, his vision had been active, but functionally blind. He reported seeing a light that left nothing behind. It was not pain, it was subtraction, like forgetting color while still remembering shape. This was only the beginning. As reports accumulated, the phenomenon surrounding Gulper eel bioluminescence began to deviate from the patterns long observed in the natural order of deep-sea biology. Traditional understanding held that Gulper eels flashed their internal lights to draw in prey, either mimicking phosphorescent plankton or luring small fish with sudden radiance. Yet the recordings gathered under Operation Lanyard began to show something far more complex. The frequency, intensity, and spatial structure of the light bursts shifted in direct correlation with proximity to human-operated equipment, and in some cases, to unlit and silent observation modules. This removed the possibility of simple phototactic or noise-based triggers. The light was not bait. It was not lure, it was response. One of the most unsettling recordings came from an unmanned submersible, fitted with low-latency optical sensors and placed at 3,600 meters, near a trench wall known for minor tectonic shearing. The unit was powered down between scans, running only passive cameras. During one of these blackout phases, the external feed recorded a Gulper eel emerging vertically from beneath the station's blind spot, rising like a vapor. Its mouth remained closed. Its body swayed slowly, almost imperceptibly, and then, from a series of photophores arrayed along its lateral line, previously undocumented, a spiral of green light began to travel from tail to head in rotating intervals. Not just a ripple, but a directional loop, like scanning radar, tracing along the eel's own body in cycles. The eel circled the submersible 3 times before retreating back into the trench. When the footage was later broken down frame by frame, analysts noticed something remarkable. The time intervals between the light spirals exactly matched the oscillation cycle of the submersible's onboard gyroscope, despite the system being powered off. Somehow, the eel had synchronized its light with a piece of inactive hardware. No acoustic ping, no emitted energy, just the residual physical presence of a machine, and yet the eel's pulses were attuned to it, as though reading orientation in the absence of signal. Theories emerged suggesting that the eel's luminous organs may be sensitive to micromagnetic fields or inertial disruptions, perhaps even trained by generations of exposure to mechanical presence in deep water zones. But another, darker hypothesis grew in the shadow of these observations, that the eel was not reacting to machinery at all, it was reacting to attention. Human presence, even unexpressed, creates pattern, focus forms rhythm. Eyes, even behind glass, generate microscopic muscle contractions that pulse in measurable cycles. Some researchers began to wonder whether the eel's escalating flashes were not a threat response, but a return signal, echoing a physiological pattern it had detected and mirrored. This theory gained momentum during a manned descent logged as Dive 19 Delta, carried out near the Ratejanes Ridge. A team of 2 researchers piloted a compact observation pod, fitted with triple-layered Faraday mesh and passive observational equipment. Their objective was to record tectonic tremor acoustics across a 24-hour window. The mission was not focused on biological data. The crew had been instructed not to seek out wildlife, and certainly not to interact with it. Yet midway through hour 13, an eel was seen floating roughly 6 meters from the starboard viewport. It hovered there. No current moved it. No terrain held it, just suspension, its mouth slightly open, its body folding and unfurling gently, and then the flashing began. It started subtle, a series of slow pulses from the eel's throat, barely visible, like fireflies beneath layers of fog. But as one of the researchers began to study it closely, eyes locked, still breath, the pulses grew in strength, faster, sharper. The eel drifted closer, 1 meter. 70 centimeters, 40. The crew was advised to shut off internal illumination. They complied. But the pulses continued, now white-blue, now with trailing echoes, like light caught in oil. And then, the cabin's secondary display screens began to flicker. The sensors registered no interference. The field remained clean. Yet the displays monitoring nothing, running no live data, began to fade and pulse in tandem with the eel's light. One of the researchers reached for the control interface to execute an emergency signal dump, and that's when the eel surged. Not physically, but optically. Every photophore on its body lit simultaneously, along its tail, spine, throat, and behind the translucent membranes of its inner jaw. The flash did not blind them. It removed the shape of the world. For 1.7 seconds, the entire cabin vanished from sight. There were no edges, no contours, just a white emptiness, as though all depth had been collapsed into a single plane of meaningless glow. When the light died down, the eel was gone, but the cabin did not recover immediately. For nearly 30 minutes, residual after-images clouded the display panels, not static, not burn-in, just phantom shadows of the eel's spiral pulses, etched faintly into the LCD surface, despite no contact, no electromagnetic intrusion, and no energy discharge detected. In reviewing the neural telemetry from both crew members, a commonality appeared. Each exhibited a measurable phase delay in optic nerve response for 30 seconds following the flash. Their eyes had received input. Their retinas had fired. But the brain's processing loop had paused, as if the signal was too organized to be interpreted as vision. The light had passed through them, but left nothing behind. It was not a flare. It was a scramble, a hard reset of perception. These anomalies pushed the team toward a chilling conclusion. The eel's light was not an invitation, nor a warning. It was an override. The creature had used light to momentarily erase the frame of human cognition, not to destroy, but to erase attention, to remove the observer from the act of observing, and then in that fraction of a moment, to decide whether to continue. The Gulper eel had become the one watching, and whatever process determined its response, it did not make decisions slowly. After the Reykjanes Ridge encounter, the Gulper eel was no longer classified merely as a subject of curiosity. Internal memos from the Joint Oversight Committee shifted the organism's designation from passive luminous fauna to active neuro-optical responder. The term was unofficial, but it carried weight. Language designed to signal that what had been thought of as a primitive scavenger now displayed sensory behaviors that mimicked technological systems. Even more troubling, those behaviors appeared adaptive. Over the next 5 dives, conducted across geographically distant zones between the Charlie Gibbs Fracture Zone and the southern Iberian margin, drones equipped with modified IR deflection plates documented nearly identical responses from distinct Gulper eel populations, structured flashes, spiral formations, and coordinated pulse narrowing when visual instruments moved to track them. These were not isolated anomalies. They were shared capabilities, spread across disparate trench lines with no genetic bottleneck to explain convergence. The working theory grew bolder. Perhaps the Gulper eel's photophores were not simply illumination organs. Perhaps they operated on a principle closer to targeted optical disruption, something akin to deep retinal scrambling, using geometry and timing rather than brightness. A kind of living optic jamming, except instead of blinding the eye, it bypassed it, rendering the brain unable to organize input into shape or threat. This would account for the consistent neurological symptoms reported after close-range encounters: sudden spatial disorientation, temporal lag, brief memory fragmentation, and in some cases, what one analyst chillingly described as conscious displacement, the sensation of having watched oneself watch the eel, from a position just outside one's own body. But how had such a behavior evolved? Natural selection might favor bioluminescence for hunting or defense, but this went beyond either. And more importantly, how could multiple populations across thousands of kilometers display near-identical luminance behavior without shared experience? A possible answer came from a dive in an unexpected place, an abandoned fiber optic line that ran through the lower Bay of Biscay, one that had been decommissioned for nearly 20 years. Originally laid in the 1990s, the cable had suffered multiple shears and collapses due to shifting seafloor topology, and much of it now lay in sediment, broken into useless strands. But during Dive 52, a research sub-idling near one of the junction points picked up strange echo patterns on its passive sonar. At first, these were dismissed as background turbulence, microbubbles from vent leakage. But when the signal was run through a phase separation filter, a familiar rhythm emerged: short bursts, 3 pulses, 2-second interval, repeat. The signal was weak, but it mirrored the exact cadence of the Gulper eel's retinal spiral sequences. What made this significant was that no eel had been observed during the dive. The signal was present without a body. Either a creature had moved beyond detection range and left a residual loop running in the acoustic space, or the trench itself had retained the pattern. Something in the terrain had learned it, replayed it, echoed it back to whoever, or whatever, still listened. When a Gulper eel finally did appear, 19 minutes after the signal ceased, it behaved unlike any previously recorded specimen. It did not emit a burst. It did not spiral. It simply opened its mouth and held still, not snapping, not biting, but vibrating, minutely, as if resonating with a sound no instrument could detect. Its photophores remained dark, but its entire body began to shimmer, not with light, but with movement just beneath the skin. Analysts later hypothesized that what they were witnessing was intramuscular pulsing, a kind of internal signaling taking place beneath the skin, as if the eel were turning inward, sending messages across its own nervous system in response to the signal left behind. This reframed the Gulper eel entirely, no longer a predator, not a lure user, not even primarily visual, but perhaps a conduit, one attuned not to sight or scent but to transmission. The flashes were just the visible part, the surface display. What lay beneath might be a system designed to read, process and relay something deeper. The eel then could be seen less as a threat in itself, and more as a carrier, a biological medium through which unknown signals passed, encoded as flashes of light, then interpreted through motion, vibration or presence. This theory terrified some, because if it was true, then the Gulper eel's most aggressive flashes were not reactions, they were corrections, not aimed at attacking, but at adjusting the behavior of the observer, a primitive form of error handling, a way to say you're looking the wrong way. One dive, aimed to test this hypothesis, involved 3 drones positioned in a wide triangle around a known eel emergence point. The idea was to split attention to see whether the eel would respond differently when no single camera was dominant. It worked. The eel rose from the sediment with no light, floated to the center of the triangle, and then flared, once broadly without focus. But when each drone was fed different observational parameters, one visual, one thermal, one passive acoustic, the eel adjusted its pattern accordingly. The visual drone saw only a blur. The thermal drone recorded a precise circular pulse. The acoustic drone picked up silence, a targeted, signal-specific response to each form of observation, and when the footage was compiled, a final disturbing detail emerged. Embedded in the reflection patterns on the eel's skin, visible only when cross-referenced at multiple angles, was a recurring geometry. The exact shadow pattern from Dive 19's display screens, now appearing naturally on the creature's own flesh, not in its light, in its absence. What then was the eel trying to keep hidden? The final documented contact in the Lanyard archive was not supposed to happen. After the multi-directional drone test revealed that Gulper eels could adapt their light emission depending on observation method, the trench operations were quietly frozen. The scientific directive pivoted back to geological surveys. No further biological dives were authorized. The prevailing justification, given in internal memos, cited data contamination from overlapping instruments and optical saturation in submersible feedback loops. But the real reason, kept off paper, was the sense that whatever had been encountered was not finished, and that continued observation was beginning to provoke changes not just in the creatures, but in the environment itself. And still, a final dive occurred. It was unofficial, conducted by a 2-person unit operating under the pretense of equipment retrieval. The pod was stripped of full telemetry, but retained 2 high-sensitivity, low-light cameras, and a set of analog recording dials reintroduced for redundancy after multiple digital logging failures in prior descents. The mission was scheduled for 6 hours. It reached the trench floor in 40 minutes. No significant events occurred for the first 2,000 frames, but at timestamp 2 hours, 13 minutes and 19 seconds, a blur appeared on the starboard feed, motionless, hovering. Unlike previous encounters, the eel did not rise from below. It entered from the side, level with the pod, already facing the main viewport. There was no circling, no approach, just presence. And then came the pulses. But these were not the strobing, spiraling arcs seen before. The light did not shine outward. It shone inward, visible only as reflected color inside the eel's own translucent mouth, and between the membrane layers, stretched across its distended lower jaw. The flashes moved like shadows, dark colors, almost impossible to detect, rippling through gradients of black and deep green, with occasional rings of pale blue barely distinguishable from ambient dark. Only by slowing the footage to subframe resolution were the pulses fully visible. What emerged were symbols, shapes forming in the gaps between each ripple, like negative imprints left behind by the passage of the light itself. The symbols did not repeat. Each was unique, Analysts would later compare them to optical moire patterns, complex interferences formed by the overlap of two repeating systems. But here, the systems were living. The eel's pulses were not just movement, they were language in interference. And then, something new. As the eel began its sixth internal sequence, the pod's forward view distorted. Not glitch, not artifact. A rolling lens warp. The outer edge of the camera lens bent slightly, physically, documented by onboard diagnostics as a real-time mechanical deformation. It was subtle, but measurable. No pressure spike was logged. The sea did not move. The temperature remained stable. Only the glass bowed, briefly, toward the eel, as if gravity had shifted, not across mass, but attention. Both crew members simultaneously reported hearing what they later described as a tone without sound, not tinnitus, not vibration, just the unmistakable sensation that the water around them had begun to hold a frequency they could feel but not hear. They described it in identical words, written independently. It felt like being seen backwards. The eel then opened its mouth wider than previously observed, jaw hinged at an unnatural angle, inner membranes stretching beyond known limits. Inside, the light changed, no longer pulsing, now flowing. A continuous beam of cold uncolored light moved from deep inside the eel's body, projected not outward, but into itself, circulating through the open mouth and into the body cavity again. A loop, a living filament of light, closed, contained, self-referential. And then came the final signal. As the eel's body coiled into an upright S-shape, every photophore lit at once, not in rhythm, in unity. The light was not dazzling, it was silent, perfect, not one segment out of sync. It lasted for exactly 2.6 seconds, then extinguished, and when the light vanished, the eel vanished with it, not fled, not swum, not dissolved. It had never been there. The cameras kept rolling, no displacement ripple, no motion blur. The light was gone, and the sea was unchanged. But the crew was not. 3 minutes later, both crew members began speaking simultaneously, not shouting, not panicking, just speaking, full sentences, soft tone, eyes wide open, with no memory of what they were saying. Their speech was recorded. Perfect synchronization. Both voices repeating the same 47-word passage, word for word, with no delay between them. The transcript remained sealed, but the phrase repeated inside that cabin was not gibberish. It was structured, a message. And the most haunting detail, the syntax of the sentence did not match any modern spoken language. It resembled a hybrid of Sumerian verb order and Proto-Indo-European vowel shaping, paired with modern syntactic frames. Linguists brought in under black budget classification confirmed only one thing. The structure was human, but the source was not. The message ended. The crew returned to normal. They had no memory of speaking. The dive concluded. And nothing was seen again. Not a single eel, not a single pulse, not a glimmer of light. But the cameras still operate. They're not watched anymore, only archived. And once every few months, for no observable reason, the footage skips a frame. Just one. Always at the same timestamp. And when the frame is pulled apart pixel by pixel, in the shadows, in the noise, a shape waits. Not a creature, not a flare, just a ring of light, curling in on itself, like the last sentence of a language only the ocean remembers how to read. Leaked expedition data from the Indian Ocean details encounters with colossal siphonophores glowing in rhythmic unity. The researchers' notes imply these creatures function like living neural networks. Their synchronized bioluminescent pulses, suggesting communication across vast oceanic distances, potentially forming a single interconnected organism. The deepest encounters are never violent. They're slow, weightless, impossible to date in real time, because time itself folds under the pressure. That was the first lesson drawn from the leak. It came not through formal publication, not from a peer-reviewed dive report or sanctioned submersible feed, but as an anonymous dump, raw files, metadata stripped, each labeled only with GPS coordinates and timestamps, logged in a dead format, no longer in use by any active research vessel. Yet there was no mistaking their origin. These logs were from the Arsij Sundal, a vessel decommissioned after a catastrophic pressure failure somewhere off the Rodrigues Ridge, over 3,800 meters beneath the Indian Ocean. The official report listed implosion, no survivors. The cause was attributed to hardware fatigue, but the footage told another story. It begins with silence, 11 minutes of drifting across a dark slope broken only by benthic gas flutters and the occasional rise of plankton curtains. And then, at timestamp 0 hours 12 minutes and 3 seconds, the frame tilts slightly. A shape emerges from below, not a creature, at first, just a long thread, barely luminescent. It stretches across the bottom third of the screen like a taut wire. Then a second thread, and a third, parallel, equidistant. They are not swimming, they are not rising. They are already there, aligned with impossible symmetry, and then light. Not flash, not beam, a pulse, gentle, internal. It begins at one end, and travels across the frame like a wave, folding through each thread in turn. First left to right, then right to left, then down. The drone adjusts for focus, and reveals what the researchers on board apparently did not see in real time. The threads are not separate. They are branches of a single colossal Siphonophore coiled and stretched along the seafloor like living fiber optics. Its body structure is fractal, hundreds perhaps thousands of zooids, each a clone yet fulfilling a distinct role: propulsion, feeding, reproduction, defense. But what should have been random scatter across its translucent anatomy was instead order, lights arranged in signal paths. Timed, repeated, recursive. The organism wasn't glowing, it was processing. The onboard system flagged the pulse as an anomaly, and attempted to sharpen contrast. In doing so, it revealed further strands previously masked by ambient scatter, now counted at 7 visible arms, each curling through the trench in mirrored spirals. The central axis of the creature was not visible, but the rhythms were. Each light pulse struck every zooid in series with millisecond precision. The display resembled a binary packet chain, complete with carrier delay, checksum-like echo, and timing adjustment. It was more reminiscent of data flow than of biology. The leak's next file shows the same frame, but now a second Siphonophore has appeared at the edge of the camera view. Its pulses are different. Instead of mirror sequencing, its rhythms alternate in phase by half a second, an offset pairing, like a response. Not imitation, not random flicker. Dialogue. The pulses from the first organism cease, then resume, now adjusted to match the second's delay, and when both align, a third light source emerges from behind a soft curl in the seafloor. No structure, just luminance. Faint, but timed to the same rhythm, and then another. Within 2 minutes, the feed shows 5 distinct Siphonophores, each massive, each aligned along separate arcs of the trench wall, all pulsing in synchrony. The area glows with a soft oceanic heartbeat, not chaotic, not random, patterned. The ship's internal logs begin to show stress on the processing unit, not from heat, from clock drift. The system's internal timekeeping begins to desynchronize, not by failure, but by over-adjustment. The software believes its own timing is wrong, and begins to mirror the pulses, shifting the frame timing slightly to match the beat of the creatures. It does this without operator command. The sync ratio stabilizes, the pulses become frame-locked. That's when the human reports begin. The dive team reports auditory phenomena, despite no microphones being active. A technician notes hearing a low chorus, like chimes in fog. Another reports pressure in the bones, like memory arriving early. It is not noise, it is felt. One scientist writes in their offline log, "I think the water is speaking in delay, not language, not code, just something passing through us that already knew it was coming." And still the lights keep pulsing. Raw coordinates from the second log sequence place the observation unit 40 nautical miles east of Rodrigues Ridge, suspended just above a channel where seafloor morphology resembles braided delta systems. An unnamed trench tongue folds downward here, marked by repeat thermal instability and slow gas seepage, conditions that generally deter large fauna. But frame 4304 from the archival reel contradicts that assumption entirely. A Siphonophore filament, nearly 2 meters wide and stretching beyond visible range, emerges from the edge of the view. Unlike the fractal pulses recorded earlier, this strand emits soft hemispheric glows in pulses aligned with no known photonic rhythm. Analysts reviewing the footage later described the effect as optical braille. No topography interferes, no sediment occludes the shape, just radiant arcs of living tissue stretching across the dark, resolving not as one body but as a convergence of many, all acting under shared command. Each pulse recedes, folds into silence, and is answered by a neighboring filament, sometimes milliseconds later, sometimes not for minutes. These exchanges do not form loops, they form trails, relaying across space without returning. This isn't feedback, this is transmission. Each Squid functions like a neuron, emitting and receiving not in isolation but as part of a unified sensory mesh, wide enough to encompass kilometers of oceanic terrain. A software diagnostic running in parallel begins to behave irregularly. Its internal timestamp starts to flutter, not fail, not collapse. It shifts ahead, then retracts, drifting half a second in either direction, always aligning with the closest pulse recorded on screen. Engineers later discovered the internal oscillator had not glitched. It had phase matched to the external light sequence, registering the glow as a primary input. No programming permitted this. No pathway had been written to allow luminous activity to hijack the system clock, but the device realigned anyway. Pulse after pulse, the drift narrowed. At its tightest convergence, the system began to store each pulse as a temporal marker. Those files were never generated by operator command. Pulses recorded during this interval were not evenly spaced. Gaps widened. Rhythms skipped. Yet the visual harmony remained. To any human eye, the blinking looked continuous, smooth, elegant. But software logs flagged a hidden pattern, a shifting modulation across pulse intensities that when mapped three-dimensionally, traced the shape of a long arch, a wavelength, bent and inverted. A waveform not unlike low-frequency brain activity captured in dream states. Analysts drew direct comparison to theta rhythm. Environmental sensors registered a deepening silence. Fish retreated. Crustaceans vanished. Not a single microscatter appeared on sonar. Just siphonophores, still coiling, still transmitting. No movement above, no predator interference. Absolute exclusion. Pale spirals began to form near the trench wall, vague at first, then clear. Each spiral contained nested curls of zooids flashing in spiral-bound rhythm, forming shapes almost architectural in regularity. Camera units tracking the shapes captured an unexpected result. No color distortion occurred in overlapping pulses. Standard bioluminescent displays often produce chromatic interference, muddying the edge detail of overlapping light sources. These pulses did not. Each remained distinct, no cross noise. As if every signal was assigned its own luminous channel. No artificial technology aboard the Sondel had ever produced that level of separation under mixed light conditions. Frame analysis revealed more than synchronization. One strand emitted an anomalous vertical flash, distinct from the others. That vertical beam repeated once every 52 seconds, not enough to draw attention, but precise enough to suggest anchoring. When triangulated with the others, this vertical emitter mapped a three-point lattice spanning over half a kilometer. At its center, no Siphonophore body appeared, just shadow. Pressure sensors confirmed a denser fluid in that space, colder, slower, still, a low-entropy node, possibly a central processor, possibly a void. Not a single word appears in the original log files describing what researchers believed about the lattice. No interpretation, just measurements. But a handwritten note appears on one printout. It says, "If this is what we think it is, then every strand is a memory." Glowing strands weren't the only presence recorded on the second leg of the dive. A drone operating 30 meters below the Sondel's primary submersible experienced a delayed return on its onboard acoustic map, shadows registering as depthless trenches, some of them appearing where none should exist. The drone's onboard field was stable. The terrain matched known bathymetric maps, and yet the returns kept duplicating. A slope here, then there, then two identical trenches mirrored seconds apart. The distortion wasn't visual. It was architectural. Something in the ocean's interior had changed its sense of space. These false returns occurred in perfect synchrony with nearby Siphonophore pulses. For every flicker of light, a featureless echo replaced known terrain. Some pulses did not reveal new shapes, but instead erased familiar ones. Those errors weren't glitches, they were corrections. Camera 3, mounted on the drone's lower viewing arm, caught a chain of zooids weaving silently across a plane of featureless clay. Unlike the previous strands which flashed in recursive spirals or sequential chains, this Siphonophore moved with neither rhythm nor variance. Each pulse was identical in length, brightness and interval, 1.13 seconds apart. A signal not designed for broadcast but for metronome. Each zooid repeated the pattern perfectly, no deviations. When overlaid on a light map, the spacing of pulses created a grid that collapsed inward, 4 points forming a square, then folding into a triangle, and finally narrowing to a single point at the center of the screen. This convergence did not appear visually in the water, but the light pulse clearly moved toward a focus. That central point was not physical. It was mathematical, a harmonic mean between pulse intervals, a place where no body glowed, and yet all data pointed. The Sondal's AI interpreter labeled this node as unknown artifact. But no object existed, only light folding back onto itself. The engineers running diagnostics attempted to override the reading. The override failed. The system labeled the center message terminal. Then the label locked. Zooids wrapped their filaments into tighter spirals. Pulse cadence increased. Video resolution dropped by 5% in 3 frames. Each time the pulse reached its apex, telemetry from the drone reported that temperature decreased, not around the Siphonophore but inside the memory buffers of the device capturing it. Those buffers weren't designed to register heat, but the software began tracking delta T anyway. Code began executing that no technician had programmed. New files opened, data cached in folders with timestamps set 5 minutes in the future. That's when a new strand emerged. Not from below, from above, light rained downward, 5 meters from the submersible's roof, descending in a clean spiral that tightened as it fell, a reverse helix. Unlike the others, this filament didn't pulse in standard intervals. It fired in primes, 3, 5, 7, 11. At each prime, the light paused. At each pause the field quieted. All other Siphonophores dimmed. This strand alone carried the signal now. One biologist began muttering under his breath, documented on a separate backup audio file. No coherent language, just syllables. Later analysis mapped his muttering to a truncated version of the Fibonacci sequence, out of order, skipping terms that matched the pause intervals of the descending Siphonophore. He had not seen the signal yet. He was inside the ship, and still, the light was speaking through him. With each descending spiral, a new spatial distortion warped the footage. Not a ripple, a refraction. The camera's fixed horizon began to curve subtly. When the spiral reached its endpoint, just 2 meters above the main hatch, every other light in the area blinked out. Then came the shape. The pulses returned. Faster now, but from all sides, filaments lit in mirrored sequence. Not just one structure, not 2. 7, according to the final telemetry, each equidistant from the vessel, each coiling toward the center where the spiral had stopped. What surrounded the Sondal no longer resembled creatures. The formation resembled a neural sheath. The ocean had closed its hand, and the thing it held was listening back. Archived footage from Dive 11B, recovered post-incident, opens with a quietly unnerving scene. Camera 2, affixed to the undercarriage of the Sondal's side module, records a Siphonophore filament, drifting less than 3 meters below the hull, motionless, gently swaying like an anchored tether in the pitch-black quiet. Unlike prior encounters where pulses traveled laterally or in spirals, this strand emits nothing for nearly 3 full minutes, a stillness so complete, it appears dead. But sudden motion disrupts the illusion. A pulse of dim red flares at the tip, followed by an identical echo at a point nearly 30 meters farther down the same body. then both fade simultaneously. The distance, the delay, and the decay rate match data previously logged in deep ocean optic relay cables. Devices engineered to transmit timing packets with minimal signal degradation. The Siphonophore performs the same task without metal, electricity, or encoding software. Just tissue, just light. Several onboard analysts believed the display was meant to signal territory. Others proposed a biological heartbeat, but one researcher, a computational neurobiologist reassigned from a naval AI division, recorded a different observation. The log reads, "This isn't territory, this is a timing protocol. It's correcting for the delay." Long-range sonar pings deployed during this period reveal a chilling expansion. 12 distinct Siphonophore signatures bloom outward from the primary signal point, each unfurling from the seabed like delicate scrolls of light. None intersect, none overlap. Each begins pulsing only after detecting the strand beside it. Synchronization spreads like fire across dry paper, ordered, graceful, impossible. The pulses form interference loops, and where those loops converge, gaps appear, pockets of total darkness, like islands inside an electric ocean. Drone mapping later classifies these as null nodes, locations where opposing pulses cancel completely, forming symmetrical dead zones. Not damage, not absence, cancellation by design. Inside one such zone, the primary camera begins to drift, not due to current, not from engine movement. The vessel's orientation sensors show no change, but the horizon tilts, viewpoint shifts. A tremor runs through the visual feed, and for exactly 1.26 seconds, the camera captures something it was never calibrated to see. A glyph, not inscribed, not floating, formed by light. Each arm of the Siphonophore, blinking in harmony, emits pulses shaped to outline a radial pattern, 8 lines crossing at a central axis, their intersections lighting briefly in staggered progression. No pulse lasts longer than a millisecond, but when stitched together frame by frame, the pulses trace a shape indistinguishable from a spoked wheel, a structure often found in mechanical computation as a base for memory addressing. Sensors during this moment lock into resonance. Depth readings freeze. Gyroscopic drift increases. The sub-stabilizers engage without command. Gravity hasn't changed. The vessel hasn't moved. But something beneath perception has reorganized orientation. The ocean holds the craft differently now, gripping the hull not with force but with geometry. At the same moment, a second camera, aimed backward, captures another Siphonophore pulse, not in rhythm with the others, a different speed, a flickering ripple that moves too quickly to track in real time. Analysts slow the feed by 1/1000th and notice something unprecedented. The ripple is segmented, blinking in tight clusters that mirror signal compression patterns. The compression is variable, not uniform. This is not just data. This is encoded data, layered with redundancy to ensure delivery under loss. No one on the team had seen anything like it outside optical fiber. Further examination of the ripple shows a disturbing regularity. The intervals between segments form a harmonic progression, a numerical sequence known in both signal engineering and quantum decoherence modeling. The implication lands like a depth charge. The Siphonophore is not merely pulsing. The creature is encoding signal using geometric harmonics, packets of light designed to be resistant to distortion. This is communication across a shifting ocean substrate, a slow and unlit terrain, using a method that guarantees understanding between parts of the same body, no matter how far they drift. A chilling possibility is raised. These aren't individuals. Each Siphonophore is a limb. Each limb pulses with data. Each data loop syncs with a central rhythm, even across trench walls and abyssal plains. Distance is not a barrier, only delay. The pulses do not seek audience, they seek resonance. Final logs retrieved from the Sondal contain no spoken words. Audio feed flatlines an hour before system failure, and the last textual input in the ship's interface reads simply, "No response required." What follows is 29 minutes of raw camera feed, initially silent, then gradually overtaken by a slow cascade of light. Not a flare, not a burst. Just a sequence, pulses moving through hundreds of Siphonophore strands, each one arcing through the water like a suspended nerve, faint blue at first, then glowing white, and finally dimming to a soft yellow before blinking out. One by one, these lights perform an almost religious choreography, reciting some internal command with absolute consistency. The scene resembles a ritual more than a survival act. The trench does not flicker, it breathes. Light from the farthest Siphonophore doesn't arrive for several seconds, its signal crawling the vast seafloor distance with an intentional slowness. Once it reaches the central zone, every strand glows in time. Camera timestamp data begins to drift again, an irregularity first dismissed as compression artifact. But when recompiled with reference to satellite time beacons, the footage reveals a staggered frame drop exactly every 15.92 seconds. Each drop coincides with the arrival of a light pulse, not just on one camera, across all sensors. An analyst reviewing this data writes a single sentence into the incident summary: "We weren't watching a creature, we were watching memory passing between its hemispheres." More data emerges from the signal patterns. Flash intervals follow an 11/8 time signature, a structure present in polyrhythmic systems used for interference-resistant transmission. Siphonophores are not only encoding packets, they are reducing latency. Light pulses slow when redundancy increases. At low density, pulses accelerate. When signals meet, they merge in ways impossible for human-made light, flowing through each other without distortion, like notes harmonizing in water. This is not symbolic communication, this is load balancing. Each SUID functions as both node and router, adjusting output to optimize signal clarity. One strand dies mid-transmission, its filament damaged by pressure shear. The signal detours, not instantly, but within seconds neighboring strands shift geometry, forming a new bridge. The message continues. This is not instinct. This is networked persistence. At timestamp 3 hours 2 minutes and 40 seconds, all pulses stop, not fade, stop. A void opens in the water, not a visual, not acoustic, just a sensation of emptiness, like the space between two thoughts. No particles move, no currents drift. The sea for a moment becomes a shell, and inside it something listens. One final pulse flashes. Unlike all others, it moves vertically, from a point near the seabed up through the water column. Every camera captures it. A single column of green light, thin as a thread, accelerating upward. At first it seems meaningless, just light escaping into the black. But sensors pick up something far stranger. Pressure changes above, not down current, not weather, a field shift. Light continues upward, out of range, and then something echoes downward, not in light, but in gravity. A mass displacement of imperceptible scale, like the water itself flexing, and then without warning, the entire Siphonophore array begins to retract. Thousands of meters of living tissue curl inward, SUID by SUID, light fading, limbs folding, data threads vanishing into their origin. No panic, no speed, just reversal. A withdrawal of signal, as though transmission has ended, as though confirmation has been received. Footage blurs, pressure spikes, telemetry collapses, and then silence. Post-incident review from the only recovered data drive describes the event as the severing of a connection too large to measure. Every pulse, every flicker, every silent glow across the sea floor had not been intended for human eyes. Those lights were not stories, they were instructions, and the moment passed when no more were required. At the deepest floor of the Indian Ocean, where no map reaches and no data buoy remains, pulses still ripple through the dark, too faint to trigger alarms, too wide to trace. Something has learned how to think in light, and how to send thought across ocean floor like a language formed from silence and structure alone. Not a signal for us, not even meant to be seen. Just a network, blinking in the dark, remembering the shape of itself. Not all lights guide. Some are remnants, some are warnings, and some are just breath, caught in a creature's chest that no one has ever named, still pulsing beneath a pressure we were never meant to touch. The glow you've seen tonight wasn't designed to comfort you. It wasn't decoration. It was memory, flickering between teeth and tentacle, woven into scales that have never breached the surface. Signals left behind, not for us, but for something else, watching further below. Every dive into darkness begins with questions we pretend we're ready to ask. But when the ocean answers, not with words, but with light, the silence that follows is never empty. It's full, brimming, heavy with things too old for language, too deep for explanation, and too quiet to rise until someone finally looks. And now that you've looked, you'll start to notice how the dark no longer feels still, how the shadows flicker a little differently near water, how your own breath feels slower, heavier, when your room goes quiet. That's not fear, that's recognition. Because part of you already remembers, we all do. If the sea dreams, this was one of its dreams. And if something else is dreaming through it, we may have just glimpsed the surface of its thought. Until next time, keep watching the deep. Not everything that glows wants to be found. And not everything that stays hidden is asleep. Before you go, what time is it where you are now? What time did this end for you? Leave it in the comments below. Let's see how far the silence traveled.